The hero is in prison in another world. He was lying on a bed and holding the panties of a prisoner from the next cell in front of him. The girl was screaming for him to give them back to her, and the guy was surprised that in medieval fantasy they can print bears on clothes. The guy ended up in this world because of his personal problems. She asked him how he managed to take them away from her. He put the underwear in his pocket and replied with a smile that he could stop time effortlessly. The young man took out a joystick. The panties were already on the girl. The hero was twirling the keys in his hand, and Nina asked him if they were for the cell. The prisoner asked if he stole them from the guards. The guy answered that he borrowed the keys for a while and had already returned them. The young man told how yesterday after he was sent to prison, he stopped time and borrowed the keys. The hero was able to free himself from the handcuffs and then go to the city. He made duplicate keys at the gun shop, which took about 2 hours. Along the way, the guy looked under the saleswoman's skirt and assessed her underwear. Afterwards, Sekai went to the market to buy food, returned to the prison and left the original keys with the guards. Then he returned the panties to his fellow prisoner. The hero asked if she wanted details. The girl screamed that she did not. She thought what was happening was strange and asked why the young man ended up in prison if he had such a remarkable ability. Kuzuno had apples in his hands and asked if she really wanted to know. The girl was still interested. She noticed the fruits and was surprised. The prisoner introduced herself as Nina. She was a professional thief and asked not to pay attention to her appearance. Sekai said his name. He had not yet found his craft, as he had only appeared in this world yesterday. The girl asked if he was a foreigner. The young man answered positively. He decided to tell her about himself, to somehow pass the time. People discussed and laughed at his photo that someone posted online. It collected 20,000 reposts in 24 hours, which shocked the hero. The commentators knew where he studied and his life was over. He could no longer be in his world. In the end, Kuzuno wanted it so much that he found himself in a place unfamiliar to him. At first he wandered around and eventually came across this city. The people there reminded him of characters from fantasy games. The hero noticed a joystick in his hand. Then he realized that he was in a video game. However, the young man did not yet know what the joystick was for, and he began to press all the buttons. But nothing seemed to happen at first. In addition, he did not have any money with him. Kuzuno pressed more buttons and noticed that everything around him froze. The hero realized that the pause button worked. It was all real. The guy decided to take advantage of the situation and started looking at the girls, lifting their skirts. He ran through the city and continued to misbehave until time stood still. The young man lifted the hem of the night girl's dress to look at her. Prainen began to believe more and more in what was happening. He looked under the clothes of every girl he met on the road. Tired, Kuzuno lay down on the ground in the middle of the market and enjoyed his happiness. As far as he knew, this ability was one of the most powerful. Even Dio was considered invincible until an enemy with a similar skill appeared. The hero had the money he had taken from the bad guy, so the guy could eat well and find the best hotel in town. Excited, he went looking for a place to stay. Later, when Sekai had had enough sleep, he wondered about the purpose of the timer located in his rhenium field. The youth did not know what it was for. Eventually, the guy figured out that the timer was counting down his time limit. The display showed 50, 24, 58, and he had entered the world around lunchtime the previous day. 3 days were left before the timer ran out. He needed to figure it all out. Sekai quickly got ready and ran back to the prison. He was angry at himself for wasting the entire night sleeping in a frozen time without having fully understood the game yet. At the end of the story, Ninja didn't understand anything. She screamed that he was starting to irritate her. The hero suggested checking if she were to find herself without panties now. Then he was telling the truth. The girl screamed that he was disgusting. Kuzuno constantly thought about what would happen to him after the timer reached 0. He wondered if Mario only had one chance to win or lose. How many chances did he have? The guy didn't see any clues. He didn't even know if he would find out about it during his death. The hero consoled himself with the fact that he had a pause button. He decided that in that case his time had no limits. The boy began collecting information while time was stopped. Kuzuno learned that he could match local symbols with Japanese text. He assumed that he was in a newcomer city, where there should be rules and conditions for the game. The guy walked through the streets of the city. and wondered if there was a boss in this world and whether he should defeat him. The hero reached the weapons shop where he was met by a pretty worker. He also looked under her skirt. The young man looked at different types of weapons. One sword caught his eye. The player was also interested in the armor. Taking a long sword with him, he went out of town. Before fighting the boss, he should have trained on the lower monsters. The presence of villagers and weapon shops indicated that monsters existed in this world. However, Kuzuno did not know where to look for them. He saw in the forest how a small monster was stabbing the traveler's body with a knife. The creature noticed the hero. It raised its weapon and ran towards the guy who managed to stop time. He leaned his sword against the opponent's neck. With one blow, Sekai cut off the monster's head. He restored time and noticed that he was already surrounded by the slain monster's brethren. The hero pulled the same trick and killed the goblins quickly, without even breaking a sweat. He decided to end his training there. Now the young man was ready to kill the boss. That was the end of his story. However, Ninja still didn't understand how he ended up in prison. Sekai repeated that he had to defeat the boss of this level. He heard that there was a favorite entertainment in the city. Namely, they organized survival fights between prisoners and monsters. The girl knew about it and added that the reward in case of victory is freedom. However, not a single person was able to leave. Kuzuno replied that that was why he decided that he would be able to meet the boss in the arena. He was locked in prison when he brought the body of the traveler and said that he did it. Now the young man is waiting to be sent to the arena. Nina said that the king always attends such an event with his daughter. At that moment, the Minotaur ordered the boy to get up and put his hands behind his back. The guard said that it was his turn to die. Ninja asked if the hero was really going to be punished despite his innocence. He answered positively. Sekai wished the prisoner good luck as he left. He was sorry that she would not be able to see him deal with a monster. The girl laughed and replied that she would decide for herself what she wanted to see. Ninja twirled the keys in her hand and reminded him that she was a professional thief and shouldn't be judged by her appearance. She wanted to make sure that what her new acquaintance was saying was a lie. Sekai was led down a corridor that led directly to the arena. The gate opened. The handcuffs were removed from the boy. A bright light hit his eyes. The stands screamed as the fighter entered the arena. The challenger seemed weak and frail to the audience. They believed that he would not last long. The princess tried to tell her father that she did not like to watch such entertainment, but the king interrupted her, saying that it was the duty of the royal family. The ruler should know what people who bleed look like. Kuzuno noticed the princess immediately. He stopped time and looked under her skirt, climbing up to them. Afterwards, the guy jumped back into the arena. The hero decided that if he could reunite with Alicia at the end of the battle, then he would do everything possible to win. The host announced that the demon was entering the arena where hundreds of prisoners had given shelter. The monster had been specially poisoned for the fight with the foreigner. The huge sandworm roared. Ninja was able to get out of her cell. She watched the boy. She was interested to see what he was really capable of. But she wasn't sure if he could defeat the monster at all. Kuzuno wanted to press pause, but he didn't have time. The monster spat a strange liquid at him. He dodged it, deciding to stay out of it. It went straight into the stands where the explosion occurred. People were running away from the attack. Someone hurt their hand. Everyone was screaming in fear. Acid began to spread through the air. The drop fell on the hero's clothes, causing his arm to hurt. He took out his sword to be ready for the next spit. However, the young man was confident in himself because he could stop time. With this ability, he didn't care about the presence of acid. The guy hit the worm with his sword. However, the blade bounced off and flew into the air, leaving the handle of the weapon in his hand. The monster's body was as hard as stone. He climbed the stands to find the best sword in the city. 3 days had passed since time stopped. Sekai acquired a sword known as Behead. From his previous attempt, he realized that to defeat the worm, he needed a blade with 200 attack. The boy took the weapon from the king's knight. He struck the monster with his sword. However, even this weapon could not penetrate the monster's durability. Kuzuno realized that the problem was not with the sword, but with his own strength. Time was stopped. Ninja froze with curiosity in her eyes. The royal family continued to stand and look at the arena. 275 days have passed since time stopped. All this time, the young man trained and counted the days. The boy had made his body stronger through many trials and errors. Now it was time to deal with a monster. He cut off his long hair with a sword and put on his clothes. The hero approached the sandworm Sankichi, with whom he had spent a lot of time. The young man was not going to forget about his friend. Sekai took his sword with both hands. He knew that the outer part of the monster's body was the hardest, and underneath it was a hard, muscular covering similar to tiles or scales. Without knowing this feature, no warrior could defeat this monster. After so many unsuccessful attempts to hit the enemy, the young man finally understood. The main thing was to hit him with the tip of the sword at the right angle. Kuzuno was sure that even such a creature had weak points. He ran towards the worm. He hit the monster in different places all over his body. When the boy finished, he restored the flow of time. The worm screamed one last time and fell dead. The audience did not understand how this happened. Ninja was speechless. People were shouting that it was amazing. They were admiring the winner. However, no one knew that the hero spent more than half a year on this, and the victory was not so easy and simple. Although Sekai was tired, he was glad that he passed the level. Ninja screamed that this guy was incredible. The king asked who this prisoner was. The princess reminded him that the boy was no longer one. The girl said that he was the man they were looking for. Kuzuno was a hero to them. The man suggested that the winner could defeat the Lord of Darkness. Meanwhile, the guy noticed that the countdown had not stopped, which seemed strange to him. The display showed 4333333933. As an ordinary second-year high school student in his world and a person with the ability to stop time, he had less than 2 days left to live. He didn't understand why he was such an unlucky hero. The hero was angry that he had spent so much time to kill Sankichi, but it was not enough to complete the level. He asked the princess whom he was looking at to give an answer to the question of what he should do to stop the timer. Time resumed. The young man was on one knee before the king, who was rewarding him for defeating the sandworm. Kuzuno was now free. The man came closer to the boy and said that he had information that the traveler had been killed by goblins living in the area. The king asked why he lied. Sekai replied that he only needed to kill the boss. He explained that he needed to defeat the strongest monster in the area. The man pointed out that Alicia might be right about their savior standing right in front of them. In the name of Vaz II Bellini, the king called him a national hero. The man said he was addressing him. He said that in the farthest gorge there lives a monster, guilty of attempts on the well-being and lives of their citizens. Now the task, cutting this down, will pacify him. The player realized that this could be his quest. The princess approached Kuzuno and took his hand. She wished him luck. All this time in pause mode, the guy behaved like him, but what he felt when he met Alicia's eyes was something special. The young man said to rely on him. The girl asked to call her by name. She was an angel to him. Sekai left the castle and went to visit the monsters. He had only a day and a half left. If he could stop time, it would make things easier. Ninya found him on the city street. The young man asked if he had pronounced her name correctly, to which the girl sighed. She reminded him that they had met recently. Ninya still thanked him for the recommendation to go free, although she herself could easily escape from there. The hero said with a smile that he had deliberately given her a duplicate of the prison keys to dig. The girl asked if the guy had noticed this. The thief offered to become his companion since the hero had recently arrived in this country. Sekai refused and passed by her. Ninya, with a sly smile, said that then they would take this thing as a souvenir. Kuruno's pocket and reminded him that she was a professional thief. Kuzuno demanded that his thing be returned to him. Ninya began pressing various buttons. The guy asked her to stop. The thief didn't understand why nothing worked. The boy realized that the other buttons had no function. He asked her to return the joystick to him when she was done playing, and warned her that it didn't work in other hands. The girl returned the thing to the owner. She asked him for forgiveness for such behavior despite his help. Sekai thought that the thief was not such a bad person. Ninya asked why she could not go with them. The boy was adamant. This made the girl angry. As he was leaving, the young man said that they lived in different worlds, so they were not on the same path. He was surprised that the joystick only worked in the player's hands. This was a rather useful discovery. Kuzuno reached the mine. His adventure began. He entered the ravine. The tunnel looked like it was home to hundreds of monsters, but they looked weak. Time was paused. The game always ends when the player defeats all the monsters. Since the hero had little time left, he had to hurry. In the gorge, he found empty chests. As he moved further, the young man noticed that he was walking through the labyrinth for quite a long time. He wondered if such difficulty was even suitable for the first level. The monsters here looked quite strong. Sekai thought about it. No matter how many lives he had, he would hardly be able to defeat all the monsters without special skills. The boy thought that he would not be able to explore the dungeon alone. The hero found another empty chest. He became more and more interested with each step. In front of him was a reptile with a shield and a sword. It looked like the boss of the dungeon, and Kuzuno assumed that he should kill it. The dragon looked weaker than the sandworm, so the young man believed that he would have no problem with it. The guy took out his sword and asked the frozen lizard for forgiveness. However, he had to kill him. The hero ran towards the monster. After the victory, he went to the tavern where the thief was sitting. She was sitting and eating. The girl did not understand what was wrong with her new acquaintance. Suddenly, the young man appeared next to her and asked her not to be angry. She was surprised and asked if he had not gone to the northern gorge. The hero replied that he was there and explained that not even an hour had passed since they had passed each other. This was due to the time stop. Sekai decided to drop the topic and decided to clarify if Ninya was a professional thief. The thief asked if they had a job for her. The guy replied that he could steal too and asked if he could borrow her underwear. The girl screamed if he was threatening her. The young man said that the job would involve opening locks and asked if Ninja could handle it. The girl asked who he took her for, since she could handle any keyhole. Unbeknownst to Ninja, they had moved to another place in the cave. The girl asked where they were. The boy replied that they were in the deepest part of the northern gorge. She asked how he had transported them here and if it had been by magic. The hero reminded her that he could only stop time. The thief asked him to return her back because she hadn't even finished her meal. She warned him that she was running very strangely, but not fighting. Ninya noticed the dead lizard and asked who it was. The young man replied that it was just a mid-level boss. Sekai pointed to the gate and told her that his target might be there, but he couldn't find the keys. The hero assumed that they were in one of the chests, which were empty, and asked if she could open the gate. The thief set to work. 2 hours passed. Kuzuno began to doubt and regret that he had disturbed her and wasted her time. At such moments, he began to understand that his ability was not so omnipotent when he needed help from others. At that moment, Ninya reported that she had managed to open the gate. He praised her. The girl smugly said that there was no lock she couldn't open. Ninja wanted to go with him, but the boy stopped time. There was only danger beyond the gates, and he didn't want to go with her. Inside, Sekai saw the heroes fighting a large golem. The young man realized that he was not the first contender to deal with the moment. This explained the empty chests throughout the dungeon. He did not know when the contents of the chests would be updated, and even more so, he did not have time to check it. The guy noticed that the warriors had a hard time before he arrived. He approached the tank, which was standing on the edge of the cliff. The hero noticed the sorceress who was about to use fire magic. The young man looked under the girl's dress. Their boss was a golem who was fireproof. He didn't understand how this team could go fight against someone they knew nothing about. Sekai slashed at the golem with his holy sword, but the monster was immune to physical attacks. The hero assumed that a water attack would be the best solution, but he did not have magic. Recently, the boy discovered that if he focused his gaze, he could see his skill level. Somehow, the boy had reached level 6, but his mana points were 0, so he had to forget about magic for now. The high school student thought about how to defeat the golem. He came up with an idea. He began working on the golem's stone body like a sculpture. To quench his thirst, the boy drank fresh water from an underground spring, which was a very pleasant drink. He was lucky that there was a well nearby from which he got water. The young man finished his work and began to remove the stairs. He remembered Michelangelo's words that the sculptor's task is to take a block of marble and cut away all that is unnecessary. Sekai gave the monster a pronounced female chest and a thin waist with hips. He called his sculpture buffers. Inside the pile of stones, the boy found a small stone that looked like a crystal. It restored time. The sorceress used the magic of tongues of fire. The girl said she would hold off the golem and screamed for her friends to run. Tank couldn't, as he had sworn to always protect them. His comrade told him he shouldn't risk himself as he was the second prince of Beltree. The hero approached them and said that the golem had already been destroyed, so there was no need to flee. Sekai said that the monster froze. The young man showed the core of the golem and advised to pay attention to it because the stone is able to revive pieces of stone. Depending on the game, such finds can be useful or be trinkets. The guy threw a pebble on the ground and crushed it. He thought the mission should be over, but the timer kept running. This meant that the player had not defeated the main boss. Ninja came to them and asked if her friend had defeated the huge monster again. Tank was surprised that the invulnerable golem was defeated in an instant. The evil hero stopped time and began to peek under the sorceress's skirt. When time was restored, the prince thanked the young man. They owed him their lives. The girl cried and said that they would do anything he asked as a sign of their gratitude. Sekai said that they were exaggerating his merit. He asked if they knew any restoration magic. The old man replied that they did not, but it would be good if such a thing existed. The young man thought about it because, on the other hand, there was magic that brought the golem to life. The prince asked if everything was okay. Time stopped. Sekai began a search for the entrance to the secret room. He felt the walls of the cave and eventually found it. With the help of tools, the boy was able to open the stone door. He knew that the monster was revived by magic. The plots vary depending on the game, but they always had something in common. And these were the puppeteers who were usually close to the object they were animating. Kuzuno entered the secret room and saw the dark elf. His hands reached out to the girl's body on their own. He took off her outer clothing. She was gorgeous from top to bottom. Plus, she was wearing clothes that were easy to take off. The guy decided to climb back in, otherwise the elf would be offended. Time was restored. The puppeteer's hands were tied behind his back. Now it was clear to the hero who was controlling the golem. The elf began to quickly cast spells. Sekai managed to stop time. She was dangerous to him. Without even understanding what had happened, the girl immediately began to cast curses. He restored the time when he fixed the gag on the elf. The guy said that the thing that he had been looking for in many shops in the city for her suited her. Now with the gag in her mouth, she could not utter a word. Ninya ran up to Sekai. Although time continued to pass, the young man was surprised that the thief there quickly found him. Perhaps it was thanks to her abilities. The girl asked why the elf's mouth was gagged. The guy answered that an unpleasant situation had happened. The thief explained that such creatures are extremely rare and long-lived. The hero did not know what to do with her and whether he should kill her. The young man brought the elf to the prince, who asked if she was the one who controlled the golem. Sekai replied that it could be true. The boy asked if the warriors could take Ninya with them, since he himself was going to bring the hostage to the king. Tank was willing to help, but the thief did not like it. Kuzuno waved him off, saying that he had little time left. The prince introduced himself as Will Beltree. He asked the name of his savior. Kuzuno introduced himself and asked if he was truly from the royal family. The elf began to hum. Ninya said that she was trying to say something and offered to listen to her. Sekai agreed and hoped that this was not another spell. He removed the gag from the girl. The girl blushed and said that the hero was taking off her clothes. The thief noted that the guy was simply incorrigible. The young man did not understand how the elf found out. The guy was pulling a cart with an elf in it. He was sure that she was the boss, and as soon as the young man got rid of her, his suffering would end. However, the hero himself would not be able to raise his hand against such a beautiful creature. Sekai hoped that nothing would happen on the way. He just didn't know what to do with the girl when he arrived. In the castle, the hero brought the elf to the king and explained that she had controlled the golem. The guard demanded that they bow before his majesty. The man waved his hand, saying that it was unnecessary. The king was amazed at how quickly the young man had completed the mission. He asked if there was any evidence to support his story. Sekai said that he had saved the life of Will, his son. The man jumped up and asked if it was true. The young man told him to ask the prince himself when he returned. The king thought about it because the hero could not know that his son had gone to the gorge. Alicia asked if her brother was okay. The guy assured her that he was okay and that the priest was now giving the prince first aid. His Majesty said that he would recognize his feet in the northern gorge. For this, he would receive the appropriate reward. The young man was a little upset, because the timer did not stop. Sekai sighed and asked the king to just do it. He had already saved his son from death, defeated the golem, brought the elf to his majesty. But the hero still had not completed the level. The man did not understand what he was talking about. Kuzuno bowed and politely asked to be given a real task. He hoped that something would be tougher than the monster-infested northern gorge. The king thought about it and said that such a test existed, but it might seem funny to the hero. The guy asked to tell him more about it. His Majesty blessed the hero for the mission of destroying the goblins that had settled in the ruins area to the west. He accepted the task. The princess approached the young man. She took his hand and thanked him for saving Will. Alicia was very sweet. The hero decided to take another look at her and lifted her dress. He was ready to get the countdown that was already boring him. Sekai said goodbye to the king and then asked what would happen to the jerk elf. The man replied that she would be sentenced to death. The boy asked if she would also have to fight the monster in the arena. His Majesty replied that this was their law. The young man asked the king for one request. The elf and Kuzuno walked together through the corridors of the castle. He noticed that the girl wanted to say something. The hero asked about the promise not to cast terrible spells, to which she nodded. When the gag was removed, the girl asked who he was and what he was going to do with her after he had begged the king for her. Sekai replied that it was nothing special. He simply had to take her with him, otherwise the elf would die. The girl replied that she would not perceive him as her savior. The elf was even less likely to thank him, since if it weren't for the hero, she would have quietly continued living in the gorge. The young man asked what he should do next. She replied to let her go, to which Kuzuno replied that he couldn't do that. The guy freed her hands from the ropes and said that he wanted to ask her to help him with one thing. Sekai looked at the girl's chest while recalling Ninya's words about them being long-lived. The elf confirmed this and warned him not to ask about her exact age. The young man stopped time. He couldn't resist the temptation because her big breasts were so tempting to him. The guy started to stroke her. Time was restored. The elf said that only a tactless person would ask a girl her age. The young man noticed her character. She instantly got angry because she felt that her clothes had slipped and asked if he had done something to her again. On the bridge, when they left the castle, they were met by Ninya. Sekai was surprised to see her, since it would have taken her at least half a day to return from the gorge, and asked what happened to Will's company. The girl replied that they split up after leaving the place because the guys were slow for her. The hero thought that speed was one of the thief's skills. Ninya asked what he was going to do now. Sekai replied that he had taken on a new quest, destroying the goblin lair. The thief was surprised that the king had sent a national hero to destroy goblins. The young man replied that she was overestimating him and that he had his own circumstances. The girl dropped the subject and said that she would show him the way. The boy pulled out a bag of coins and showed it to her. It was a reward for clearing the gorge. He wanted to pay back his debts first. Ninya told him to forget about it. Suddenly, someone called the hero. Before him stood warrior girls. One of them introduced herself as Claw Beltree and said that her brother owed him his life. Ninya warned the young man that before him stood a princess, the sister of Alicia and Will. The girl raised her sword and pointed it towards Sekai. Clow couldn't believe that while she was dealing with bandits at the border, some human could defeat a sandworm. However, the young man didn't care. He was about to leave, telling her to ask her father. One of the guards shouted, "How dare the boy address Her Majesty like that?" This began to irritate Kuzuno. The archer pulled the arrow. The hero immediately noticed that Clow was a beautiful girl, but the ammunition would be quite difficult to remove. Although he wanted to look at her, he did not want to waste time and energy on it. The young man wanted to leave, but an arrow stuck in the ground next to his foot. Clow challenged him. Sekai was angry because even he could die from an arrow in his back. The warrior doubted that the boy deserved the title of brave. She decided to check who he really was. The hero had no right to leave. Kuzuno didn't understand what she was talking about. The elf called him. She said that she didn't want to interfere in their squabbles, but warned that if the king's daughter drew her sword, he better not expect mercy. The young man asked if this was true, to which he received a positive answer. The elf explained that Clow had cast an attack spell on her sword, Lightning Sword. It was an extremely fashionable spell. The hero was surprised that the princess had prepared for their meeting in advance. The girl added that such a trick was often used by knights mages. Sekai began to get irritated. He said that the challenge she had thrown down could be compared to a pointed gun. The boy told her to stop pointing her sword at him. Clow asked what he would do if she didn't stop. The boy said she asked to be disarmed and stopped time. He approached the girl and decided to put away the sword first. However, it was difficult for him to hand out the iron glove. The hero thought about what if there were gloves in the city after all. The attack was called lightning. After 20 minutes, he managed to put the dangerous sword away. But judging by Clow's character, the guy assumed that this would not be enough to pacify her. Sekai began to remove the leather belt from her back, which was uncomfortable for dressing herself. Slowly, he removed her armor. Finally, the young man reached her chest, which, although slightly smaller than the elf's, was just as soft. Kuzuno took off all the clothes from the princess and restored the flow of time. The girl blushed and began to cover herself in shame. The guy said with a smile that he warned about disarming. The shooter was indignant. She pulled the bowstring and told the hero to say goodbye to life. The mage began to cast spells. The elf warned that it was a rare spell, Arrow of Inevitability, and the tip would likely be covered in poison. The boy could die. Sekai was angry and declared that they would all be disarmed. In a moment, the girls stand naked in front of the castle. The sorceress's mouth was gagged. Their clothes were neatly folded in front of them. Cloud didn't expect such an attack. Ninia said that Sekai is terrible. The princess asked what he had done to her and where her armor and weapons were. The guy replied that they were right in front of her. The hero assumed that the girl had not noticed her things because her armor was folded in the shape of a swan. Her sword was too dangerous, so he threw it into the moat where she could look for it. The other girls also noticed their carefully folded clothes. The shooter noticed that their underwear was not in its proper place. Sekai thought about how he shouldn't have arranged them by chest size so as not to get tangled up in the underwear. Ninia called him an enemy of the female gender. The hero justified himself by saying that it was better than killing each other. The elf heard this. Clow was very angry. In disgrace, the princess left with her people, saying that this time she was giving him a chance to leave. However, the girl warned that next time she would show the king the hero's true form. Sekai threatened that if she challenged him to a duel again, he would use his skill in the middle of the city. Clow left. Alicia watched them from the window. She saw how the young man had managed to avoid bloodshed by pacifying her hot-tempered sister. Now he seemed more like a wandering magician than a brave man. The guy said that they should hurry to the western ruins and asked Ninia where the elf was. The thief calmly replied that she had run away somewhere. The hero was shocked. The girl ran to the forest. Sekai appeared. He said that she should not be underestimated. The guy said he couldn't find the elf in a supposed radius, so he had to expand it. It took him 3 days to find her. The girl said she didn't understand what he was talking about. She wanted to leave, but her legs were already tied. Kuzuno noted that they had not yet met and introduced himself. The elf said that her name was Fury. The robe on her legs came undone. The young man was pleased that she was finally behaving well. The girl said that there was no point in their acquaintance. The guy asked why, to which Furia replied that she would soon be killed. Fury asked if he had ever thought about why she was hiding in a ravine full of monsters, hiding in a secret room and using a helmet as a guard. Sekai didn't even realize that the girl was hiding and was surprised. The elf said that she was eventually captured and taken to the king. This meant that everyone now knew about her location. The girl's life was in danger. At any moment, she could be attacked by armed mercenaries. She asked again if the young man understood her and repeated that they were trying to kill her. Suddenly, Nina jumped down from the tree. He was surprised to see her sudden appearance. The girl asked if Sekai had teleportation. The boy said he should be amazed because it took him 3 days to find Fury and the thief only 5 minutes. The girl replied that she was just good at it. Nina greeted the elf and introduced herself. She remained silent. The thief wanted to ask the hero what was going on. The girl led the boys to a man tied to a tree. The boy asked who he was. Taking a closer look, Sekai realized that they were assassins. Ninia pointed in the other direction. Hanging upside down in the tree was another hired killer who looked like the previous one. Ninia showed several more assassins who were connected in different ways. The thief showed the last man who was hung from a tree completely naked. His body was wrapped in ropes. Faria immediately remembered Bartini. Sekai asked if she knew him. The elf replied that he was a squad leader. Ninja asked if the boy had set up traps in the forest. He admitted that he had done it. The young man told her that when he stopped time and went looking for Furia, he came across these suspicious guys. They were hiding among the bushes and behind the tree crowns, so they were not easy to find. But as the boy found the assassins, he realized that they were trying to surround Furia. In the end, the boy tied them up so that the girl could decide for herself what to do with them. The elf said that she would take care of them and began to read the spell. She placed the crystal into the ground, from which a golem arose. The monster was large. It towered over the hanging assassin. Nini was delighted. Hearing the man's moans, Furia asked if he was going to beg for mercy. She reminded him of how they had attacked her village and killed her sister. After this, bandit sold the elf into slavery. She said that what she was going to do to him was only a small part of what the assassin really deserved. The Furies were going to kill him. The man was crushed. Ninja compared him to a watermelon. Sekai felt sick and vomited. All that was left of the bandit was a pool of blood. The young man turned to Furia in a weak voice. He asked if she would agree to go with him. The guy explained that he wasn't asking to become his woman. He was just proposing a mutually beneficial union. Kuzuno offered the same to Nina. The girl's eyes lit up. The elf wanted to say that she was against it, but the thief interrupted her. She hugged Fury and replied that they agreed. So much had happened, but with only 25 hours left on the timer, the hero began to doubt if he would succeed. When Sekai was still a prisoner and fighting a worm, he stopped time to find a sword that could kill the monster. The young man ran across the city. He ran to a hotel where a beautiful swordswoman was checking in. The hero immediately noticed that he would like to take a better look at her. The guy noticed her sword, which she handed over to the reception. On the table, he saw a receipt, which was signed by the swordswoman Lei Foy. As it turned out, the weapon also had the nickname Decapitator. Sekai looked under her clothes, asking if she would be willing to lend him her sword. When the hero took the sword, promising to return it, he forgot to dress the girl back. After restoring the flow of time, she stood absolutely head first in front of the hotel administrator. Lee felt ashamed and embarrassed. She cried out where her sword had gone and tried to hold back her tears. Ninya asked if the hero was heading to the western ruins that were taken over by goblins and offered her help. The boy replied that it would be enough to simply show him the way. The girl sighed and said that it was always difficult for her to explain anything. The young man stopped time. The next moment, he appeared before the girls with a map of the area and asked them to show him the route. Ninya asked if he always had the map with him, to which Sekai explained that he bought it in the city. The thief pointed to the ruins and asked if they were not coming with him. The player replied that he was going on his own. The young man had little time to spare. The timer showed 25,719. There was only 1 day left until the countdown ended. The hero knew that in the worst-case scenario he would die, and the only way to avoid that was to complete the level. Right now, Kuzuno had to focus on his mission. He would like to regret the time he wasted, like yesterday, when they arrived at the castle, which was eventually closed to visitors. Then the guards asked him to come back the next day. The boy did not want to believe it because he had been dragging the elf in a cart the entire long way. He aggressively demanded an audience with the king. However, Strahd stopped him and said that the king was resting and would not receive anyone. Sekai was angry. In the end, they had to spend the night together with Furia in the living room. She was bathing in the bathtub in the evening with a gag in her mouth, when the young man wanted not to miss the wonderful opportunity to look at her and stop time. He approached the girl and said that he was doing this out of concern for her and because she was a beautiful elf. The guy looked at her body with interest. As a result, when night fell, he had to sit until the morning doing nothing. Fury, meanwhile, was sleeping in bed. The hero hated waiting because he wanted to do something. The young man reached the ruins where he met no one. The place looked more like an archaeological dig than a goblin lair. He began calling out to the monsters. However, this was meaningless as time had stopped. Sekai began to walk around the area and search for monsters. After a while, he stopped and thought that the goblins might have left the place. The hero didn't want to believe that he would have to wait again for someone to show up. He decided that he could go and find the monsters himself, but the young man wasn't sure if they were the same monsters he was looking for. He assumed that he was in a real game world where events only happened at a certain time. However, if the guy was wrong, then all his previous attempts to stop time would be pointless. It reminded Kuzuno of the philosophy of those who are not good at games. They borrow coins to pay off other loans. He thought about it. The young man walked through the forest and came across goblins, which he immediately killed. The hero took out a map and marked the area he had cleared. He hunted around the area for 1 week. His level had risen to 9. Sekai thought that if he finished off all the goblins and returned to the king, his mission would be complete. He wanted to stay put and wait, but he reminded himself that in his world he was good at roaming. At night, the boy fell asleep in the forest, where a ninja found him and woke him up. He immediately remembered the time. The timer showed 20:31:36, and the player breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was cute that Fury had come for him, too. He asked the thief how things were going with the goblins. The girl said that they would come soon, which surprised the young man because he thought he had destroyed them all. Sekai assumed that they just appeared like in the game. A group of goblins led the imprisoned girls. Kuzuno didn't expect to see people. He wondered if there was a settlement nearby. He followed the goblins and saw that they were carrying a girl in their arms. As in any other game or anime, the monsters kidnapped only women. This did not surprise the young man. He noticed that a group of monsters were standing and watching as their brethren licked and touched the girls. Believe decided that it would be doubly pleasant for him to kill the goblins who enjoyed tormenting the people. Sekai swung his sword and cut down the group of monsters with 1 blow. His skills had improved significantly. He approached the goblins who were sitting near the fire and eating. The player destroyed them too. The hero himself was surprised at how strong his blows were. After he had sorted things out outside, the young man decided to go inside the ruins. There the guy saw a beautiful girl who was chained high to the wall. He restored the flow of time to meet the boss. A huge goblin king came out to him with a club. The monster roared. Sekai was pleased that he had found the one he needed. He took advantage of the pause. After the time Zol was restored, the goblin king was killed, and the girl was sitting without shackles. She covered herself with the remains of her clothes and wanted to ask the guy, but he quickly told her that she was free. The girl hugged him sharply and tearfully thanked him for saving her. She asked what her savior's name was. The young man introduced himself. He blushed because in her eyes, the high school student really felt like a hero. Ninja and Fury had entered the ruins. The thief asked if he had finished with the goblins. He answered positively. The girl noticed that the guy had finished quickly. While she admired her acquaintance, the elf stood silently. Furia wondered about Sekai's ability to stop time at will. The thief offered to escort the kidnapped girls to the city. The hero asked how they would do it. Ninia suggested going through the portal that was covered by plants. Kuzuno suggested that it was through this portal that the girls could get to the ruins. The hero said that they could handle it themselves and started to leave. The thief asked where he was going. The boy replied that he wanted to meet the king because this time he had cleared the level completely. Ninya did not understand what the boy meant. Time stopped and he disappeared in front of her. The girl sighed and said that Sekai only thought about himself. When Kuzuno reached the castle, the guards told him to come tomorrow morning for a visit. The boy got angry. He shouted that he had to meet the king urgently. The guards explained that he had a day off today and repeated that he should apply the next day. Sekai walked around the city, not understanding what was happening because for the 2nd day in a row he was denied an audience. But he had something to do. On the way, he saw Furia and Ninja, who was waving at him. Near them was the rescued girl who was talking to a man. As soon as she saw her savior, she threw herself into his arms. The man approached the boy and asked if this was the same person who saved her. The daughter answered positively. The father introduced himself as Cornelius, a local merchant. He wanted to show his gratitude by inviting Sekai to stay the night. The young man said he had other things to do. Fiona insisted because she wanted to thank her savior somehow. Kuzuno stopped time. He couldn't help but undress the girl to take a closer look at her. Afterwards, the young man restored the flow of time. Fury went forward. She offered to accept the invitation since the elf did not think that anyone would be against spending the night on warm and soft beds. The hero did not care. When night fell, the elf stood in the hallway and looked out the window. Sekai called her. He asked if she was still lying about his offer of cooperation, since she was still following him. The girl advised him not to hope and not to delude himself. The guy approached her and asked her to help him spend his time usefully. When Kuzuno arrived at the castle with his company, the king praised him for his work, as they had been receiving letters of gratitude from the rescued girls since early morning. The man said that the young man deserved a special reward. Sekai didn't understand why the countdown was still going on, because he was sure that he had killed the main brass of this level. The guy doubted if he had understood the rules correctly. When the street changed abruptly, dark clouds hung over the kingdom. The king rose from his throne in surprise. Kuzuno began to hope that perhaps this was a sign that he had succeeded after all. Suddenly, a multitude of fireworks colored the sky. Everyone watched it. The boy saw the sign that the level had been completed. The princess said that the fireworks were for the chosen one who was destined to save their world. Their hero was Kuzuno Sekai. The young man fell to his knees in relief. He had been right about everything after all. The joyful countdown had suddenly sped up. The timer updated to 71:59:58. He was given 3 days again. Alicia said she was impressed with Sekai. She approached the hero she had imagined. The princess asked him to defeat the Lord of Darkness. The guy couldn't resist and stopped time again to look under Alicia's clothes. He was surprised at the same time that he was destined to save the world. Nini appraised the hero for saving the world. The elf asked what he would do next. However, the guy himself did not know the answer to the question. He wondered where he should move on with the plot. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and was surprised by their meeting. It was the warrior that Sekai had saved from the golem. There was a disgruntled girl standing next to him. Klaus snorted and promised to show everyone the true nature of their savior. Will asked her not to be rude. Kuzuno stopped him, saying that it was okay because he couldn't take her seriously due to the lack of a sword and armor. Sekai stopped time. He decided to feel her breasts to get revenge. The guy was amused to see her stern look while he was doing this to her. The young man addressed her completely and examined her body. Then he reminded himself that now was not the time for this because the hero still had not figured out which step he should start the second level with. After Kuzuno restored the flow of time, the girl began to scold the hero. She told her brother that she had reasons to be rude to their savior. Cloud noticed that her clothes were filling her chest. Sekai asked Will if there were any monster-slaying missions. Will replied that after the golem test, the government's incident register was empty. However, the young man did not know what it meant. The warrior explained that these were appeals for help to the king. Kuzuno asked if this meant that there were petitions that were resolved by the people themselves. He answered affirmatively. Ninya said that there was a guild nearby that operated under the guise of an inn. They could take on some sort of quest there. The boys reached a place. Sekai hoped that they would be able to find a suitable task. The thief explained that adventurers come to the tavern to eat, rest, and take on another quest. The young man waved her off, saying that he knew that. The boy thought about the fact that there were guilds in this world too. Fury called the hero by name, which made him nervous. Kuzuno stopped time and started touching her breasts. When time was restored, the perceptive elf immediately guessed everything. The traveler stood in front of the wall with trials. She heard that the capital was quite calm, as there were almost no strong monsters. Hence, the profitable quests. The girl was not surprised that there were also few strong fighters. She knew that one shouldn't judge by appearances, but no one could deceive her. The adventurer was sure that no one could achieve the same mastery of the sword as she did. The girl could read people like books. She was surrounded by weaklings. She found the hardest quest among the rest, but it was easy for her. A drunk man approached the traveler and told her that this quest was so hard that no one had taken it for 6 months. He pointed to another task which involved catching 10 escaped roosters and said that would suit her. The girl said that it was foolish to judge a person by his appearance and asked what about his clothes. The man didn't understand. Before he could ask what was wrong with his clothes, the adventuress took out her sword and began cutting the clothes he was wearing. The t-shirt immediately fell to the floor in small rags. The girl said that she simply wiped the smile off his face. She added that if he could correctly evaluate the person in front of him, he would understand that he had a strong master in front of him. The traveler passed him and sat down at the bar. She knew she had to be careful in a place where she knew no one. At the inn, her sword suddenly disappeared, and a few minutes later it reappeared under her hand, which was very strange. A hero entered the tavern. He asked Fury what she wanted to say. The elf asked where aliens like him came from. The boy said that she wouldn't understand anyway. The girl thought the answer was stupid. The visitors were surprised to see a real dark elf. Sekai said that he wanted to ask her a question too, and asked how old she was. She got angry. Kuzuno noticed that the elf could recognize spells from a great distance. The girl explained that she had good hearing and moved her ears. The young man understood the surprise of people because dark elves were very rare. The boy suggested that Fury could wield a lightning sword and arrows of inevitability. Well, the girl said that he knew nothing about her. However, he was interested in seeing how elven girls wield magic. Suddenly, someone tripped the boy. He fell to the floor. The traveler who was watching the boys thought that he was a worthless adventurer. The drunk laughed and said that the hero was having a bad day. But the next moment the young man appeared behind him. With a smug smile, Sekai said that it was the man in his underwear that were having a bad day, and asked the adventurer, who was standing completely naked, to get dressed. The man tried to cover himself with his hands and screamed as it happened. The adventurer's comrades appeared in front of Kuzuno. They were ready to protect their friend. The guy advised the girl to put the knife away. The hero threatened that otherwise he would have to use disarming on them. The girl was not going to give in, and her friend recognized the young man as the prisoner who defeated the sandworm with one blow. The girl ended up naked in the middle of the tavern. Nini reproached Sekai for undressing people again. The guy didn't think it was a bad thing because no one got hurt. The visitors began to look at the girl and assess her form. She tried to cover herself. The adventuress who was watching him was surprised that the guy undressed the adventurers in an instant. The guys approached the wall with the quest and began to choose a challenge, but the tasks were strange and easy: cleaning the house, catching 10 escaped roosters, finding the wife. Sekai began to doubt that clearing the second level could start from here, but an easy task could lead them to something big. It seemed like he would have to go through everything. A traveler approached them and said that she could give them a difficult quest. She herself would take something else. The girl said she could give in. They would have to explore a tower infested with monsters. Nini admired her beauty. Sekai immediately recognized the weapon as the sword he had used to defeat the worm and turned to her. She asked how the boy knew her. Kuzuno was worried if the swordswoman figured out that he was the one who took her sword. The young man was sure that he had carefully repaired the weapon when he returned it, but he forgot to put it back on after restoring time. Sekai tried to explain to her that she was a world-famous woman. The girl did not really believe him, because she came from a mountain village located in the west. The swordswoman understood from the hero's physique that it was he who stole her sword and undressed her. The guy had a bad feeling. He put his hand in his pocket with the joystick, intending to stop time. However, the young man did not have time. He felt a sharp pain in his stomach. As it turned out, the hero was wounded. Blood was coming from the cut. Because of the pain, the pale Sekai fell to his knees. He just wanted to stop time and he was immediately wounded. Kuzuno didn't even know what to say and what would happen to him. Time stood still. The swordswoman stood in a confident attacking stance. The guy was not ready to fight her. He could not believe that the girl could defeat time itself. While time was stopped, Sekai walked through the streets of the city. He knew that the swordswoman had figured out how the boy was able to defeat the adventurers who attacked them. The young man understood her tactics. Attack before the enemy had time to do anything. He was afraid. Kuzuno reached the church. He didn't care what religion it preached. He saw a temple attendant who could cure him. The schoolboy decided to entrust his life to her. Before he restored time, he looked up her skirt. The swordswoman swung her sword through the air. The young man in front of her vanished. For her, these were miracles, but it meant victory. She knew that the blow was quite heavy and assumed that the guy had already died. Ninja was surprised by her comrade's disappearance. Furia said that Sakia got what he deserved. She suggested looking for his body on the street. However, at that moment, a young man grabbed the swordswoman by her bare chest. He asked if she was truly confident of her victory. Ninia exclaimed. The adventurer reached for her sword, but it was useless as it was not in its sheath. Sekai said that he had already sorted out her equipment. The girl stood almost naked in the middle of the tavern. Kuzuno wanted to tell her not to move, but suddenly he got a punch to the nose. The hero called her cruel. He took off her panties. After being wounded, the young man came to a novice who healed him with magic. However, she was not such a strong magician, so the wound did not heal completely. He had to stop time again and stitch up his wound with his own hands. After Sekai, he spent a long time toning his muscles. Although he was healthy now, the recovery itself took a whole month. The swordswoman broke his nose in a second. The young man was not going to forgive that. The flow of time was restored after he dressed it. The hero knelt down and asked the girl for forgiveness for taking her sword without asking, although with its ability he can do anything. The visitors were surprised by what was happening. The swordswoman thought. Her clothes and decapitator were returned to her, and Sekai's deep wound and the word pus on his nose healed in an instant. Although he did not have time for restoration magic, the girl felt that the guy's level would barely be enough to handle the goblins. However, instead of apologizing, he could just kill her. She became the great swordswoman she always dreamed of being too early. The adventurer did not believe that there was a person more talented than her. Her sword-drawing speed is faster than the human eye's reaction time. The swordswoman's strike is feared as an invisible sword, but she is slower than the guy whose movements remain a mystery to everyone. The girl trembled at the thought that there was a fast and strong man in front of her. It excited her. The swordswoman headed for the exit and said that she forgave him. Sekai asked if she was telling the truth. She replied that she was telling only the truth. The girl gave the quest to the boys. The swordswoman introduced herself as Lifa and asked the boy's name. He introduced himself. She left the tavern saying that she would remember him. Lifa promised that someday his blood would become rust on her sword. When the swordswoman left, Sekai sighed in relief. Ninya asked what kind of cheap apology that was, since the guy had treated Lifa so cruelly. Kuzuno asked if she could say something better. The hero recalled that the swordswoman had almost killed him. It was hard for him to save himself from death. The thief did not understand how such a wizard could be afraid of anything. Fury was surprised that such a serious wound healed in an instant. The guy said that they should sort out the quests as soon as possible. He discussed the task with the roosters with Ninya. The elf wondered if the young man had stopped time to treat his wound. Psyche advised the girl to eat while he went on business. When the thief and Fury received their orders, Ninja said that the food looked delicious. She said bon appetit and started eating. Suddenly, the hero appeared in front of her, having finished his business. The thief asked what exactly. The young man replied that he was doing quests. When the girl noted that only 20 minutes had passed, time stopped. He angrily picked up Ninja's shirt and shouted that he had spent much more time on this. The guy took off her panties and said that not everyone could handle this job. Although time was stopped, the search was still difficult. He restored the flow of time and said that after lunch, they would go to carry out the task left by the swordswoman. Suddenly, Fury and Ninya found themselves in a different place. The thief asked where they were, to which the elf explained that it was the Eastern Tower. The hero praised her for her broad outlook and explained that the quest would take place here. Fury asked if he had stopped time and transported them here himself in 3 days. The guy noticed the elf's insight because he hadn't even told her directly about his ability. The girl asked if he had touched her again. The young man justified himself by saying that he needed to transport them somehow. If they had walked, they would have spent 3 days on the way, thus missing the mission. Fury asked where the hero was in such a hurry. Sekai said that even if he had to stop time for 1,000 days, not even a second would pass in this world. He had to complete the task in 3 days according to their time. The guy suggested hurrying up and capturing the fortress. The group of travelers entered the tower surrounded by statues. Ninya noted that it was empty, devoid of anyone but the tasteless sculptures. They couldn't find any traces of any presence in the building. There were no remains of food, no traces of a fire, not even a trace of dust disturbed by footsteps. It looked as if no one had lived there for years. Meanwhile, Furia began to ponder the celestial beings she'd only heard of in legends. She noted that these places had once flourished and even been considered a resort, but now there were no traces of life left. They began to explore the area. They came to an unexpected discovery, a hot spring. The group carefully examined the chamber, noting that it was partially built into the tower. Sekai looked at one of the statues in surprise and wondered why there was a spring there at all. The boy accidentally touched one of the statues and felt warmth. He was surprised as he hadn't expected stone to feel like that. Furia knew the horrifying truth. These were not mere statues. They had once been living people, now frozen forever in stone. Their faces, contorted with horror, told of a moment when they realized their fate, and real people turned to stone. The realization shocked him. He tried to scrutinize their faces, hoping to catch even a hint of emotion, but their expressions were frozen in eternal agony. It was a curse from which there was no escape. Sekai continued their investigation. The boy confirmed with alarm that the figures did indeed look too realistic, as if they were frozen people. In turn, the girl noticed that it was forbidden to go into the Eastern Tower, and perhaps this was due to a curse. After examining the figures, the young man realized he'd never encountered such a terrifying phenomenon before. At that moment, Ninya hastened to inform him that there was a male side of the spring further on, which didn't exactly excite the young man. Fury pointed to the stairs leading up, warning that there might be monsters there. She wondered if the young man could handle it, if he truly had the ability to stop time. He only hoped his abilities would help. He remembered the last time he descended into a cave and nearly found himself in a hopeless situation. He didn't want to repeat that experience, but they had no other choice. They found themselves inside the tower, and the boy realized that going up and down the stairs would be tiring. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to him, a helper who could assist them. This would have to be a creature possessing exceptional abilities, loyalty, and intelligence. The boy pondered his ability to stop time. He realized that he wasn't the only one who could move through frozen time, meaning they needed someone who could help move the others. Sekai wondered if someone else possessed magic that could stop time. Would they lose the ability to use it in a frozen world? At that moment, he wondered if he could use magic even in this state. He didn't have an answer yet. The boy realized that he too could learn magic, although his level was still 0. For this, he would just need to study it better. He suggested Furia use her powers to create a golem that could lift them up. It was their only chance to climb higher without wasting their energy. To this, the girl with a slight smile again reminded Sekai of the impossibility of what he had planned. He merely smirked, pointing out that something had happened then, and now the situation could change. The conversation was charged with the tension between logic and stubbornness, as the boy clearly had no intention of giving in. The young man remembered how they had spent the previous night at the merchant Cornelius's mansion. Then he decided to ask the girl about something. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. An assistant who could help them, teaching him how to create golems that could solve many problems. If everything worked out, they would have a reliable ally. However, she abruptly refused, declaring it impossible. He was surprised by such a categorical answer and hoped to find out the reason. Sekai insisted he was willing to spend any amount of time learning. Furia explained that he simply couldn't learn it because it was currently impossible. He was surprised since magic was an innate ability. Furia explained to the young man that he would be unable to learn now, implying that this was possible in the future. He remained surprised and understood little of the situation. Then she offered to explain everything in more detail so he could understand the essence. She started with the basics, explaining the principles of creation, management, and limitations, so he could grasp all the nuances and use this knowledge in the future. She explained that to master earth magic, one had to become a follower of the goddess Antora and receive her blessing and knowledge. This took about 3 years. The boy was stunned by the complexity of the process. Besides, the church where this could be done was only open during the day, which meant he couldn't get there now. Sekai, for his part, couldn't fully understand the girl's complex explanations. He felt there were too many details in her words, and ultimately decided to figure it out through practice, relying on his intuition. The only thing he understood from Furia's story was that the lock didn't work at night. But he had his own vision of that. But now he had a new idea. He wondered if he could apply the knowledge he gained in his own way by changing his approach. If standard methods weren't working, it was worth trying something unconventional and risky. He obtained the religious laws of Entiura, which he had purchased from the capital's church. This changed everything, for with this knowledge he could find a way to circumvent the restrictions and achieve his goal. The guy said that he had just finished reading and confidently declared that he had understood the religious texts. Ninya hadn't expected him to be so hard-working. She'd always considered him lazy and carefree. But now she saw him working hard, sparing no effort. This filled her with genuine admiration. At this moment, Fury tried to hurt the young man's pride by reproaching him for the superficiality of the knowledge he had received. She held the scroll in her hands, confirming her role as a master of the technique. Her status as a priestess granted her special powers, and she understood her responsibility. However, her expression remained reserved, as if she doubted what was happening. Sekai confidently handed the girl a book, declaring that he had studied the doctrines of Intora. He asked for her blessing, hoping his knowledge would prove sufficient. Furia looked at him carefully, assessing the seriousness of his intentions. Furia sighed heavily at the insistence of her interlocutor. She didn't want to delve into the conversation, but she knew it couldn't be avoided. Despite her obvious irritation, her words indicated a willingness to explain the situation. The master looked at him doubtfully. He looked different than usual. If his behavior had seemed strange before, now his gaze was honest and pure. She understood the situation was serious, but she continued to hesitate. Should she trust him, risking the possible consequences? However, despite her doubts, she placed her hand on his head, beginning the ritual. The boy, realizing the importance of the moment, knelt down, awaiting the outcome. The girl warned him against deceiving the goddess. If she deemed him unworthy, the consequences could be unpredictable. Furia feared the goddess would simply ignore them. If that happened, their entire undertaking would be pointless, and any hope of help would be dashed. She clenched her fists, trying to hide her anxiety. All this time, Ninya watched silently. She didn't interfere, merely observed attentively, assessing the situation. Her eyes betrayed curiosity, but also a slight doubt about the success of their undertaking. The master, upon learning that the boy had learned the laws, could only offer words of faith in him and his word. She understood that everything now depended solely on him, and she hoped he would live up to her expectations. Furia, believing in the boy's resolve, gave him a magic stone and allowed him to try it. She noted that he had only a limited supply of magic, so he needed to use it carefully. He accepted the stone gratefully. Sekai began the summoning ritual. His hands trembled as he recited the ancient incantations. Standing next to him, Ninya noted with surprise that he was reciting the text in an ancient language, a rarity. The air began to feel the movement of magical energy, and the earth began to react to the spell. A moment later, the magic worked. The air around them vibrated, and the ground beneath their feet began to tremble slightly, heralding the arrival of something new. And a figure emerged from the ground. All three froze in anticipation. They watched with bated breath as a silhouette slowly formed from the stone surface, gradually taking on a clear outline. The guy looked at his success in shock. He really managed to create something, although he himself did not fully believe in his own strength. A small, compact golem stood before them. Its smooth surface shimmered in the light, and its eyes glowed with a faint, magical light. It was still inexperienced, but already ready to carry out orders. Sekai and Furia examined it critically, noting that its magical powers were limited and therefore the results were modest. Nevertheless, it was a true golem. The delighted youth attempted to establish contact with it, introducing himself as its creator. He proudly observed his creation, hoping it would immediately recognize him and accept his command. But the golem moved away from him with a sharp movement. It didn't even glance at the young man, as if it hadn't heard his words at all, and instead headed in the other direction. He ran up to Fury, mistaking her for his master. The golem stopped in front of her, awaiting commands. The girl looked at him in confusion, realizing something had gone wrong. But suddenly the created golem disintegrated, leaving behind only a pile of rubble. The girl asked doubtfully if he was dead. The boy thought his mana was depleted, but if the magic stone remained intact, then he could continue training. The master noted that while his skills were not yet developed enough, with time he would be able to create more resilient creatures. The boy realized that everything depended only on him. While his mana was recovering, he decided not to give up and continue training. Full of determination, he declared that he would practice until he succeeded. He understood that more diligence was needed. He began the ritual again, summoning a new golem before the majestic tower. Magical energy coalesced around him, and the earth trembled, bending to his will, forming a new stone figure. As the magic began to take effect, he was delighted to realize that the process had indeed worked. This time, Fury wasn't around, so he decided to take the chance to perfect his spell on his own. After all, he was now the only one who could give him instructions without being distracted by others. This allowed him to fully concentrate on the process, testing how well he had mastered the art of golem creation. For him, training was important progress, motivating him to keep going. He felt his skills improving and his confidence growing with each successful attempt. However, his joy was short-lived. The new golem suddenly collapsed right in front of him. Sekai exclaimed in shock as it fell apart again. But this time the result was better. Unlike the first golem, this one held out for at least a moment, and the young man couldn't stop gazing at his creation. He watched with pride as the golem moved confidently, carrying out his commands without the slightest error. Sekai proudly noted that this specimen was far superior to the previous ones. He promised that next time he would create an even stronger one, fully understanding the importance of constant training. After 5 days of rigorous training, he finally achieved success. Each session brought him closer to perfection, and now his creation was no longer just a static being, but a fully fledged assistant. The new golem was noticeably stronger and could move freely. Its stone body became more solid and its movements smoother. It now looked truly powerful and stable. Each time Genkidi could pick up and lower ever heavier stones. His strength increased and his precision reached incredible levels, allowing him to perform complex tasks effortlessly. He encouraged his golem despite its small size, believing that it would succeed. Sekai enthusiastically declared that it was time to conquer the tower. His voice was confident and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He was ready for a new challenge. He then ordered him to pick up the things. The golem responded instantly, moving toward the baggage, obeying its creator's command without question. And he instantly obeyed the command. His movements were precise and confident, demonstrating how much he had developed during his training. Now he was ready for a real adventure. But the golem changed its trajectory again and ran toward Fury. The girl watching the scene noted with surprise that the student actually resembled his teacher. The group began to climb the stairs inside the tower. The golem carried their belongings, making their journey easier. Meanwhile, Sekai stopped time, using his ability to control the situation and make the girls' lives easier. The climb was long, but the team steadily moved toward the summit. The young man noted that this part of the tower resembled a dungeon where dangers could lurk. On the second floor, they were met by a mysterious object resembling a sarcophagus. He wondered if this object was a monster or simply a mechanical obstacle blocking their progress. The boy began examining the strange structure, trying to understand its nature. It looked unusual, as if it were part of a mechanism hiding something important. He debated whether to attack her with his sword or try throwing something inside. However, he was unnerved by the feeling that he might be facing a living golem. Suddenly, he noticed something suspicious, and his wariness heightened. A faint light flickered along the edge of the floor, hinting at a hidden mechanism. He instantly tensed, realizing something was wrong. Suddenly, the floor beneath the golem collapsed, revealing a hidden trap. The stone slabs vanished in an instant, and the golem's massive body began to plummet into the unknown. Sekai, peering through the hole, shouted his name in panic, realizing the tower was full of hidden mechanisms. Furia warned the others to be careful, as there could be more traps around. The situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. The girls ended up at the bottom, falling into the pond, which saved them from serious injury. The guy breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were lucky. Now they had to get out and continue their journey. He looked at his companions and wondered if the golem was okay. If he was, then his things were also safe. The young man realized that the traps in this tower were deadly. They were carefully designed to catch even the most experienced adventurers off guard. A mistake could cost them their lives. He thought that if he fell into one of them, stopping time would not help him, and he might actually die. He teleported everyone back to the same floor, deciding to send the golem ahead. Using it as a scout seemed the most sensible solution, as it could withstand most traps. To ensure a safe path, he followed him cautiously. Every step was measured, and his gaze carefully scanned his surroundings for any new threats. On each floor, he sent the golem first to survey the area. Genkidi walked ahead, checking the floor for traps, while Sekai watched his progress closely, ready to intervene at any moment. The golem then transported the two companions, allowing them to move without wasting energy. This method allowed them to explore the tower without the risk of stumbling into another trap, while Sekai himself monitored the process, keeping the situation under control. The heroes continued to climb the tower, but the path was filled with deadly traps. Sharp spikes protruded everywhere, and the walls were littered with the remains of those who had failed the trials. Every place in this tower was a trap. Sekai realized that this path was the only safe one, albeit incredibly difficult. The golem, led by the young man, found itself on the brink of destruction on every floor. The traps grew ever more complex, and every step could be its last. However, Sekai continued to move forward, relying on the strength of his creation. After a long journey, the team finally reached the top of the tower. The girls exhaled heavily, looking around. The place seemed empty and ominous. Nenia asked where they were, to which the young man calmly replied that they were standing at the very top. Time froze again, allowing him to express his indignation. He was outraged and explained to the immobilized girl that the journey had taken him about a week. Furia was surprised that Sekai had used his ability again. However, the boy himself remained calm, knowing that achieving a goal always requires patience. They discovered a huge statue seemingly ordinary at first glance. However, Furia noticed that it was not just a stone figure, but a gargoyle. Sekai assumed someone had knocked the statue over with a blow. The marks on the floor indicated a powerful force had been applied to it. This meant there might be someone else in the tower besides them. The girl was surprised because usually such creatures were not frozen but acted as guards. The young man noted that the gargoyles were extremely durable and destroying one was no easy task. He said he fought one all day before finally defeating it. Fury was amazed by his persistence and called him abnormal, to which he only grinned. They approached a gate without handles or locks. The young man explained that to open it, they would need to defeat a gargoyle. However, the gates remained closed, despite the presence of a defeated statue lying nearby. This aroused their suspicions. Perhaps they were yet to face a more powerful foe. Soon Nenia noticed something strange. She couldn't understand how someone had managed to remove the statue so neatly, or why the gates remained closed after it was removed. Sekai assumed the gargoyle was acting as a switch, and all they could do was wait. There was a pleasant aroma in the air, and they realized that someone was cooking nearby. To their surprise, the source of the smell was a cauldron where an unusual dish was being cooked. It turned out to be the golem Gankides. The boy admitted to teaching him how to cook and offered everyone some food before moving on. Ninja tried it with delight and was amazed by the taste. The assistant told about the secret ingredient, curry spice. Furia cautiously tasted Genkidi's dish. The flavor was unexpected, slightly spicy but pleasant. Ninja tasted it with delight and was amazed by the flavor. She didn't expect such a simple dish to be so rich and flavorful, savoring every bite. The assistant revealed the secret ingredient, curry powder. Its spicy flavor added a special depth to the food, making it not only delicious but also memorable. In turn, Sekai told them that as he moved up the tower's floors, he found cumin and nutmeg in the market. The young man noted that when he had free minutes to rest, Genkidi studied and practically became a first-class chef. Furia continued eating, savoring every bite. Her face expressed rare satisfaction, and her soft smile revealed that she was completely immersed in the taste of the dish. Nenia noted with surprise that this was the first time she'd seen her eat with such pleasure. Furia had always eaten with restraint, showing no emotion. But now she looked happy, thoroughly enjoying her meal. The girl, though embarrassed, couldn't hide her delight. Bagai asked with a grin if she really liked it, to which she nodded silently, completely immersed in the taste of the unusual dish. And then she replied that the dish was indeed quite good. Though her voice held her usual reserve, a glimmer of pleasure flashed in her eyes. She reluctantly admitted that she hadn't tasted such delicious food in a long time. Sekai was pleasantly surprised and flattered by Fury's words. While they were eating, they suddenly heard a loud flapping of wings and a piercing scream. Nenia remarked that it sounded like the call of a huge bird. The boy also heard the sound and raised his head, listening. Something large and dangerous was nearby, and they had to figure out what they were up against. The young man recalled that in the tower they had encountered only petrified people and monsters. This gave him a disturbing thought. Perhaps that same terrifying boss had now appeared on the roof. Meanwhile, a huge winged monster, the boss, was waiting for them on the tower's roof, hovering at the summit. The creature spread its wings menacingly, its silhouette standing out against the sky. The giant basilisk spread its wings. This creature had the ability to turn enemies to stone. And Sekai stopped time. Everything around him froze, allowing him to carefully consider his actions before striking. To assess the situation, realizing how dangerous their enemy was, he couldn't figure out how to defeat the monster, as conventional methods were insufficient. The young man attacked the basilisk, but realized that it was level 9, making it incredibly strong. But all his attempts at attack were in vain. The enemy remained unharmed, as if protected from the effects of time. Sekai realized with bewilderment that his ability was useless here. He considered whether he should let the enemy get closer. If he could attack at the right moment, he might find a weak spot. But the risk was too great. But Furia warned him. She worriedly said that if the enemy got too close, the boy wouldn't have time to use his ability. And then this situation would become even more dangerous. If he flies too close, Sekai won't have time to use his ability. Furthermore, if he petrifies during the time stop, he'll remain petrified forever. Despite the risk, the boy remained calm. He confidently declared that he would be careful. Looking at the tower from the outside, he wondered how long this curse could have existed here. Perhaps the time cessation was connected to something more fundamental. Before entering battle, the young man began building fortifications. He knew he couldn't hold out long without protection, so he decided to prepare in advance. He hammered each blow echoing loudly, and the fortifications slowly but surely grew stronger. And he built a ladder on the roof of the tower. The extra height could have been decisive in battle, allowing him to control the situation and repel enemy attacks. The golem Gankiti helped him carry stones. The boy decided that preparation for battle could be the decisive factor in their victory. Sekai looked at his construction, noting that it resembled Minecraft blocks. He wasn't sure if it would help in battle, but he knew he wasn't going to give up so easily. Meanwhile, the basilisk hovered above the roof, frozen in time. Its wings were outstretched, and its eyes remained menacingly open, as if it still sensed the enemy's presence. And the golem continued to build the ramp, preparing for battle. His massive hands deftly placed stones, creating fortifications that could play a decisive role in the coming battle. The assistant completed the construction of a ramp that would aid in combat. Now the young man could use it to rapidly gain altitude or evade his attacks by maneuvering on the roof of the tower. After all, the guy could get closer to the creature using them as support. He calculated every step, knowing that the slightest mistake could cost him his life. But this was his best chance to attack. The basilisk still hovered in the sky, ready to attack. The young man stood before the monster, mentally calculating his next attack. Sekai rushed forward, knowing he'd have a hard time dealing without Gankiti. There was no time to think. He aimed straight at the giant bird, intending to deliver the finishing blow. Sword at the ready, he leaped to the enemy, ready to cleave him. The blade flashed through the air and his gaze was full of determination. He had to strike precisely before the monster could move. The young man's hands began to crust over with stone as he gripped the sword. The realization of what was happening filled him with shock and bewilderment. He realized something had gone wrong, but it was too late. He prepared to deliver the final blow to the basilisk, but its body began to rapidly harden. He realized he was trapped in his own spell and had almost no time to correct it. The basilisk, suspended in time, was also motionless. Its massive body remained suspended in midair, its wings remaining spread. Sekai wondered if it was possible for a mage with the ability to stop time to cast spells while the world was frozen. The thought perplexed him. He admitted he had proven the possibility of performing magic during the pause in time. This violated all the laws of magic, and now the outcome of the battle depended on who would be the first to use this unique ability. The boy realized that, despite the time freeze, the petrification wave had already been released. His expression conveyed shock and the realization of his mistake. While attempting to attack the enemy, the young man realized he had trapped himself in a stone trap. His body began to turn to stone, and he realized he had made a critical mistake. And standing with his sword raised, but he realized that his heart was beginning to freeze. His body was becoming covered in a stone crust, and he realized that he had ruined everything. His final thoughts reflected despair. He had stopped not only time but his own life as well. A stone transformation had engulfed him completely. Silence fell over the tower once again. The enormous structure stood like a silent witness to what had happened, concealing the boy's tragedy within. It was the decisive moment of a battle that never happened. A frozen scene of an epic battle atop a high tower. A huge basilisk, frozen near a stone platform, hovered with outstretched wings. Sekai stood with his sword raised, his body already beginning to become encrusted with stone. A miscalculation had resulted in him becoming a victim of the curse. He tried with all his might to resist the inevitable, but the petrification process was irreversible. Furia and Ninya, trapped in a magical time freeze, were also motionless. They could neither move nor speak, remaining mute witnesses to the unfolding battle. They couldn't intervene, but merely waited to see what would happen next. Their gazes were frozen, but if time had moved, they would have revealed tense anticipation and anxiety about the outcome of the battle. Far from the tower, other events were unfolding. The world was not standing still beyond its walls. People were preparing for the inevitable, uncertain how the fateful battle would end. The king and his advisors discussed the situation. They analyzed the latest news, trying to understand the consequences of the basilisk's awakening and whether they should prepare for the worst-case scenario. Alicia looked worried in her luxurious chambers. Her thoughts were preoccupied with what was happening far beyond the palace, and a premonition told her that something had gone wrong. While the princess was preparing for bed, she seemed unaware of the truly disturbing events taking place beyond the walls. At the same time, Sekai suddenly woke up, fell to his knees. He tried to understand what had happened. He couldn't believe his survival. Just a moment ago, he'd been sure he was doomed, but by some miracle, he was alive. He'd been frozen during the pause, and how had he managed to free himself? This question haunted him. His body should have remained trapped, but now he stood here, breathing deeply. There was no sign of anyone around who could help. Inner fear mingled with surprise. The boy rushed to the edge of the tower, trying to find his faithful golem. If he too was freed, it could mean that their connection was stronger than he thought. And below, sprawled on the ground, lay the motionless body of the basilisk. The battle was over, but what had happened while it was encased in stone remained unclear. The young man discovered the basilisk's body lying on the ground. The enormous creature was motionless, its body radiating an ominous silence. It no longer posed a threat, but a feeling of unease persisted. He was in shock from what had happened. No matter how hard he tried to recall the final moments of the battle, something felt wrong. Victory brought no joy, but only left a feeling of emptiness. Gankiti, his faithful golem, was destroyed, swapping places with the defeated monster. Meanwhile, his companions assessed the situation, pondering what to do next. Sekai and his crew realized that Gankiti no longer existed. It had disintegrated, its stone fragments scattered across the ground. And looking at the remains, he understands that everything is irreversible, realizing that fate has turned upside down and swapped them. It was with regret that the realization came that the golem was no more. His faithful assistant, who had protected him in battle, had vanished without a trace. It was a loss he was not prepared for. At this time, Ninya wonders if it is possible to recreate it again. But the guy understands that without the magic stone, this is impossible. And the magic stone too was likely shattered. Without it, restoring the golem was impossible. This realization brought bitterness after all. He had lost not just a servant, but a faithful companion. Sekai looked at Furia with concern, doubting her words. The girl, however, confidently insisted on her own, confirming her knowledge. He was surprised by her determination, but he couldn't shake his doubts. Furia raised her hand and spoke with concentration, saying she knew a spell that could help. Her face was tense, but her voice was confident, as if she knew exactly what she was doing. The others waited impatiently. The group gathered around the dead basilisk. The boy noticed a strange glow on its body. No one could figure out what exactly was glowing, but everyone sensed it was something important. The Fury began uttering mysterious words. Inspecting the basilisk's body, Furia noticed that the feathers had softened the blow. She reported this, confirming that the stone inside remained intact. The others were surprised, as this meant that all was not yet lost. She held up the glittering crystal, confirming that the find was indeed intact. The young man looked surprised but delighted. The others watched him with relief, realizing their chances of success had increased. Sekai decisively activated his spell, summoning a golem. The entire castle shook as the magic took effect. The stone walls trembled, creating a sense of foreboding. Everyone froze in anticipation. At that moment, a mysterious stone object slowly materialized on the ground, surrounded by the crackling of magical energy. It seemed to be awaiting awakening, radiating a mysterious power. Sekai rushed toward his newly created golem, hugging it tightly as if it were a dear friend. He joyfully called out its name, rejoicing at the successful summoning. The young man continued to cling to the golem while Ninja joyfully told him the good news. The people trapped in the springs had regained their freedom. The boy froze, surprised by his ally's words. He couldn't believe his actions had such far-reaching consequences. But the girl confirmed that the women's bathhouse was back in operation and all the enchanted people were now free. This was unexpected but pleasant. While Furio watched silently as Sekai finally realized how important his intervention had been. Time stood still again. Realizing he now had a chance to relax, he joyfully rushed toward the women's bathhouse, not hiding his anticipation. He loudly declared his intention, heedless of the possible consequences. Lifa approached the ancient temple, noting that everything had turned out as the council had said. Her thoughts were focused on who her opponent would be, for the swordswoman was not accustomed to easy battles. As she surveyed the ruins, she noticed a huge seal that had been damaged. Someone had attempted to break it, perhaps intending to release something terrible. Lefea knew danger lay ahead. Sensing a hidden threat, the girl stopped and spoke. She demanded that the creature stop hiding. Her intuition told her that a creature of darkness was lurking nearby, waiting for the right moment to attack. Something terrifying emerged from the darkness, a black slime with glowing eyes and a toothy maw. It moved slowly toward the girl, leaving sticky trails in its wake. The monster was clearly connected to the broken seal. Lifa stood silently opposite, watching as the dark creature grew, as if trying to encircle her. She knew this wouldn't be a simple fight. She'd likely have to use all her strength to defeat this nightmare. A gelatinous creature rose from a black puddle, its eyes glowing and its body writhing, emitting eerie sounds. It trembled, as if sensing danger approaching. Dark slime flowed downward, creating a tense atmosphere. The girl watched the monster with a slight smile. She looked at it without fear, calling it pathetic. There was no fear in her eyes, only confidence and a readiness to fight this creature. The monster lunged forward, its liquid body spreading across the ground, its enormous teeth bared in a terrifying grin. Sharp tentacles lashed out, trying to reach their target. The shockwave from its attack tore through the air. Lifa confidently dodged the flying clots of slime. Her movements were precise and polished, as if she had anticipated her enemy's every move. The liquid mass sank into the ground with a dull thud, but failed to hit its target. Her steps were light but determined. The ground beneath her feet was covered in a spreading black ooze that tried to cling to her ankles. Yet she continued moving, showing no sign of awe in her ominous surroundings. The woman stepped forward confidently, but suddenly black slime rushed toward her from both sides as if a trap had sprung. She was gripped by the threat. Instead of panic, her movement showed complete confidence. In the blink of an eye, swords flashed around her, cutting through the attacking slime. The blades moved so fast they left trails in their wake. A deadly whirlwind of blades tore through the dark tentacles, leaving the monster no chance to get any closer. She grinned, holding her sword in a fighting stance. After all, there wasn't a monster she couldn't kill with her decapitator. Torn pieces of slime flew off, emitting a last glimmer of life force. Inside the dark cave, Lifa assumed a fighting stance. Stalactites loomed over her, creating an ominous atmosphere. Her gaze was fixed on her opponent, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword tightly. Her body radiated fighting determination. Suddenly the ground shook. The walls began to tremble as the slimy monster unleashed earthquake magic. This wasn't according to her plan. The enemy's destructive power was greater than she expected. The girl stepped carefully across the trembling ground, watching the chaotic movements of the black liquid. She had never encountered anything like it before. The vibrations emanated from the creature of darkness, as if it were one of its special abilities. With a slight smile, Lifa assessed her opponent's attack and flawlessly parried the blows, swinging her sword. Her blade sliced through the black liquid, preventing it from getting any closer. She called her enemy a fool, certain he would die destroying the cave. The creature let out an ominous shriek, extending its tentacles forward. It had no intention of retreating and decided to go on the offensive, gathering its strength for a more powerful attack. The air was thick with menace, but Li Fei remained focused. The swordswoman instantly reacted to her enemy's movement, spinning again in a deadly dance. However, this time the enemy was faster. She realized the fight wouldn't be as easy as she thought. The pace of the fight rapidly increased. Leafa noticed that the monster wasn't simply attacking. It was deliberately causing an earthquake, aiming to destroy the magical seal. She realized that her enemy wasn't just aiming to kill her, but to unleash something even more dangerous. The girl realized the seal still held the monster within. As long as it remained intact, the creature couldn't escape. However, the situation was precarious, and she knew she had little time left. She realized that if the seal were broken, the cave would collapse, burying her. However, the monster's liquid body could escape through the cracks, making the situation even more dangerous. LaFay foresaw the potential threat. With a slight smile, the girl reassessed the situation. It hadn't been difficult for her to recognize her opponent's cunning. But despite his well-thought-out plan, she felt no fear and considered his actions foolish. The cave began to collapse, and the swordswoman, using her speed and agility, rushed forward. She moved gracefully among the falling stones, sword at the ready, knowing the decisive moment had arrived. With lightning speed, she rushed forward, delivering sharp blows. Each movement of her blade struck the enemy, destroying parts of him. The battle grew increasingly intense, but she maintained her composure, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. The girl quickly pushed off the ground, making a lightning-fast dash forward, avoiding the monster's attacks. She swung her sword with a furious cry, preparing to deal a powerful blow to her enemy. And the blade of her weapon easily pierced the black mass of the monster, tearing its body apart. She loudly declared to the creature that it would die before the cave collapsed, trying to break its fighting spirit. With determination, the girl struck the monster, proving her superiority, because the council recognized her as the only one capable of destroying it. Leafa, with a confident smile, proclaimed that the monster would die and her name would become legendary. 2 days ago, Sekai finally got to enjoy a moment in a public bathhouse. He and his allies lounged around, soaking in warm baths. The young man was full of inspiration that all the painful fights and battles were behind him. Sitting next to him, Ninja and Furia were talking about what was happening. They discussed the events, reflecting on the young man's behavior in the bathhouse. Their voices were calm, but their words were tinged with mockery. Ninja, seeing the diversity of the girls, felt a certain jealousy towards them, because Sekai, using his magic, could have unhindered access to any body. At this time, the young man hurried out of the room. He needed to be alone. He thought only about quickly getting his clothes in proper order. After all, he was impatient to get dressed in clean clothes as soon as possible. Sekai and his assistant dried their clothes while discussing the mission's success. The golem stood calmly nearby, while the young man realized it was time for them to go to the guild to receive their well-deserved reward for completing the quest. They were greeted with admiration at the guild. The young man received a pouch of money, surprising his partner. Those around him discussed his strength, and rumors about him spread quickly. Some couldn't believe the team had passed the test. The boy pondered the strangeness of the situation. He held the coin, but nothing happened. Furia assumed he was talking about something that happened the day before, as Sekai had been expecting the fireworks to appear. His intuition told him something bad was happening. He thought of the tower and the time he'd lost inside it. If they had to return there, it could cost them another 10 days of their lives. Doubts arose in his mind. He remembered he only had 3 attempts left, ignoring the possibility of stopping time. Perhaps there was something important in the tower they had overlooked. He determinedly left. At this moment, Ninja Shi happily congratulated him. The girl beamed with happiness, assuring the boy that he had saved many people. She enthusiastically praised him, calling him cool. However, Sekai himself was unsure of his own accomplishments. The characters entered the tavern. The young man decided to let the girls rest, allowing them to sleep, while he considered how to use the remaining 48 hours. He assessed the situation, considering his next steps. The place seemed peaceful, but a premonition of something unusual nagged at the young man. The silence seemed too unfamiliar, as if before a storm. He glanced around, waiting for the slightest hint of danger, but so far, everything remained unchanged. Meanwhile, the girl joyfully enjoyed her food, exclaiming its amazing taste. Sekai ate calmly, while Furia looked reserved, focused on her thoughts. The young man suggested that Ninya usually ate poorly, but she demurred. He even made a slight joke, calling her food loot, a reference to her habits. The girl proudly declared herself a professional thief, carrying out orders only for influential people. Her words sounded self-assured, but Sekai didn't seem particularly impressed. The boy pondered Ninya's words, wondering if she had joined them purely for her own ends. However, she admitted that she had always been a loner. During dinner, an earthquake suddenly struck. Fury wasn't even alarmed, but the young man was more than a little surprised, as such phenomena were rare in this area. The girl explained that earthquakes were common in her home country, but even this one seemed weak compared to those she had experienced before. Sekai sat back in his chair, idly pondering. He decided to stop time at the right moment if things took a turn for the worse. The appearance of the hotel building hinted at the approach of midday. Warm light reflected on the walls, creating a calm atmosphere. The boy lay down on the bed, lost in thought. He chuckled, realizing that thinking about what had happened wasn't all that important. Lying on his bed, lost in thought, he didn't notice Ninya enter the room. She asked if she could come in, surprised by his passivity. He had been sitting in one place since morning, which made her uneasy. The young man was still in bed when the girl asked if they were going to save the world. However, he seemed indifferent and merely thought that time had stopped. In turn, raised his voice in irritation, perplexed by her lack of understanding. His patience was wearing thin, but she didn't understand the depth of his problems. He was stunned by the lack of action. He expected fireworks, expected something spectacular, but all that reigned was silence. This strange calm left him even more perplexed. Sekai also explained that he'd even visited a neighboring country in one day, but returned empty-handed. He'd been searching unsuccessfully for something important, but to no avail. Exhausted and tense, he was panting with fatigue. Time was running out, and he had only 3 hours left. His attempts to stop time were failing, and he desperately needed to let off some steam. At that moment, Furia entered the room and announced that someone was looking for Sekai downstairs. He was sitting lazily at the table, and Ninya looked puzzled by the sudden news. Suddenly, Sekai ran out into the corridor, hearing the news of a guard's arrival from the castle. He was excited and wanted to know the details. A guard was waiting for him on the stairs and asked him about yesterday's earthquake, assuming that Sekai should have felt it. Fury intervened, declaring that this was no ordinary earthquake, but powerful magic. The young man was surprised by her certainty, but the guard confirmed her words, reporting that the court magicians had also come to the same conclusion and had discovered the epicenter of the disaster. It turned out that Princess Clow had gone there to conduct research but hadn't returned yet. This news alarmed everyone. The young man learned that by personal order of the king, he needed to find the missing princess, which surprised him greatly, realizing that this was now his new, extremely important quest. But Sekai quickly pulled himself together and enthusiastically embraced the new challenge. He saw it as his ultimate mission, one in which he would demonstrate his full potential. Deep within the sanctuary, cracks were slowly appearing on the surface of the ancient stone. The magical seal was weakening, foreshadowing troubles to come. Princess Clow, barely able to stand, struggled to hold her sword. Her breathing was ragged and her expression showed she was exhausted from the battle. The two girls realized that before them stood the creature that had once nearly destroyed the world. They anxiously examined the dark entity, trying to assess their chances. Before them stood a true nightmare, a dark Shoggoth. Its sinister form oozed darkness, and its glowing eyes glared at them menacingly. They found themselves surrounded by strange creatures whose actions shocked them. They wondered why the enemy sought to strip them naked rather than attack them immediately. The fighters realized they were facing twisted monsters. At this point, the princess recalled ancient legends. If they were true, this creature was capable of dissolving the flesh and bones of its victims, consuming them alive. This realization made her face turn pale, foreshadowing a terrible fate. A colossal monster towered over the fighters, its dark, ominous figure radiating a terrifying aura. It issued a thunderous voice declaring that no one dared disturb its peace. The warriors understood that the enemy before them was incredibly dangerous. The princess's ally panicked, realizing they were trapped. If they didn't find a way to escape, they would be devoured by this monster. Despair overwhelmed them, but somewhere deep inside, a glimmer of hope for salvation glimmered. The princess bitterly acknowledged that the seal holding the monster in place had already been broken. It seemed their fate was sealed. But suddenly, something changed. Time stood still, perhaps giving them one last chance for salvation. Sekai used his power to slow time and intervene. While the girls were recovering, he surveyed the battlefield. Their clothes were in tatters and the battle was becoming increasingly bizarre. Approaching the princess, the young man asked an unexpected question with a playful grin. He was trying to ease the tension a little. He found himself at the bottom, still enjoying the moment of magic and his advantage over the girls. Sekai explained that he had already tried to attack the monster, but his sword had done no damage to the creature. This meant that physical attacks were useless, and he needed to find another way to defeat it. He remembered magic and decided to try attacking with it. If physical attacks weren't working, perhaps spells could damage the monster and turn the tide of battle. Feeling that his mana had increased and his strength had grown, he decided to take advantage of this and prepared to use magic. The boy put all his strength into the earth-scattering strike technique, sending a magical wave straight at the monster. At that moment, a powerful rift spread across the earth, shaking the surrounding area, but the result was still not visible. Princess Clow remained immobilized by magic, while Sekai, standing behind her, realized that despite the attack, the monster hadn't even suffered a scratch. The dark Shoggoth still stood unharmed, its ominous figure towering over it, the attack having done no damage to it. Sekai stood before the dark cave, mulling over the fact that he couldn't defeat the monster with mere tools. However, with time frozen, he couldn't discuss his plan with the others. It was clear he needed help to defeat it. After all, the boy was faced with the problem of how to destroy the dark Shoggoth. The immobilized, ominous monster towered before them, and he still had no answer. Princess Clow was stunned. Her face reflected shock. Something incomprehensible was happening before her. Her eyes widened as she realized the situation had changed in an unexpected way. A group of warriors suddenly found themselves outside. All the girls looked surprised, unsure how they'd gotten out so quickly. Questions hung in the air, but no one knew the answers yet. At this point, Sekai explained the situation cryptically. He asked the girls to look closely at each other, hinting that their arrangement was not random. They realized with fury that the order corresponded to their breast sizes, which caused outrage. The young man shrugged, realizing his rescue of the group had earned him no gratitude. The girls, displeased with what had happened, accused him of inappropriate behavior. He sighed, realizing his heroism had gone unrecognized. The girls stood in front of the cave entrance, amazed that he had led them out of a deadly trap. The princess persisted with her questions, asking how he had managed to clear the way since their exit was blocked. The young man gave a simple answer and told her about his assistant's help. The princess, seemingly astonished, looked at him incredulously. Clow froze, her expression betraying an internal struggle. She clearly didn't know what to say in response to Sekai's words. Perhaps for the first time, she began to question his strength and abilities. Silently, the princess took a step forward. Her seemingly unshakable resolve began to crack. She stood opposite the boy, perhaps feeling respect or even gratitude. At that moment, her gaze was fixed on him. The young man didn't understand what she wanted, but he felt the tension in the air. They looked at each other silently, as if deciding something important without words. The girl, blushing, bowed her head and thanked Sekai. Her voice was sincere, filled with gratitude. She knew they would have perished without him, and now she had to express her gratitude. The boy listened attentively to the princess. She admitted that she had already resigned herself to the thought of death, but thanks to him, they managed to survive. This came as a surprise to her, as it all happened so suddenly. And looking at Sekai, the princess acknowledged with a warm smile that he had saved not only her, but all her people. She felt a deep gratitude she had perhaps never felt for anyone before. The girls knelt before the young man, and he waved them off sheepishly, saying no thanks were necessary. For him, it was just another day full of adventure, and he even considered it quite fun. Sekai smiled nervously as the girl angrily accused him of cheating. She called him a pervert, and he defended himself by saying he had no choice. The young man remembered the monster and turned to Princess Clow. He asked what kind of creature it was and where it came from. The princess looked at him tensely, her gaze expressing confusion as if she hadn't expected such a question. A dark Shoggoth towered before them. She explained that 4 beings of darkness had once brought the world to the brink of destruction. The boy, in turn, asked about these creatures' connections to the Lord of Darkness. The princess replied that, according to legend, they were his subordinates. Sekai was delighted to realize he'd stumbled upon an important plot point. He assumed he was facing the level's boss and decided to take things seriously. Princess Clow explained that the dark creatures had been sealed 100 years ago. But it had cost him a bloody war, and she couldn't understand why he was so happy. The group went to investigate, discovering a nearly destroyed seal. Rumors had it that a suspicious magical force had become active in the southern sanctuary. Now they knew the cause. The dark Shoggoth had awakened. It was a terrifying creature, untouchable by sword, bow, or magic. They frankly admitted they had no idea how to defeat it. Fury, in turn, paused, saying the situation seemed strange. The princess, surprised, asked what she meant. At that moment, the girl expressed doubt that people had lost knowledge of the creatures of darkness. She recalled that there was a time when seals didn't even exist. Sekai agreed with her arguments. He pointed out that since the creatures of darkness had been defeated in the past, it was possible now as well. The girl also confirmed her allies' suspicions, since in her elven village they said that these creatures could indeed be defeated. She also explained that one could fight the creatures of darkness with the power of light. She particularly emphasized holy magic, which countered the darkness. The young man and his companions discussed their attack strategy. The girls were surprised when he suggested attacking with restoration magic. He explained that these were the rules of the game, but their reaction was clearly not encouraging. Furia commented thoughtfully that even if they used light magic, the damage would be negligible. This put them in a difficult position. She discussed the attack, saying that even if they attacked the monster this way, the damage would be negligible. Sekai was shocked, realizing their attacks would be useless. Nina warned that their strength was insufficient for victory. The princess, in turn, noted that if the situation remained unchanged, the dark creature would sooner or later break the seal. This would spell another catastrophe. After all, the possible destruction of the seal could lead to a repeat of the dark creature's evasion. If the monster escaped, the world would be in danger. At this moment, Sekai paused for thought. The conversation had given him an idea that could change the course of events. He was determined not to let the monster escape, and he firmly declared that he would gather people for Princess Clow. His words surprised her, as such a proposal was unexpected. She looked closely at Kuzuno, trying to grasp the meaning of his decision. The young man clarified that it was better to call him simply by his first name without unnecessary formalities. He then added that he would need the princess's help to carry out his plan. His confidence inspired hope. The girl looked at him in amazement, not believing her ears. This proposal left her frozen in confusion, as no one had ever offered her such a thing before. With a confident expression, the boy declared that Clow would destroy the enemy. His determination inspired confidence, but the girl standing behind him seemed unsure of his abilities. At the temple entrance, time stood still, underscoring the solemnity of the moment. One of the attendants smiled joyfully and thanked her for saving him. Sekai stood nearby, watching her with a satisfied smile, knowing he had done the right thing. The young man asked the attendant to help him again. He was at a loss, finding himself in an unexpected situation. His gaze darted, and his confusion was obvious. He didn't understand what exactly she wanted, but he sensed it would be difficult to refuse. Inside the church, several people were discussing the situation. The priests and clergy were considering their next steps. A young man entered the room, attracting everyone's attention. He needed to collect the remaining people. Sekai gathered everyone, announcing the golem's maiden voyage. He arranged for the priests to be transported on a cart pulled by the golem. The people were immobilized on this unusual vehicle, and they set off. Suddenly, time returned to normal. The priests, frozen until then, came to their senses. They looked around anxiously, unsure of where they were. Questions poured in from all sides. What had happened? Where had the buildings gone? Why were they here? The crowd of priests and ministers froze in confusion. No one understood how they had ended up in this place. Indignant questions poured in from all sides. People tried to comprehend how they had been torn from their normal lives. Sekai stood before a crowd of stunned people who couldn't believe their eyes. They accused him of using his power again, even though, in their opinion, it hadn't even been a second. He listened to their accusations in bewilderment. The priests and temple attendants demanded an explanation, not understanding what was happening. The young man, remaining calm, confidently declared that he would explain everything. His words raised even more questions, but he was ready to explain what was happening. Princess Clow slowly approached the crowd, striding steadily toward the center of the gathering. Her appearance immediately attracted attention, and the crowd fell silent, realizing something important was about to be announced. The princess, leaning on her sword, demanded silence. On behalf of the royal family, she addressed the assembled crowd, preparing to give an important order. Her voice was firm, and her expression left no doubt about the seriousness of the moment. The woman commanded everyone to pour all their magical power into the restoration spell. The people, though confused, began to understand the importance of her words. They exchanged glances, debating whether to follow her call. The priests were perplexed as they tried to understand why they were being asked to perform restoration magic. They wondered what exactly the princess wanted from them, as the reason for this remained unknown. Their doubts only grew. The princess stood before the crowd and commanded them to use restoration magic. She didn't explain the details, but her determination left no choice. The priests exchanged glances, unsure whether to obey the order. The princess raised her voice, leaving them no time to think. She sternly ordered them to carry out her instructions immediately. The urgency of the situation filled the air with tension, and the crowd began to whisper nervously. The priests began casting spells, obeying the command. Their voices merged into a single chorus, creating a powerful magical current. Their magic gradually began to envelop the space, as if preparing for the great ritual to come. Holding her sword in front of her, the woman loudly ordered everyone to get ready. She emphasized the importance of the moment and told them to wait for her signal. The crowd held its breath, knowing something decisive was about to happen. Sekai and his companion watched the crowd, discussing how the princess had managed to get everyone to obey. Suddenly, the girl exclaimed in alarm, pointing at something ahead. Suddenly, the earth shook and massive boulders began to crumble. People recoiled in fear, realizing that the seal containing the evil could be broken. A sinister creature rose from the rubble. It slowly unfurled its dark tentacles, its glowing eyes watching the crowd. Panic gripped the clergy. The princess, sword in hand, stood before the monster. Sekai and his comrades also prepared for battle. The people around froze in horror before the gigantic dark mass. Sekai surveyed the battlefield thoughtfully. Furia realized the seal had been completely destroyed. He admitted incredulously that he hadn't expected the monster to escape so easily. His companion, on the other hand, appeared calm, much to their friends' dismay. At that moment, the crowd tried to save itself, aware of its inevitable end. However, time suddenly stopped, freezing everyone in their tracks. Only one man remained conscious, preparing to change the course of events. There was a jump, and time began to flow again. People looked around in shock, not understanding what had happened. The young man and the princess stood in the center, taking control of the situation while the others recovered. Clow looked at Sekai carefully, clearly confused as to how he'd managed to perform such complex magic. He merely stood confidently, his hand on his sword, signaling he was ready for the next step. The princess finally made her decision. With an angry cry, she activated her restoration magic, realizing it was her only chance of victory. Her voice echoed throughout the square. Sword in hand, the princess ordered everyone to destroy the enemy immediately. The crowd froze, realizing how decisive and irrevocable her order was. Now they had no way back. The woman gave the order for everyone to act simultaneously. She raised her hand, giving the signal, and the boy watched with a satisfied smile. The decisive moment was near, and no one could make a mistake. The crowd of mages unleashed a combined spell of restoration on the creature of darkness. Waves of light rushed forward, illuminating everything around them. The tension in the air grew, and the crowd watched the attack with bated breath. Light enveloped the enemy, striking the darkness with a powerful stream of energy. Distorted sounds filled the air as the magical attack reached its climax. Everyone waited to see if it would be victorious. Clow and Sekai watched the scene unfold, awaiting the outcome. The priests, having exerted all their strength, looked exhausted but determined. It remained to be seen whether they had succeeded. The boy mused aloud about how difficult it must have been to gather so many people for a joint attack. He understood that coordinating such a large-scale operation was an incredibly difficult task. However, Furia suddenly intervened, declaring that this wasn't enough. Sekai looked at her in surprise, unable to understand why even such a powerful blow couldn't completely solve the problem. The monster was weakened by the effects of restoration magic, but still retained its form. It struggled, trying to hold on despite its rapidly fading silhouette. The young man watched closely, assessing how much more effort would be required. The priests were giving it their all, but their magic was running low. They cried out that their mana was gone, no longer having the strength to continue. Panic grew as the attack lost its effectiveness, and the enemy was not yet defeated. Sekai was stunned to realize that his existing forces were insufficient. If they didn't find new allies, the monster might break free. He quickly searched for a way out, but time was running out, and hope was gradually fading. Suddenly, a girl's figure, surrounded by black liquid, burst forth from the depths of the monster. She screamed piercingly, weapon in hand, her body struggling against the dense darkness. This was an unexpected turn in their struggle. The girl continued her attack, furiously tearing at her opponent. She moved with lightning speed, slicing through the darkness as if her power exceeded all expectations. Each blow made the monster shudder, but its essence had not yet vanished. With furious resolve, she delivered a crushing blow, disintegrating the creature even further. Her movements were precise and flawless, as if this were a pre-rehearsed battle. But would her power be able to finally destroy this nightmare? She rushed forward, cutting a path through the monster's viscous body. The creature reflexively tried to devour her, but she continued to move forward, piercing its shell with tremendous force. Breaking through the monster's dark mass, the girl rushed upward. Her sword flared with bright light, cutting through the black slime. The monster shuddered, its body splitting from the powerful blow. Sekai and the princess watched the scene in amazement. He gaped in surprise while the princess merely smiled slightly, keeping her eyes on the battle, confident of its outcome. The creature shuddered, its body deforming as if it were losing control. The dark mass bubbled, clots of slime flew in all directions, and an incomprehensible sound emanated from its mouth. Finally, the girl emerged from the monster's body, clad in the remains of the dark mass. She brushed away the clinging slime and mockingly said that the monster had hoped to digest her, but had miscalculated. Swordswoman Lifa confidently declared that she had demonstrated an incredible level of defense, proving that swordsmen possess immense strength. Her words rang with pride, as she had managed to confront the enemy and protect the others. At this moment, the dark monster descended before LeFour, swaying menacingly. However, she did not flinch and realized the threat had passed. The crowd watched this confrontation, realizing that they had a chance of complete victory. Leifa explained that she'd already given up hope of victory, but suddenly noticed the creature was weakening. She didn't understand what had changed, but she wasn't going to miss this chance to finish off her opponent by exploiting its vulnerability. The crowd around the swordswoman watched the scene with bewilderment. They couldn't understand why the girl had appeared before them in such an ambiguous manner. Their emotions ranged from lust to complete surprise at this turn of events. The royal envoys expressed their gratitude to the swordswoman for defeating the terrifying monster. However, she was puzzled when and how all these people had ended up here. Events were unfolding too quickly, and she struggled to grasp the reality. Lifa, sword drawn, looked at Furia with disbelief. She was ready to fight, believing she had once again encountered the enemy. However, Klau's words and Furia's calm baffled her. They insisted the monster was already dead. Realizing their situation, they were completely at a loss to appear before Clow herself and the other royal envoys in this form. The priest returned to the city in confusion. Their conversations were filled with anxiety, as if they had just experienced a true nightmare. Some trembled with fear. Others tried to comprehend what had happened. Sekai chuckled, noticing Clow's surprise. He explained that gathering so many people together had been no easy task. The woman, however, egged him on, not understanding how he'd achieved his desired result. The young man quickly stopped Ninya when she tried to say too much. He knew her talkativeness could lead to unnecessary questions. However, she persisted, claiming that all the credit went to him. The swordswoman asked suspiciously if the boy had a special skill that allowed him to deceive people. Her tone betrayed distrust, as if she were trying to unravel the hidden motives behind his actions. At that very moment, Clow stopped the swordswoman, addressing her with respect. 3 warriors stood behind her, each watching the proceedings intently, assessing the situation. The woman acknowledged that Sekai did indeed possess a suspicious skill. However, she emphasized that it was thanks to his decisive actions that they had managed to defeat the dark monster. Lifa, without a smile and with irony, noted that the guy had many selfish goals. Then, with a smirk, she asked the question, as if teasing him and expecting a reaction. But the princess confidently tossed her hair back and declared with a smile that her ally had no ulterior motives. Her answer was categorical, as if it contained a hidden challenge. The woman acknowledged with a slight smirk that Sekai, despite his vile nature, had acted like a hero. She appreciated his actions, realizing that without him, things might have turned out differently. The boy looked somewhat perplexed by this admission. Clow admitted that she only now realized the significance of the boy's actions. Her voice carried a firm conviction that no one else could have done what he had done. She looked at him with respect, finally understanding his significance. At that moment, Ninya joyfully praised her friend, emphasizing how amazing he was. She enthusiastically recounted his accomplishments, proving that he had accomplished even the difficult task assigned to him. The girl, with a beaming smile, declared that thanks to him, all the petrified people in the tower had returned to life. She spoke of this with delight, clearly proud of his success. Her confidence in his importance was evident in every word. Hearing this, Lifa thoughtfully repeated the girl's words, wondering if this had truly happened thanks to the boy. Her gaze betrayed doubt, but also a hint of surprise. She pondered what she had heard, trying to make sense of it all. Despite the knowledge that Sekai had helped them, the other warriors were reserved in their discussion of his actions. One of them acknowledged that, while he might be a pervert, he was truly an incredible man. They agreed that, after all, he had saved their lives. He addressed Fury sarcastically. He wanted her recognition of his strength and valor, but all he heard in response was undisguised boredom. Sighing, Lifa accepted the words of justification. And she came to terms with what had happened. In reality, she didn't really know this man herself. Looking at the young man and his allies, she promised to put away her sword and not start a fight only at the request of the highly respected Princess Clow. But she also wanted to warn him that she wouldn't show any mercy if the young man tried anything again. Her confidence and smile expressed her complete readiness for battle, and her words sounded like a final warning. Lifa explained that her danger instinct had been developed through training at a swordsman's academy. Her ability to sense threats and command in battle impressed those around her. One of them asked in surprise how she had learned it. Meanwhile, the young man stood there, confused, listening to the praise from the swordswoman who had just threatened him. He suspected her of trying to lull him into a false sense of security. Moreover, the swordswoman was worried about a much more significant event. She explained that when she arrived at the sanctuary, the seal was already cracked. She wondered who could have left it and why. This fact seemed to her the only thing she couldn't understand in the current situation. Fury had listened to the 2 girls' conversation and how Lifa surmised that someone was deliberately seeking to sow chaos and anarchy in the world. If so, their adversary was far stronger than they expected. At this point, Sekai became lost in thought. Apparently, he had come up with a new hypothesis about who was behind the destruction of the seal and the subsequent events. The woman stated gravely that there were rumors of a coming darkness upon their lands. This news alarmed her. While Lifa tried to calm her down, informing her that the Swordsman's Council was already looking into the matter, she explained that they had come here specifically to investigate the broken seal and uncover the truth. After a short discussion, the group decided to leave. Lifa also turned to Sekai, thanking him for his help in the current situation. The woman admitted that she couldn't have done it without the young man's help. However, maintaining her pride, she added that if she had had the chance to make a strategic retreat, she might have managed to cope alone. The young man confidently declared that he didn't need any gratitude. He grinned, as if his accomplishments spoke for themselves. He smugly noted that he had already received a reward, the opportunity to enjoy a beautiful view. The swordswoman looked at Sekai silently, Her expression was emotionless, but she was likely trying to understand his behavior. Her mind was constantly spinning with thoughts about how strange he was. After all, she could not determine his strength. At this time, the boy stood next to the allies when Li Fail wondered if he could have been sent by fate to save the world. Suddenly, the young man noted with doubt that he had nothing more to do here, thinking about his future role. Time was running out and the group was preparing to return to the castle as there was only an hour left. Fury asked with displeasure if he was going to teleport them again without warning. Before he could answer, someone called out to him, asking him to stay. The princess looked confused, a slight embarrassment on her face. She tried to comprehend what was happening, but the situation was too unexpected. She spoke in a whisper, looking at the young man. According to her family's traditions, only those to whom they had sworn allegiance could see the secret parts of the body. Now the question arose, had he been chosen by chance? Her voice wavered as she admitted it was hard to think about what had happened. They stood so close that their breaths mingled. The tension between them grew. Sekai froze, his face contorted with realization. She realized that her sister too had become the object of his unwavering attention. The words he heard clearly stumped him, and he didn't know how to justify himself. Suddenly, time stood still. The woman's eyes widened in anger and her mouth opened in a silent scream. And the boy, realizing the gravity of the situation, suddenly rushed away. He was overcome with anxiety at the unexpected turn of events. Ahead loomed a majestic castle, its imposing appearance underscoring the importance of the upcoming meeting. Sekai stood before the king, listening to his speech. The monarch acknowledged the hero's hard work, and a sense of importance permeated the hall. The princess stood silently nearby while the king invited the young man to accept his well-deserved reward. A bag of gold was immediately handed to him. He sighed with relief, believing he had completed another level in this world. He looked back, and I saw a strange countdown that continued. The princess approached him with words of gratitude, and time instantly stopped. He kept raising and lowering the hem of her dress, sincerely not understanding why there was so little time left. He wanted to see a sign showing how to complete a new level. The young man understood that he was finished. At that moment, alarming news was being reported in the royal hall. Dark clouds were gathering, and the passage of time had been restored. The king remained calm, but everyone understood that this was a sign of new problems that would soon have to be faced. The young man, standing next to the princess, pondered the situation, suspecting that the level had deliberately delayed him to frighten him. He couldn't believe that everything was repeating itself, just like last time. And looking out the window, Sekai realized the terrible truth. This was not the end. Dark clouds were gathering outside, foreshadowing a new threat. He realized that the test was not yet over, and the true final battle lay ahead. The group approached the castle window, watching the ominous black clouds gathering on the horizon. They realized the situation had become worse than expected. The king, standing in the throne room, announced that darkness was approaching. Everyone present listened intently to his words while the heroes tried to comprehend what was happening. They had to figure out how to stop the approaching threat. The man reported that the seal of the southern shrine had been broken. For many years, this place had held back the darkness, protecting the world. Now the threat had become real, and the young man and his allies had to act before it was too late. The boy was stunned by the news. He learned that the darkness was gradually spreading, consuming the destroyed parts of the world. This meant that it would soon reach the capital, and they would have to fight to protect everyone. At this time, people in the city began to notice strange phenomena. One resident stopped in the middle of the street, looking at the gathering clouds. The man stepped out into the street warily, sensing something was wrong. He was drawn to the strange sensation of someone watching him from the darkness, but he couldn't figure out what was happening. He noticed strange silhouettes approaching from the darkness in the distance. Sensing danger, the man froze and tensely asked who was there, but there was no answer. Suddenly, a dark creature with flaming hair attacked him. It rushed past, delivering a fatal blow, and the man didn't even have time to scream before the enormous monster pierced his body. The lifeless body collapsed onto the pavement. The monsters ran past, squealing joyfully. Darkness gradually enveloped the streets, leaving no chance for escape. A demonic figure appeared before Beltree Fortress. It strode confidently forward, announcing its arrival. In the distance, the walls of the castle, destined to be the next target of the dark forces, could be seen. The commander of the dark forces announced with a sly smile that her army had already arrived. Behind her, terrifying creatures huddled, ready to attack. Her sinister laughter echoed through the deserted streets. People in the distance noticed the approaching monsters and recoiled in fear. The terrifying silhouettes of the dark creatures moved quickly across the pavement, surrounding new victims. The demoness strode confidently forward, weapon in hand. She proclaimed that all who stood in her way must be prepared to die. With a wicked grin, she predicted the imminent end of the country. According to her, the darkness would soon consume everything around her. Her eyes reflected the impending chaos she was about to unleash. She proclaimed the arrival of her master with joy and admiration. A huge monster with horns towered over the city buildings. He saw only one goal: to get to the castle and its inhabitants as quickly as possible. While people looked in horror at the monster towering over them, Furia was skeptical about this, while her friend was stunned by what was happening. The castle gradually plunged into darkness, and the young man also could not fully believe what was happening, doubting whether this monster really was the King of Darkness. He knew that his strength was not enough to stop time. At this time, the monster was already standing in front of the castle. In a monstrous voice, he spoke of his contempt for people. At this moment, the king confidently declared that the Dark King's body was afraid of light, so there was no need to worry. Many wondered why the enemy had appeared here if the light was supposed to hold him back. A giant creature threatened the castle, accusing its inhabitants of murdering its family. But the king rejected the accusations and said that darkness had no right to judge them. The residents watched the monster in horror, not understanding how it managed to get there. The guy realized that now all responsibility for what was happening fell on his shoulders. A huge monster stood in the middle of the forest, and the countdown decreased, frightening everyone around. At that moment, Sekai felt a strange sense of déjà vu, not understanding why the situation seemed familiar to him. The Dark King raised his hand and cast a spell, summoning destructive meteorites. Fiery stones fell from the sky, foreshadowing an imminent catastrophe. The king watched from the window, seeing death approaching in the form of falling meteorites. The princess realized in horror that the Dark King's magic could destroy the entire city. The princess realized the threat, while the young man finally realized this was an escape mission. They had 10 minutes left. He had to save Alicia quickly while he still had the chance. He realized it would be very difficult. He decided to speak out and tell Ninia some important words. After all, perhaps he is the savior of the world. The moment he said this, time stopped again. Sekai ordered Gankidi to urgently transport all people from the castle and town to safety. They were threatened by meteorites falling from the sky, threatening total annihilation, and Gankidi silently raised his hand, accepting the order. The young man and his assistant clasped their palms together, confirming their readiness for action. Time was stopped, allowing all city residents to evacuate in an orderly manner. The evacuation began, Sekai carrying the child, and the other residents were loaded into wagons. Gankidi assisted the evacuation while time was frozen, but it remained unknown how long their chance of rescue would last. The young man and his ally continued evacuating the residents monotonously. Time was running out, but they didn't stop. The stone golem helped transport the people, moving forward through the streets. The rescued residents finally found themselves outside the city. They huddled in open ground away from the threat. Sekai used his ability to stop time to help use it for his own needs. He carried another girl down the stairs, using his ability. He couldn't afford to slow down. Any delay would mean disaster. The golem dragged another man to safety, pulling him out of the room. The man was still immobilized, but alive. The rescue operation continued, but time was running out, and the threat was getting closer. Sometimes the boy would rest on the ground, enjoying the moment in front of the fire. A stone golem stood next to him, preparing food, and then the young man methodically loaded the people into the cart again, preparing for the evacuation. The stone golem positioned itself at the front of the cart, awaiting the command. All that remained was to set off. Sekai circled the rooms where the people were gathered again and again. He glanced around, realizing that much work still lay ahead. Suddenly, the guy found himself in a difficult situation. He was holding a girl, and the golem was simultaneously carrying a man. The newly loaded wagon stood still. People were sitting inside, and a golem was positioned in front. A young man walked toward them with a determined expression, clearly preparing for the next step in their journey to salvation. Sekai unloaded the people, placing them in a safe place. The golem assisted him, and around him were the survivors, still standing motionless. The atmosphere was filled with weariness and relief. Finally, the young man found a moment to rest and lay down on the bed. The golem stood next to him, as if guarding his peace. He knew he couldn't relax for long, but he allowed himself a moment's rest after everything that had happened. The guy could only allow himself to satisfy his interest for a moment. And then he got to work, lifting the elderly man and helping him evacuate. A woman nearby waited her turn to be transported. Despite his fatigue, the young man tried his best to save everyone. Sekai stood before the locked gates, pondering his next step. Surrounding him were the rescued people. A new path lay ahead, and now he bore responsibility for everyone he had managed to save. He walked carrying 2 children in his arms while a car carrying the survivors moved alongside. They had been rescued, but many trials still lay ahead. Finally, Sekai reported that the last group of people had been evacuated. The crowd had been gathered in a safe place. And then the boy activated the device, restoring the flow of time. In his hands was a strange contraption on which the fate of the entire city depended. A sword hung nearby, symbolizing readiness for the next step. The countdown began again. As soon as time was restored, the city began to crumble. Enormous meteorites crashed into buildings, tearing stone walls to pieces. The streets filled with a roar of falling debris, and everything familiar to the residents was reduced to rubble. Another meteorite crashed through the roof of the building, destroying everything in its path. Destruction engulfed every part of the city, turning streets into ashes. It seemed as if the entire world was collapsing under the powerful impact of giant debris falling from the sky. Residents who had been evacuated earlier began to realize what was happening. They looked around in surprise, unsure where they were. For them, only a second had passed, but the city they knew had already vanished into flames and ruins. The meteor shower continued, completely destroying the city. The sky was filled with fiery trails of falling rocks, and only ruins remained on the ground. The once thriving kingdom was now reduced to rubble. The crowd watched in horror as the castle was destroyed. The king could not believe what he saw, and the princess stood frozen in shock. The Dark King considered the results of the attack, his gaze filled with contempt and cruel satisfaction. A giant dark figure towered over the forest, uttering ominous words predicting the imminent death of its enemies. Seeing how at this time the stone walls of the castle were destroyed by the impact of meteorites, buildings fell and clouds of dust rose into the sky. A huge meteorite crashed into one of the towers, completely destroying it, with debris flying in all directions. The main gate of the castle was destroyed by the impact. The blast wave carried stones away, destroying everything in its path. At this time, the team watched the destruction with varying emotions, not knowing what to do next after the horror that had happened. And now the castle was completely destroyed. Thick smoke rose into the sky, reminding us of a large-scale catastrophe. The king and princess gazed upon the ruins, realizing that their capital was now a thing of the past. The shattered walls and smoke rose into the sky, a reminder of the recent catastrophe. Grief, pain, and determination to rebuild the country mingled in their hearts. The princess stated decisively that her father must personally see the consequences and save the people. A huge crowd of survivors gathered, realizing that their country was destroyed, but they were still alive. When the young man assured that everyone was saved, the king personally addressed Sekai, calling him brave. For a moment, Sekai paused to check if he had completed his task, contemplating the completion of the difficult test. And here, the young man and his companions saw a magnificent fireworks display light up the sky after their victory. This signaled the completion of a new level. Ninya watched the scene with delight, admiring Sekai's abilities and his incredible strength. And the princess smiled with gratitude, realizing that all the miracles around her became possible thanks to the young man. Her heart at that moment was pounding wildly with excitement. Blinded by admiration and joy for the events that had happened, Sekai stopped time again, looking resolutely ahead, hoping to satisfy his interest. He saw that the timer had changed, now giving 10 days. The guy was shocked to realize that he had been given a whole 10 days. The princess swung her sharp sword and struck the monster. Pausing for a moment, she whispered a spell. Enveloping the blade in lightning, she once again brought down a blow on the enemy. The evil enemies watched her grimly. The princess said that fighting them was pointless. Suddenly, another monster crept up on her from the side, preparing to attack. but the icy cold instantly froze him, throwing him away. The defender, who stood up for the princess, shouted at her, warning her against further advancement, and with her blow finally saved her. The archer who accompanied the princess in the squad noticed that it was impossible to destroy the enemies in the territory of darkness. She insistently suggested returning to the light. However, the princess resolutely declared that there was no retreat. She doubted that everyone had managed to evacuate and insisted on making sure of it, despite the fact that they were in the dark. At that moment, 2 more monsters were approaching them. The sorceress cast a mid-level healing spell. The monster that appeared next to the girl hissed. The archer, turning to the princess, acknowledged that it was impossible to refuse her, but anxiously asked if she understood the danger of delving too deeply into the darkness. The princess assured her that she understood everything, and they would not go too far. The boy recalls the map of the kingdom saved by Sekai. Before us appears a restored kingdom bordering on darkness. The main character thought. He stopped in front of the building being reconstructed and realized that the city would suffer, but he did not imagine that the destruction would be so extensive. The girl happily informed him that thanks to his actions in evacuating the residents, no one was hurt. She called Sekai a true hero and the savior of the world. The guy ironically replied that she could praise him as much as she wanted. The elf supported the girl, saying that there was nothing to worry about. The protagonist, in turn, noted that if the attack was repeated, he would have to evacuate everyone again, and he did not want to do this constantly. Fury, after thinking, suggested that the meteor shower was a legendary level magic. Minya added that the Dark King is unable to use it multiple times. The elf, referring to her notes, clarified that the last time he used this spell was more than 50 years ago. The protagonist agreed, noting that if the Dark King could use meteor shower frequently, it would be mentioned more often in the records. Kuzuno Sekai guessed that his friend was probably right, but it wasn't hard evidence. The girl suggested that the true goal of the Dark King was not to destroy the world but to subjugate it. She noted that the city was in ruins, but that was probably not what he was really after. He hadn't used meteorites in 50 years, but now there seemed to be new circumstances. Ninya expressed surprise and suggested that if the world were to be consumed by darkness, it would block out the sunlight and all living things would perish. The girl, looking resolutely at the protagonist, declared that if he intended to destroy the King of Darkness, she was ready to make every effort. She is determined and brave. The main character was surprised by Fury's talkativeness. He stopped time to calm down a bit, and then restored the flow of time. The girl, embarrassed, was surprised that the main character touched her. Ninya sharply remarked that the protagonist was disgusting. He responded by saying that he had not touched anyone. He wondered how she knew so much about the Dark King. She twitched her ears to reply that there was nothing difficult about it since elves value the wisdom of their ancestors. She reminded that once the elves ruled the world, but now there are few of them left. A woman approached the main character with a request. She pointed to a large area in front of them. The protagonist was amazed to see that ahead was the border of darkness, beyond which reigned deep night. Ahead in the darkness something was moving, a creature of darkness. Ninya noticed that this creature was a small animal compared to Shogit. She warned that if they came into the light, they would die, but in the darkness they could only be killed by holy magic. The woman again asked for help. The guy pointed ahead and said that her child was left there. She said that the house was left open and anything could have happened. Their house has a red roof and Jessie, her daughter, must hide there. The guy promised to return her. Suddenly a sharp voice was heard warning that if they were going to cross the line, they were going to meet their death. A girl named Zarza warned people that this territory now belongs to darkness. Sekai responded by threatening that if she was rude, he would use his skill. Zarza, surprised, suggested that he try it. She declared her invincibility in this territory. Suddenly, the main character stopped time. He thought about it, admitting that Zarza was a terrible bully, and decided that it was more important to save the child now. He will use force another time. Sekai headed straight towards the monster. Looking at one of them, he noted their terrible appearance and desire to destroy, although there was no holy power in him yet. In the stopped time, he felt safe. A short search among similar buildings ended in success when the guy finally found the house he needed. By shouting Jessie's name loudly, the young man announced his arrival, making it clear that it was her he had come to look for. Suddenly, it dawned on him that in the conditions of suspended time, where everything stood still, including Jessie, waiting for an answer to his call, was completely pointless. Filled with curiosity and slight anxiety, he wondered where exactly the girl could have hidden in this house and firmly decided to immediately begin searching for her. Lifting the lid of one of the nearest vessels, the guy quickly examined the interior of the house and noted that the size of the dwelling was small, which meant that finding the girl would not be difficult. Determined to continue his search, the boy began to climb the wooden stairs leading to the top floor of the house. Reaching the top of the stairs, he froze in place, finding himself directly in front of a massive entrance door that stood out from the rest. This door, unlike all the other doors in the house that he had already noticed, turned out to be locked, which immediately attracted his attention. Sekai thought for a moment, hesitating whether to resort to drastic measures and break down the locked door. When he went outside, he noticed that according to the street layout, there should be a storage room behind the house. But he had no idea how to get there. Breaking down the door was risky. He could hurt the child. The whole house was boarded up, so the first thing to do was to barricade it from the inside. He needed the girl to open the door herself. Having restored the flow of time, he knocked on the door and called Jessie. He asked her to open the door. Suddenly, a clear girl's voice came from behind the massive locked door. The voice demanded that the password for entry be given immediately. The young man was shocked by the sudden turn of events. Quite unexpectedly, with a deafening crash, a terrifying monster burst into the window opening. The main character was amazed and shocked by the lightning speed of his own reaction to the emerging threat. A huge monster rushed headlong towards the young man, intending to attack. Suddenly, time around stopped abruptly and the nightmarish monster froze in an unnatural pose. The frozen monster was in frighteningly dangerous proximity to Sekai's face, literally a few centimeters away. The protagonist, without wasting a second, delivered a powerful kick to the frozen monster, throwing it down the wooden stairs. Activating the frozen time in an area shrouded in ominous darkness seemed like an extremely risky undertaking. The young man thought deeply about the current situation and his next steps. Zarza stood confidently and unwaveringly in front, radiating calm and readiness for action. The young man looked at Zarza carefully and appraisingly, trying to find a solution to the problem that had arisen. He realized that in the current circumstances there was only one possible way out. The guy carefully touched her horns, surprised by their natural texture and hardness. The young man made the final decision that it was time to get rid of unnecessary and restrictive equipment. The young man got down to business, starting to remove the extra piece of clothing from the girl that was hindering further progress. Sekai acted with extreme care, helping her free herself from the restrictive things. He felt great surprise and shock at the absurdity and unusualness of what was happening. The guy carefully and gently touched the warrior's body, trying not to cause her discomfort. Not far from them stretched an ominous territory, completely shrouded in thick and impenetrable darkness. As soon as I pressed the joystick, the flow of time was instantly restored. Zarza stood completely naked, which caused Sekai mixed feelings of embarrassment and awkwardness. Smug Kuzuno Sekai stated that this girl herself asked for certain actions. She asked in surprise, expressing genuine bewilderment in her voice how he did it. The guy replied with a mysterious smile, keeping the intrigue in his voice that he had used a secret technique that he apparently found very effective. Zarza didn't show any particular surprise at his statement about the secret technique, keeping her expression completely calm. No emotion crossed her features. She was not at all embarrassed by his words or the situation, demonstrating amazing equanimity. Her behavior remained completely relaxed and confident. The guy asked, with a slight doubt in his voice, if this meant that he could look at her. The girl responded indifferently that she did not care, emphasizing her complete indifference to what was happening. The hero asked her to sit down, giving her a short and imperative order, as if expecting unquestioning obedience. She followed his order obediently, without the slightest hesitation or resistance. Her actions were quick and precise. He was struck by her shameless obedience, which seemed to him completely unnatural and even provocative. His surprise was so strong that he could not hide his shock. She began to spin. Her actions were unclear and unpredictable. Zarza calmly sat down on the ground without shame and without feeling the slightest embarrassment from her behavior. This attracted the attention of a crowd of people who were amazed by her unusual behavior and began to gather around to watch. Their looks were full of curiosity and bewilderment. The protagonist was shocked. His tactics did not work for the first time, which was a completely unexpected and unpleasant surprise for him. He could not believe that his usually reliable method had failed in this situation. The crowd's attention was completely riveted with incredible force to the warrior, who became the center of attention due to her extraordinary behavior, and she became the object of general interest, eclipsing everyone around her. Suddenly, Zarza became embarrassed and turned away, declaring that she had no time for fools. She ran away with the rest of the monsters. The protagonist has returned to complete the quest in the darkness. He remembered his plan to bring everyone to the light, but decided that this would do. He asked the woman if she knew the password that her daughter had asked her to tell him, but the woman said she did not. The guy was at a loss. A guard suddenly came up to him from behind and said that Prince Will had asked him to come to him. Kuzuno Sekai reported that the castle was destroyed. The soldier said he could not go into details but could take him to a secret location. The protagonist wondered if this was another quest, since the goal of the level was still unclear. He thought that the main thing now was to save the child, and then we would see. Soon she and her friends found themselves in a large, spacious room with a pattern on the floor. Prince Will looked at the heroes and greeted Lord Kuzuno. He replied that the underground royal palace was something incredible, an echo of ancient civilizations. Kuzuno asked if this was similar to the goblin incident, where a tunnel led from the western ruins to the city, and if this tunnel was also left over from the ancient ancestors. The prince said that many similar things were encountered nowadays. Sekai is suddenly called from behind. Alicia emerged from the darkness. The young man was amazed at how she looked. She looked very sweet and asked me not to look at her so intently. The main character suddenly stopped time, amazed by the girl's beauty. Suddenly the flow of time was restored again and he did not understand what was happening here at all. The prince announced that the prayer would now begin. He explained that until now the southern temple had protected them from the forces of darkness, that the temple was the only support that created a protective field and now it was destroyed, and they needed to reclaim the territory captured by the darkness. Elf said that the Beltry family descended from the servants of light. The prince agreed with her, adding that only Alicia had inherited all the power. The prince said in surprise that the Dark Elves were indeed very smart, and with such intelligence in magic they somehow found themselves on the brink of survival. The girl shook her head. Kuzuno frowned, scratched the back of his head, and asked what was required of a servant of light. The girl walked out onto the drawing on the floor, and all they could do was watch. She walked alone to the center of the bright emblem. She was very embarrassed. The protagonist could not help but notice how the stranger's attention was drawn to him. His gaze caught her gaze, directed straight in his direction. At that moment, he realized that she was looking at him and not at anyone else around her. Completely unexpectedly for everyone, the princess sank to the floor. This movement was sharp and fast. The girl took a bowed pose. She knelt down, bowing her head. After that, she began to pronounce the words of prayer. Her voice sounded in the silence, carrying words of appeal to higher powers. Ninya and Sekai felt a sense of utter amazement. Their faces expressed complete shock at what they saw. They did not expect such a development. Suddenly, a glow began to emanate from the girl's body. The light seemed to come from within. This glow was unusual, attracting all attention. The young man was very surprised. He was extremely shocked by what was happening and could find no explanation for what he saw. A bright light filled the entire space of the room. The glow became so intense that it illuminated every corner. The room was filled with a blinding radiance. The girl did not stop her prayer actions. She continued to pronounce the words of prayer at a slow pace. Her attention was completely focused on the prayer, despite the events happening around her. The prince showed no signs of admiration or surprise. His face did not reflect any particular impression of what was happening. He remained unperturbed and calm, as if nothing unusual was happening. The elf noted that the princess's prayer was amazing and she had never seen anything like it before. Light emanated from the girl, filling everything around. The prince said that Alicia would pray for 100 days to fill the barrier against darkness with light. The main character was amazed, because she would be there without sleep or rest, nothing but prayer. Alicia's whole life was directed only towards prayer, and she was also isolated from all external interference. The boy thought that the princess was saying that he was performing miracles, but now she is a real sorceress. He noted that waiting for 100 days of real time is very difficult. He thought hard. His mind that this might be the last time he saw Alicia. The prince said his only job now was to ensure his sister's personal safety while she prayed. Fury explained that this place is close to the border of darkness. The barrier created here will be able to push back the darkness to the southern sanctuary. The guy was surprised to think that this way he could get his city back, and it turns out that the princess is their protector. He realized that his next task was to protect her for 100 days. It flashed through his mind that he only had 10 days on the timer and it was impossible to do. He remembered Alicia and realized that he was ready to do anything for her. Someone called out to him sharply from behind. The princess and her guards approached the fortress and asked if the princess's brother had called him here. The princess, embarrassed, noted that the main character had already saved their country and that the restoration of the buildings was a task for the entire people. She added that there are still many countries in the world that need his help. Kuzuno Sekai himself assumed that the princess would be a little shy in front of him. Alicia called Elda, who immediately came over. Elda approached Sekai, telling him that the king of Mount Cape, having learned of his fame from the League of Magicians, of which he was a member, urgently asked her to convey to him that he had an important matter. The heroes listened attentively to the new information. The princess asked the protagonist to fulfill this request. Kuzuno thought about it, realizing that this seemed like a fork in the road that would determine the further development of the plot. Soon everyone found themselves in a large port where they were already eagerly awaited. Ninja excitedly announced that she was going on her first sea voyage. Furia, in turn, noted that the journey to Mount Cape would take a whole week. The guy was surprised and thought that a week at sea out of his 10 days was a lot, and that there would only be 3 left. At this moment, the girl noticed the main character and was clearly not happy about his appearance. She headed towards Kuzuno. "I'm cutting it." Ninja greeted her with a laugh. The girl warned the guy that one extra move in her direction and he would go feed the fish. The protagonist resigned himself to his situation, realizing that the real adventures would only begin at the next stage. Soon he boarded the ship. On the 3rd day of the sea voyage, the main character became bored from the excess of free time. Furia suffered from seasickness and therefore slept constantly. The swordswoman locked herself in the cabin and did not come out. Ninja, turning to Sekai, stated that there was nothing to be done. All that was left on the water was to wait. The young man agreed with her, but he was worried about whether some kind of sea storm would occur. He did not believe that nothing would happen during the 7 days of sailing. Ninja asked again what a sea bucha was. Kuzuno Sekai chuckled and noted that this was an integral part of the games. If something does happen, it will most likely be something trivial, like pirates, a kraken attack, or a ghost ship. However, the idea of a ghost ship didn't seem so bad to him. It was unknown whether ghost monsters existed in this world, and he would be interested in seeing them. He added jokingly that if he met someone like that in real life, he would film it on his phone, post it online, and make a viral video. Suddenly, the sailor noticed something strange ahead and shouted in alarm that something was approaching them. The protagonist was glad that something was finally happening. A huge dragon hovered above the ship. It turned out to be an unknown creature, not like a sea monster. The girl corrected him, saying that it was indeed a sea monster. This is Bahamut, also known as the Dragon King. He was extremely dangerous, especially on a ship. The dragon asked menacingly who they were. He stated that they had called him in to express their dissatisfaction. Lifa asked the enemy again. He became even more angry and began to emit fire. The main character, seeing this, realized that something was about to happen and he needed to stop time. Instinctively, he froze, remembering that he didn't have a joystick. Fire had already begun to burst from the monster's mouth. The main character panicked and ran to his cabin. Lifa, drawing her sword, looked reproachfully at the fleeing hero, calling him a coward and doubting his heroism. Meanwhile, the guy, assuming that the joystick was left in the cabin, was feverishly looking for it. Finally, he found the joystick on the floor. Kuzuno Sekai, seeing the joystick under the sword, asked in bewilderment what he was doing there. The protagonist held it in his hands and studied it, but waved it off, saying that now was not the time for talking. Grabbing the joystick, he abruptly stopped time. He ran out onto the deck and indignantly asked what was going on here. At that moment, a fireball was flying straight towards the ship. Lifa, remaining calm, prepared to fight him off. The protagonist understood that it was useless. The guy froze for a moment. Stopping time again, he realized that the fireball would inevitably hit the girl. He decided to relieve the tension. Deciding to save her first, he ran into the cabin. He cast some powerful spell and summoned a golem. Sekai shouted to the golem Genkidi follow him. He told him to go down carefully. Soon, the main character and the golem were already sailing away from the ship in a small boat, watching what was happening. They looked at the boat with the golem. The protagonist's powers were exhausted, and the flow of time was restored. The fireball continued to fly towards the ship. To everyone's surprise, he missed. The dragon opened his mouth in amazement, not understanding what had happened. Lifa was also puzzled. Kuzuno Sekai explained that the protagonist summoned Bahamut. He accidentally pressed the D-pad on the joystick while the sword was lying on him. He remembered an incident where something was lying on the keyboard and jammed a key, and he thought he had broken it. Now, wanting to prove his guess, he picked up the joystick. Suddenly, the dragon's body changed direction and it flew to the side. The dragon then turned and flew in the opposite direction, hovering above the ground. Lifa watched in amazement. The young man realized that he could control the dragon and was very happy about it. Magical waves burst from the beast's mouth. Sekai, controlling it, directed the attack away from the ship. The fire passed by. The entire crew was amazed. No one had ever seen anything like it. The protagonist proudly admitted that he was now the master of the dragon. The protagonist realized that the joystick allowed him to control Bahamut. He hadn't noticed it before, being far away, but it turned out that it was enough to hold down the cross. He could do it, because in this game the character you had to play for was Bahamut. Lifa watched the guy in surprise. The dragon cried out loudly, expressing dissatisfaction with what was happening and readiness to attack. Sekai tried to stop him and even stop time. At that moment, a fireball was flying straight towards the ship. Due to the sudden stop in time, he flew past. The protagonist felt very tired as he had already saved the ship twice. The entire crew watched in amazement as the ball was supposed to hit the ship. Then the protagonist loudly addressed the dragon, declaring that he would not allow him to destroy the ship and that he should resign himself. The villain growled in response that the guy could control him, but he couldn't kill him. Fury, sleeping peacefully in her cabin, was unaware of what was happening. She was taking a break from seasickness. The protagonist, not wanting to interfere in the fates of others, decided to give the dragon freedom, but asked for his strength in difficult times, making Bahamut his summoning animal. However, Bahamut was not happy with this turn of events. He fired towards the people. Lifa warned that her sword would become not only the weapon of the great swordswoman, but also a weapon known as the Dragon Thief, declaring herself an opponent of the dragon. She used a secret move to reflect the fireball. The dragon released a fireball. He attacked sharply with his tail. The monster hit the ship. The monster also struck with its claws. He continued to actively attack the ship. The entire crew watched in amazement as the dragon could not get into the ship. Bahamut decided to go on the offensive, and time stopped again. Sekai appeared right on top of the dragon, restored time, and shouted loudly, calling for it to stop. The guy noted that it seemed like it took him several days to save the ship, although only a couple of seconds had passed. The dragon was unhappy that he was grabbed by the collar like that. The guy asked if he was going to shake him off, realizing that while his left hand was holding the pause button, all the dragon's efforts were useless. Suddenly, the dragon gave up and lowered his head towards the ship. He asked the boy if he wanted him to acknowledge him as his master. The protagonist replied that the dragon had the right to choose to admit it or submit. Lifa thought skeptically that it seemed that the guy didn't have any other techniques besides the invisible attack. The ship continued its long journey. Fury came out of her cabin. Ninja asked if she was feeling better. Fury answered in the affirmative and added that they should arrive at the place soon, noting how quickly the week had flown by. She looked up and was amazed. She saw Bahamut sitting right on the ship, which was now Sekai's summon animal. The elf understood who it was, but she couldn't believe that it was a summoning animal. Sekai's mysteriousness and her surprise at seeing the huge dragon become attached to a human for the first time, wondering who this Kuzuno was. Sekai. Ninja addressed all the members of the group. She insistently asked them to direct their gaze in one direction. Everyone had to look straight ahead. Land appeared in the distance. The travelers could discern the outlines of land on the horizon. The land was located directly on the ship's course. The protagonist was surprised to recognize the area. He loudly announced the name of the land he had seen. It was a famous country called Mount Cape. Mount Cape was an important place. It served as a gateway. The route to the vast northern continent passed through it. The dragon asked about the purpose of their journey. He expressed curiosity about the direction of their voyage. He was interested in why they were heading to this particular place. Suddenly, the captain felt a change in speed. He realized with surprise that the ship was moving faster. He could not understand the reason for the acceleration. The huge dragon began to actively work its wings. The powerful wing beats created additional thrust. It was the dragon that increased the ship's speed. The dragon expressed his displeasure. He loudly declared his attitude towards slow ships. He really didn't like the slowness of human ships. Nini expressed her admiration for the dragon's actions. She found Bahamut very cool. Nini suggested that everyone express their gratitude to him for his help. After a little confusion, the journey continued. The ship moved in the intended direction again. They were moving towards their goal. The travelers left the ship. They went ashore after arriving. Their destination was a small coastal port. The people around were amazed by the unusual sight. They watched the dragon with amazement. Everyone's attention was riveted on the huge creature. The protagonist paid attention to the reactions of those around him. He realized that the dragon was causing excessive interest. Some people even felt fear at the sight of Bahamut. The protagonist made a decision for the dragon. He decided that it was better for Bahamut to remain in the sky. This position in the air would save him from unnecessary attention and fear among people. The dragon obeyed the request. He flew high into the sky. His sudden rise caused a new wave of surprise among the observers. Leave only unselected text. The guy noted that he does not hear the quiet voices of people, but he is sure that the dragon can be relied upon. Lifa, having boarded the ship, said goodbye to everyone. She warned that she heard about Kuzuno Sekai from the charming thief and advised him to be careful with the woman standing behind the king during the audience. Everyone present was surprised. Sekai didn't understand why he needed to be careful. The team decided to head to the castle first. A majestic castle towered on the mountain. Kuzuno Sekai noticed that although he had often seen castles in games, this castle was built in an unusual location. Approaching the huge gates, they saw that up close the castle looked even more impressive, representing a whole complex of fortresses. Suddenly, a wire fell from the sky connecting the dragon to its new master. Bahamut asked if he could wipe the castle off the face of the earth with a fireball, but Sekai refused. The castle gates opened and they were greeted as a hero and his friends, inviting them to enter. The servants showed them the way, telling them that the king was waiting for them. They walked through the spacious halls of the castle. One of the soldiers opening the doors reported the arrival of the hero and his comrades. The team found themselves in a large and spacious room. A beautiful, dark-haired woman came out to them and stood next to the little prince, who was sitting on the throne. The prince noticed that the long journey must have tired them. Sekai was surprised to see a child on the throne and was amazed at the size of the room. The prince said that he knew the hero who saved the country of Beltry. Sekai asked who the woman next to the child was. He told the prince that traveling was an integral part of the RPG, so they didn't complain. He noted the lack of phones and internet, expressing interest in how they found out about it. The child on the throne asked why the hero did not know this. The woman standing next to him introduced herself as Revissa, an advisor introduced to the king by the League of Mages. She explained that the League's high-ranking mages were able to communicate over long distances using a secret technique. According to her, even in distant Beltry, there were mages subordinate to the League, allowing them to gather intelligence from all over the world. The girls listened to this new information with surprise. The king noted that magic was present everywhere, and the very fact of their conversation in response to the invitation confirmed its reality. Revissa, in turn, expressed admiration for the king's speeches. Kuzuno Sekai, noticing the woman's influence, noted to himself that the real power in the country was probably concentrated in her hands. Then the hero suddenly stopped time and, taking advantage of the moment, carefully approached his elf partner. After this, he ascended to the throne. He headed towards Ravis. He was extremely surprised by the size of her breasts, which turned out to be larger than those of his companion. Time suddenly returned to its normal flow. The king approached the hero, saying that he had a favor to ask of him. Ravis explained that they needed help in eliminating the ghouls that appeared in the capital every night. Kuzuno Sekai wondered if these were the monsters he imagined from games that roamed cemeteries in search of the dead. The woman replied that she did not understand what he meant by games, but confirmed the seriousness of the situation. She said that all their attempts to deal with the ghouls were unsuccessful, since the monsters were able to revive after being defeated. The young man noted to himself their resemblance to zombies. Ravisa continued, emphasizing that for a hero who defeated the King of Darkness himself, dealing with the ghouls should not be difficult, and therefore they ask him for help. The king supported her words, adding that only a hero could cope with this problem. Kuzuno Sekai thought about it, feeling like he was being dragged into something dubious, but he still decided to take on the matter, considering it as a kind of main quest. They left the palace calmly. Ravisa separated from the king. The king asked her if it was worth calling the hero from afar for this. This is the first time he hears that the young man actually fought back against the King of Darkness. Ravisa replied that she did not consider this information important enough to worry the king, and asked him to entrust her with the matter. The king said that he had done so, but expressed his fear that if the hero did not help them, their country would no longer be able to defend itself. The woman admired his decision. She looked sadly out the window, where the huge dragon Bahamut was flying high in the sky, and wondered about the reason for his flight. The woman noticed that the dragon was circling in the sky. He is clearly heading towards the city, but apparently does not intend to attack the inhabitants. The city streets were full of life. Sekai noted the prevailing calm. Ninja agreed, noting that the city did not look like it was besieged by ghouls every night. The hero noted that they were staying at the best hotel in town. Ninja added that the city was famous for its seafood. She aroused Sakai's admiration, and they decided to try everything. While walking around the city, they unexpectedly ran into Lifa. She asked if the hero had already met that magician. To which Kuzuno Sekai asked if she meant that beauty. Leaf explained that they were in Mario's country, which was not part of the League of Magicians, hinting that the real power may be in other hands. She said that Ravisa, having become the king's advisor and a member of the Swordsman's Council, had achieved a ban on outsiders visiting the castle, which was what caused her hostility. Lifa suspected that the woman was up to something, and although she didn't yet know what it was, she was determined to find out. The young man asked if she had come here because of Ravisa, and not because of the ghouls. Lifa replied that she had proven herself to be the best in espionage and investigation ever since her time on the Swordsman's Council. Now, having reached the peak of her skills as an assassin, she carries out various assignments. The hero noticed that the swordswoman Lifa still remained unique. Suddenly, an idea came to him. He invited Lifa to join them to taste the famous seafood. Lifa was surprised. She reminded him that everyone knew her as a lone warrior, and it was strange to hear such a proposal. Sekai replied that the choice was hers, but he insisted on treating her. Lifa, a little embarrassed, said that they left her no choice and agreed to join. Moonlight flooded the sleeping city, over which a dragon circled in the sky. The city was quiet. Suddenly a hand emerged from under the ground. She was followed by numerous terrible monsters. They were scary and aggressive. Time suddenly stopped. The hero, with one lightning-fast movement, dealt with the enemies. Then he returned time to normal. Nina stared at him in amazement, not even having time to blink before the boy had finished everything. Sekai noted that the undead had to be killed by aiming for the head or neck, mentioning that this was the main tactic in zombie games. The dragon asked if it would be better to simply burn the city along with the ghouls, to which Sekai replied no. The entire team was assembled and ready for battle, deciding to go on a night hunt. Time was stopped. Kuzuno Sekai pierced the monster. He wielded a sword. He cut off the heads. The guy pierced the eye of one enemy. He dealt with the ghouls quickly, but they kept coming back. Something was alarming him. Time started running again. A rope descended from the ceiling. It was a dragon phone. Ninja was sitting on it. She reported that 3 more ghouls had appeared in the north of the city. The hero was dissatisfied. He was fed up with the ghouls. They appeared in different parts of the city. He ran to fight. Fury was sitting in the room. She was calmly drinking tea. She thought that the hero would be able to handle the monsters. If time was truly in his hands, he could handle anything. Even he could easily defeat the swordswoman. Whatever obstacle you come up with, he can handle it. The hero ran forward. Furia didn't understand why he was wasting his energy. She thought he was a strange guy. Time was restored. The hero put away his weapon. He said that the battle was good, but he was not sure that it was over. The slain monsters lay before him. He was glad for the help of Bahamut and Ninja from the sky, otherwise he would not have coped. He thought that while he was resting, a new wave would appear. He had to wait and move time and kill enemies. He was tired and thoughtful. The guy doubted that the ghouls would stop appearing. Meanwhile, Lifa was crawling along the high wall. She thought she would enter through the window. If they wouldn't let her in through the door, the window would do. In the Council of Swordsmen, she was considered the best spy. She was told that she was a skilled thief. She could do anything. She entered through the castle window. She was wearing dark clothes. Lifa looked around. She noticed a guard in a corridor. He was passing by. Lifa abruptly hid behind the window. The guard passed by. She knew how to hide perfectly. Formally, she could be seen, but no one noticed her. The girl was the first of the swordsmen to get here. She threw off her hood. Lifa walked calmly down the castle corridor. Her target was the witch. It was Rabis's advisor. Lifa recalled the structure of the castle. One day she saw a woman's window in the evening. She thought it was Ravis's private room. In the Swordsman's Council, Lifa was called the owner of the all-seeing eye. She was watching the castle through a telescope. Ravisa didn't know about it. The telescope was pointed at the castle. Lifa walked down the corridor. Now she knew where Ravisa's room was. She wanted to rip off her mask. Water was pouring from a large, beautiful waterfall. Ravisa was at the spa and relaxing. She just came out of the water. The assistants were waiting for her. They wiped down the lady. Ravisa quietly asked if the king was sleeping now. Her faithful assistants quickly helped her dress. They whispered that the king had long been in bed. Ravisa immediately decided to act. The servants bowed low. Ravisa solemnly left. Lifa watched her carefully from the dark window. She did not understand at all that it was possible to start at night. Ravisa walked confidently down the corridor past the motionless guards. She walked forward with absolute calm. Lifa watched her carefully. She quickly jumped out of the window and quietly followed the woman. Ravisa didn't notice anything at all. She quietly left the castle into the night courtyard. Lifa quickly ran after her. The woman confidently approached the room with armed guards. She walked through the large, heavy door without hesitation. The door with its iron bars slammed loudly. Lifa immediately thought that Ravisa had gone down into the dark dungeon. The girl deftly threw the rope from the high wall. She quickly went down. A strong wind roared. She finally saw the window into the dungeon. She secretly watched Ravisa. The woman was performing mysterious magic in the dungeon. Lifa smelt monsters. The deeper she went, the stronger the smell of monsters became. Ravisa stood in the center of the spacious and empty room. She smirked and looked away. Then she suddenly disappeared behind the wall. Lifa noticed the woman's smirk. She thought Ravisa had noticed her. Even though she wasn't supposed to be seen, suddenly a terrible shadow appeared from behind the wall. Lifa noticed her and became interested in what was ahead. A huge monster with a weapon stood in the middle of the room. The girl heard the monster groan. The warrior decided to go out and fight him. A terrible monster attacked her, but the girl skillfully dodged all the blows flying at her. She struck back one after another. As a result, she was able to cut off the enemy's hand with the weapon. Lifa recognized the sword. She had seen it before. This sword was sent to Mount Cape, but it was lost. It was Ogre Slayer, the sword of Magnus. The girl realized that in front of her was an ugly chimera. The monster was still standing in front of her. He growled and screamed loudly. Lifa thought that an active fight was beginning. She was anticipating fun. Suddenly, a hatch opened from the floor. The girl fell down. It happened very quickly. The floor immediately closed. Ravisa walked along it. The sorceress thought that the swordswoman Lifa was certainly stronger than Chimera. This is an age of magic and ingenuity, so she easily lured her into a trap. Ravisa believed that anyone who fell into this abyss and survived the fall would not survive. It was a place from which no one returned alive. She looked calmly at the empty room. It was already morning. The birds were singing. There were zombie corpses lying in the city's courtyards. As soon as the sun rose, they disappeared into the ground as if into water. The main character was surprised by this. He couldn't believe that this was happening. The elf explained that ghouls only appear in the evening. She assumed that they would be reborn again in the evening. She said that this country has tried every possible way to combat them, and she thinks that is the case. The protagonist said that they would appear endlessly. He saw no hope of destroying them all. Foria countered that she hadn't said there was no way out, but he would need Ninja's help. She asked if he had an idea. The boys called Ninja to come down from the dragon. They needed to rest and hold a war council. They went into a local cafe. Delicious dishes awaited them on the tables. Ninja ate with appetite. She said that the dishes were very interesting. Kuzuno Sekai drank and ate crayfish. He noted that the food at the store yesterday was also delicious. But this place was simply delicious. Everyone ate quietly and enjoyed their food. Fury was hungry too, but she had already eaten earlier. She left for a while. Her comrades assumed that she did not like shrimp. Suddenly she returned. Fury said that she had returned for something. The protagonist looked at the scroll in her hands. He couldn't believe his eyes. The girl explained that it was an old map of the city. The latest buildings were missing. But this map would do for them. Ninja had been watching the ghouls all night, watching where they were coming from. Now they had to map all the spots where they were coming from. They had to find a pattern. The protagonist said it was a good idea. They should try. Maybe they'll find the place where the ghouls are born. Minia began to tell in detail. The protagonist encouraged her and asked her to remember all the details. The elf understood the pattern. The heroes found themselves in the forest. The guy thought the ghouls appeared in this inconspicuous area. The elf corrected him. They don't appear here exactly. But there must be one of their passages somewhere around here. Ninja asked what passages were. Fury landed on the ground. She summoned the golem with a spell. A huge golem appeared behind them. Sekai said that he hadn't seen it for a long time. Due to the different levels of the golems, the protagonist's golem was smaller. Suddenly, the golem struck the ground with a sharp blow. The impact shattered everything around it, and thick smoke rose up. Suddenly, a hole opened up leading down into a passage. Fury noticed that the place looked like an abandoned drain that for some reason had stopped functioning. She, studying the map, pointed out that this particular drain is the path through which dust penetrates to the surface. The girl looked carefully at the piece of paper. It turned out that masses of monsters were wandering through this dark drain where no sunlight penetrated. The protagonist suggested that Bahamut could destroy them all with a single fireball. However, he decided that it was probably best not to use that power. Fury agreed, noting that if he did, the city would perish as well. They had no other choice. Time suddenly stopped around. The main character climbed into the tunnel. Looking around, he saw a huge cluster of monsters. He would never have dared to come down here without stopping time. He was curious about how so many monsters ended up in this place. He decided to investigate. The hero began to make his way between the monsters frozen in stopped time, examining them carefully. He noted how terrible they were. As he moved forward, he saw more and more monsters. He thought about how deep he had already descended because the path seemed very long. His thoughts turned to what exactly he was looking for at the end of this path. Walking past one of the tunnels, the guy stopped. Suddenly he noticed Lifa ahead. He was extremely surprised by this meeting because time had stopped. The girl was standing next to a dead body. Looking around, he noticed that there was no dust nearby. The protagonist restored the flow of time. He immediately asked Lifa what she was doing here. The girl shuddered in surprise. She, in turn, asked him where the exit from this place was. The guy answered that he himself had been thrown here. Lifa was frightened and exclaimed that it was not true and he was joking. The warrior was frightened. The young man noted to himself that it was unlikely that anyone could have thrown him here. He assumed that since the drain had previously connected to the city, there must be an exit. Sekai asked Lifa where she came from. She said that she came from the castle. Her goal was to uncover the secrets of Revisa. She spoke of the king's advisor, describing her as a beautiful and influential woman. Lifa reported that she had almost succeeded in completing her task. This witch is now locked up. She said that Revisa created a monster from human bodies. The protagonist thought while listening to Lifa. He suddenly stopped time again. The young man was struck by the girl's beauty. Even in frozen time, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Lifa continued her story, saying that she didn't know Revisa's motives for creating the monster, but one of the swordsmen had already fallen victim to the conspiracy. She turned to Kuzuno Sekai, saying that if he is a hero, he should help her. Lifa suggested that ghouls might also be connected to this conspiracy. The guy promised to help her. He smiled and asked what they should do next. Lifa suggested returning to the castle, suggesting that it was located directly above them. The protagonist asked if there were other ways to get to the castle. The girl said no. The guy said they would have to get up somehow and asked if she had any ideas. Lifa had no thoughts. Then the protagonist stopped time again. After some time, the flow of time was restored. Furia and Revisa did not understand where they were. The protagonist explained that they were in the center of a drain full of ghouls. Ninya screamed indignantly that this was impossible and he wanted to kill her. Leifa reassured her that everything would be fine now that she was with them. Ninya was happy to meet the swordswoman lady. Fury looked around and said that the castle must be right above them. However, she didn't understand why they needed to get in there. Leifa replied that she had explored all the paths but had not found a single way out. Furia confirmed that the drain had collapsed in many places a long time ago. She looked at the old map and noticed that the castle was not shown on it, but there were drainage routes. She supposed that by comparing the old map with the new one, it would be possible to determine where the collapses hid the passage to the castle. Now she was worried about the question of which direction they were. Ninya exclaimed that she seemed to understand. She pointed ahead and said that there were 3 branches. The protagonist was very surprised. The girls studied the map, and Ninya said that there was only one such place on the map. She claimed that she could see everything around her despite the darkness, hinting that thieves could see them even in the dark. Furia thought for a moment and said that if Nina was right, they should go straight ahead. The main character realized this, but decided to stop time to deal with the ghouls. After the time was restored, the entire team moved forward calmly. The monsters no longer interfered with them. Soon they reached the collapse. Fury lay down on the ground and summoned her golem. Golem quickly formed from the pile of stones. He hit the rubble and the stones flew apart. Suddenly, the door opened. Ninya said that the door was locked, but they could rely on her, as she could easily open it. 5 minutes later, the door was opened. The hero saw a staircase that seemed to lead to the castle. The protagonist called Leifa to go forward. He didn't know what to tell her. Leifa adjusted her hair and replied that she didn't mind going. She thought that this was her new team now. The girl smiled. At this time, Ravissa was in a dark room with monsters. She looked at the wooden box and said that the person inside would become bait for the spirits. She said that the man fell down the stairs due to carelessness and died from fractures. The man lay motionless. The monster noted that less than half a day had passed since his death, and that this was a fresh and wonderful specimen. The gates were ready and they decided to begin. Ravissa stood before the dark magical gates. She began the ritual of resurrecting the dead using her magic. Magical energy spread around. It enveloped the entire space. Meanwhile, the main characters were climbing the high stairs to the castle. It was a joint effort between Sekai's team and the swordswoman Leifa. They were preparing for the upcoming battle. The heroes who had recently fought the ghouls suddenly found themselves in the dungeon of the imperial castle. Rabisu, who stood before the dark gates and cast a spell. She was focused on opening the gate. The monsters watched what was happening calmly. The heroes passed through the arch and found themselves in the castle's dungeon, surprised by its size. Ninja noted that the hall was very large. The comrades went further into the room. Leifa learned that this was the dungeon of Mount Cape Castle. The gates began to creak and glow magically. One of Mask's servants ordered them to be opened wider. They swung open with a loud click. The skulls on the gates also began to glow. Ravissa watched the process calmly. She continued to cast her spell, opening the gates wider and wider, revealing a luminous space. The main character noticed that something was happening ahead. The elf pointed to the magic summoning circle on the floor in front of the gate, suggesting that it was a necromantic ritual. Suddenly, a zombie of a strange and aggressive shape appeared from the portal. All the heroes noticed someone emerging from the portal. They wondered if it could be the soul of a dead person, if this was a ritual of summoning the dead. Leifa expressed doubts about this possibility. Furia said that it was quite possible, but she had never seen such a ritual in real life. The protagonist noted that the appearance of ghosts in this world is a common thing, but Fury objected that this is not so. The ghost was approaching them. Suddenly, he entered the body of a zombie. The main character did not understand what happened. The elf explained that apparently the coffin contained the remains of a man, and the magician was calling his soul from another world. The young man doubted that this was necromancy, and even if the soul entered a dead body, it would not be able to do anything. Fury objected that if the soul returned to the body, then the person could be resurrected, although she was not sure of this for sure. Kuzuno Sekai countered that after death, brain cells die, so the dead person will not be able to think or move. Nini pointed ahead and told Sekai to watch. Suddenly, the dead man began to move. Everything around was plunged into darkness. The hero stated that the dead man had risen. The young man was surprised that his broken neck did not prevent him from getting up and feeling well. Leifa asked her comrades to continue their observation. Ravisa ordered the servants to close the gate tightly, and they obeyed. Next to them stood a coffin with a body. Ravisa greeted the zombie and asked him to state his name. He loudly called himself Thomas Burtz, despite his broken neck and thrown back head. One of the servants confirmed that Mrs. Ravisa was doing everything correctly. The woman asked Thomas to tell about himself. He replied that he was catching shrimp. The servant confirmed that it was true. He was a fisherman. The corpse continued his story, mentioning his wife and 5-year-old son. He asked where they were now. The attendant informed him that his son's name was Robert. Mrs. Ravisa said the zombie's son was safe. Thomas grabbed his head and remembered Robert calling him, and he fell down the stairs, hurting his head. Ravisa noticed that he had fallen down the stairs, but miraculously survived. The corpse began to stutter, raised its hands to its head, and screamed in horror, asking what it had seen there if it was alive. One of the servants asked Ravisa to look ahead. New souls began to emerge from the portal, and it glowed more and more brightly. The servant asked the lady to move away from the portal. Many ghosts came out of it. They entered the body of a dead person, causing him to writhe in pain. The heroes watched as the monster writhed in agony. Suddenly, a huge creature appeared. Minya couldn't understand what it was. Leifa calmly explained that it was a chimera, and that in such a horrible way a person turns into a monster. Ravisa sighed and noted with annoyance that this kind of thing happened all the time. She explained that the soul does not have time to become fixed in the body of the resurrected person, and the ritual attracts evil spirits. The result is a hideous monster. The chimera screamed loudly, making unpleasant sounds. New monsters continued to emerge from the portal, heading into the room. The heroes watched what was happening. They were overwhelmed by a whole crowd of zombies. The protagonist wondered if it was time to stop time. Fury noticed that the monsters were heading straight towards them. Nini exclaimed that an army of ghouls was breaking out of the gate. The swordswoman declared that she would destroy them all immediately. Furia suggested that Li Fei stay for now and observe the situation. The protagonist was still thinking about stopping time. The crowd of zombies continued to come out of the portal. Nini exclaimed again that they were all coming towards them. The elf still wanted to watch before leaving. Leifa continued to watch what was happening, looking ahead. Suddenly she became thoughtful and stopped as if she had realized something. She decided that they shouldn't watch any longer, as it was becoming dangerous to stay where they were. Leifa pointed to the side, suggesting that they move away. Nina asked what was going on. Li Fa answered cryptically that they would see soon. The crowd of zombies was still moving towards the exit. Suddenly, the floor beneath them opened up and a secret door was revealed. Many zombies fell into the pit. The girls watched what was happening in surprise, not understanding what was happening. It turned out that some mechanism had worked. All the monsters fell into the pit and the doors slammed shut with a noise. There was not a single monster left in the room. The girl came closer to the gate. Fury explained that the large gate used in the ritual was likely a portal to the underworld. She suggested that these gates connect their world with the afterlife. The protagonist, hearing this, exclaimed in surprise that this was the other side of their world. The elf continued to explain that by resurrecting the dead, Ravisa opens a portal to the netherworld and summons dead souls from there. The monster was still screaming loudly. Furia continued that Ravisa then attempts to seal these souls into flesh. Leifa agreed, adding that Ravisa must be very powerful indeed to have been able to carry out so many successful stages of the ritual. Leifa sighed, noting that Ravisa's actions violated the laws of nature. She pointed to a failed ritual where evil souls had burst forth in response to the summons and, invading the flesh, had turned the man into a monster. Additionally, Li Fei explained that the horde of ghouls appears as a side effect of the ritual, falling into their world from the nether. It seems that effective methods of combating them have not yet been invented. Their countermeasures are limited to that very hole in the floor into which hordes of ghouls fall, as if into a drain. Fury realized why they stopped using the drain. The protagonist thought that, in his opinion, he was called here to solve this problem. Everyone around stood in amazement. The protagonist was indignant that they'd been stuck on the ship for about a month. Ninja corrected him, specifying that they had only been sailing for 10 days. The guy replied that he felt like a whole month had passed. Leifa noted that real famous heroes weren't called in to clear dangerous passages anyway. She added that dancing to the tune of government officials was precisely his destiny. She called him a fool. He asked her not to tell such a truth. The main character stopped time. He decided to teach his colleague a lesson while time stood still. Suddenly, time started moving again. Kuzuno Sekai thought about how ghouls regularly infiltrate their world and that it needs to be stopped. Lifa noted that Revissa will stubbornly pursue her goal. Furia added that the woman was putting the city in danger. Nina exclaimed that the ghouls would be in their favor in that case. The protagonist was indignant and asked her to think better. Lifa became curious about what to do with Chimera now. She headed straight towards her. The huge monster was destroying everything around him. He was disgusting and scary. There were already 2 monsters in the room. Lifa looked at him in surprise. It turned out that 2 chimeras were fighting each other. They fought actively and struck blows. The protagonist came up from behind and asked in surprise where another chimera came from. He was surprised that they were hitting each other and assumed that someone was protecting Revissa. Nina noticed that the one who was protecting was being pushed away. Lifa thought about it. Suddenly, the girl remembered how she cut off the chimera's hand, in which he held the ogre slayer and fought. She realized that inside this chimera was the body of the swordsman Magnus. From the very beginning, he protected Revissa. Lifa was surprised. She remembered the old days in the city. Then little Lifa was actively training with her teacher. She learned by doing flips and fighting. The master noticed that only inexperienced youths fly. Lifa trained hard and even caused damage to the teacher. She was pleased with herself. The master said that if this was a real fight, he would lose his head. Lifa quickly ran away screaming, leaving the teacher perplexed. She demonstrated a masterful breach in his defense. The council gave her the title of swordsman as the youngest and most promising. But the girl understood that this was only the beginning. She believed that soon even the strongest swordsman would talk about the invincible Lifa. She stood in front of her teacher and asked how he was. The swordsman replied that for now he was her teacher and that she did indeed have great talent, which was why he was worried. The girl just smiled. He said that when he saw that she had achieved the mastery she desired, then he would listen to her advice. Magnus said that she would never achieve what she desired and would continue to rush forward, becoming lonely and alienated. Lifa smiled. The teacher admitted that he was very worried about this. Lifa noticed that he was the only one who was worried about her. The man asked her to call him teacher. The girl really wanted him to fight her seriously at least once. Lifa remembered the swordsman Magnus. Suddenly, she jumped up and started fighting the chimeras. She actively defended her teacher. Revissa watched what was happening. The protagonist did not understand her actions. Nini was also surprised. Lifa skillfully wielded her sword while fighting monsters. The chimera made loud cries. The heroes were perplexed as they watched the scene. They noticed that the girl was acting recklessly and could easily be attacked from behind. However, the girl steadfastly parried the blow from behind with her sword. She demanded that the attack be stopped. She was said to have eyes in the back of her head because she was able to effectively repel attacks from behind. Lifa was protecting one of the chimeras. Ninya, seeing this, was very surprised and did not understand why she was doing this. The girl moved closer and protected the chimera, covering its back. Revissa continued to watch. She noted that the swordsman had a strong camaraderie. Revissa ordered everyone to stop and stated that the swordswoman should deal with everything herself. Lifa was angry. Suddenly, time stopped. The protagonist approached Revissa and looked at her intently. She smiled. The protagonist thought that it seemed he had not even had time to fall in love with her. He noted that she had done a lot of evil and easily destroyed the lives of the soldiers at the castle with her summoning of dust. She sacrificed many citizens. But now she will lead them all away. Bahamut was supposed to destroy the portal to the Nether and everything else with a fireball. Everything was heading towards the denouement. He touched the woman sharply. Sekai was very surprised. The guy found a piece of paper in her body. He unfolded the paper and saw text on it. The note said that the hero should not draw wrong conclusions. He was very surprised that this was the whole text. It seemed impossible to him that this message was addressed to him. He became curious about where the continuation was. He thought about looking for other notes. Revissa just stood there and smiled. He decided to continue searching for papers in the woman's body. He was surprised to see another note. He didn't understand what was happening, but he continued to read the new note with pleasure and admiration. It said that she was doing all this to protect the world from the King of Darkness. The woman stood motionless. frozen in time. What was happening left the guy dumbfounded. The protagonist continued to search for notes that said that many had to be sacrificed. But all this was the fulfillment of the will of the former king. Advisor Ravis stood motionless. The protagonist thought that he didn't know how she got the information. But she found out about his superpower and took action. He didn't know if he could trust her because she was one of those women who knew how to get her way. It seemed to him that he was unable to resist the charms of this witch. He thought that when time did not guarantee him victory, it meant that the adults were the ones who had the magic. The hero felt embarrassed. Time was restored. The heroes eliminated all the ghouls. Then they entered the castle. There they saw traces of necromancy and secret notes. Now they were in the castle. The warrior fought the monsters. She swung her sharp sword. The girl dealt a powerful blow to her opponent. She struck one blow after another with skill and ease. Leafa turned around. She remembered the swordsman Magnus. Now she looked ahead at Chimera and Ravisa. The main characters stood opposite the woman. Ravisa said that their appearance surprised her greatly. She wondered how the heroes got here. She joked. The woman said she was expecting a hero. The main character was neither surprised nor impressed by this news. The woman noted that even her hidden messages reached the hero. She smiled. She told and showed where her messages were. The woman called the young man a prankster. She decided to get down to business. Ravessa said that their ultimate goal is the same as the heroes, which is to overthrow the King of Darkness. Kuzuno Sekai looked at her in surprise. The woman thought that this was his ultimate goal, but it was not so at all. He stopped time and decided not to listen to this woman. The hero thought that she was a real intriguer. The guy noted that his chances with a high school girl were even slimmer. The hero decided that he couldn't listen to Ravisa. He didn't want to dance to anyone's tune. A wounded monster stood next to the heroes. Fury watched everything that was happening. She told Ninja that she assumed the hero was bringing new problems upon himself. Ninya asked why she thought so. The elf replied that it was just her intuition. Leafa approached the girls. She said that everything was obvious. According to Leafa, the hero simply lay down under this woman and she called him an idiot. The warrior noted that although the hero spoke to her as an equal, the woman skillfully twirled him. The girl thought that this would give her a reason to bare her blade. She thought about how the swordsman Magnus had turned into this abomination. Leafada decided that she would never forget it. The heroes gathered together. They decided to find out what Kuzuno was talking about. Sekai with that woman. He happily announced that they would climb to the top of the mountain. There they would find the Stone of Life. Everyone was very surprised. The protagonist continued his story. He said that in the north, 2 days' walk from here, there is the mountain of the fall of the goddess. At its top is an altar with a life stone and the heroes follow it. Ninya happily understood the information. The other girls sighed. They said that everything happened as they expected. They were unhappy that the hero listened to the woman. Sekai noted that Ravisa resurrected people. He said that the previous deceased King Tutama needed to be resurrected. Mount Cape. The protagonist believed that this king knew how to defeat the King of Darkness. He looked at his team. Everyone was unenthusiastic. Leafa asked why he believed her. Kuzuno Sekai admitted with displeasure that a sage had once visited Mount Cape. The sage, in his last moment of life, had passed on the secrets of victory to only one king. Ninja was delighted with this information. The protagonist continued to tell the story. He said that it was necessary to revive the king. To do this, it was necessary to get the life stone. He looked back sharply and realized that he had explained everything poorly. The girls stood and looked at him with displeasure. The hero understood that in RPGs, such a plot development is a classic. The woman used him skillfully. But according to the plot, he had no choice to make another move. The elf thought about his words. She remembered what she knew about the Stone of Life. Everyone turned to Lefea in surprise. They asked her what she knew about him. Leafa said that Rabissa lied. She also added that they were all fools. Suddenly time stopped, and Sekai decided to teach his partner a lesson for the second time that day. Fury began her story. Long ago, about 2,000 years ago, the goddess of life and death, Isabella, descended to Earth. She landed on the top of a high mountain, which caused a stone to break off from the goddess's body. The mountain was named the Mountain of the Fall of the Goddess. The broken-off Stone of Life is still worshipped by local residents. Legends say that the stone has the power to revive the dead. The protagonist was very surprised. He decided that they needed to go there immediately. Leva objected. She said that only death awaited them on the mountain. Leva explained that the mountain was incredibly high. There you can easily die from the cold and rocks. The main character thought about her words. Leva continued. She added that a fortress of mountain people was built on the mountain. These people worship the goddess Isabella and protect the stone. Many adventurers have tried to reach the stone, but none have returned alive. Leva asked them to consider her words. She wanted them to understand why even the mighty Revisa could not obtain the stone. Everyone watched in surprise as Leva left. Nina asked the swordswoman why she was leaving so soon after their arrival. Leva replied that she was indeed leaving. She turned around and explained that her job was to find out what was going on here. She said that she had seen the general outline of it. Now she needed to make a report for the Swordsman's Council. The swordswoman expressed hope that they would meet the respected hero again if he did not die first. The guy was stunned by this phrase. Fury agreed with the swordswoman. She noted that stopping time would not save him from falling off the mountain. The guy was glad that Furia was worried about him. The girl pretended that she didn't care. Kuzuno Sekai stated that he knew about the dangers of climbing the mountain. He said he had seen a video of people falling off cliffs at great speed and crashing to death. Ninja asked what the video was. The hero remembered how the footage had chilled his blood. Then he promised himself never to climb the mountains. Ninja did not understand what it meant that they would not climb. The protagonist confirmed that they really weren't going to go there. The whole team boarded Bahamut. They took off. The dragon flew very fast. He boasted that he flew much better than slow people. Nini was delighted. She said that flying in the sky was wonderful. Sekai did not share her enthusiasm. He tried not to look down. It seemed to him that his heart had sunk into his heels. The guy turned around and saw Furia. She was lost in thought and withdrawn into herself. He assumed that she was also afraid of falling. Besides, there was another problem, loss of time. The journey took 7 days. They spent a whole day on ghouls. And here is the road again. Gangkite could not carry Bahamut, so they had to fly on Bahamut. That was also a good option. The protagonist decided that he didn't want to waste another second. Ninja said she saw something ahead. They flew closer. A mountain towered before them. Ninya said that it was the highest mountain she had ever seen. The mountain was called the Goddess Fall Mountain. Sekai noted that they were at a great height. They continued their flight. The dragon informed them that they were heading straight for the top. The heroes became worried. They began to wonder if they would have enough oxygen at such a height. They were also worried about the low temperature. Suddenly, the dragon shot up into the air. He rose above the ground and continued his rapid flight towards the top. Nini was delighted that they were flying to the very top. The protagonist was irritated. The dragon seemed not to listen to him. The hero turned to look at Fury. The girl looked very surprised. Soon they flew over the mountain town. The locals looked up. They pointed their fingers at the dragon. Kuzuno Sekai thought that these were probably the mountain people. It seemed to him that the inhabitants tensed up when they saw them. The hero decided that as a last resort he would stop time. However, he did not want it to come to that. The residents looked up in surprise. They discussed the unexpected appearance of the guests. People began to pass news to each other. A man ran forward. A stern female warrior watched what was happening. There was no joy in her eyes. She was clearly unhappy with the arrival of new guests. In the palace, water from the dragon flowed into a large pool. Ravisa was relaxing in the spa. She was pleased with herself. Elda's words turned out to be true. Kiro Kuzuno Sekai had a strange technique. This technique was invisible to the eye. He was let go easily. King Beltry had greatly underestimated him. Ravisa continued to wash herself. She thought that if she used not surrogates but the life stone itself, she would be able to complete the resurrection rite. She believed that she would fulfill the unachieved human dream of all time. Ravisa was pleased with her plan and idea. Meanwhile, the dragon sat on the top of the mountain. The heroes calmly climbed up to the stone and the temple. Furia noted that they had arrived very quickly. There were rumors that no one except the mountain people could get here. They were cold. They were wrapped in special cloaks. Furia did not believe what was happening. Sekai thought they were too high. He noticed that breathing was not difficult for some reason. The temperature was no different from Tokyo's late winter. Sekai noticed that there was something wrong with this world. Nina was inspired by the clean mountain air. She noted that Bahamut was also tired. The dragon noted that until the air changed, it was easy to gain altitude. The protagonist asked the dragon why he was not a cold-blooded animal. The protagonist noted that it was cold here. He said that they needed to take the stone and return quickly. He went straight up to the temple with the stone of life. The stone was very small. It was a tiny glowing stone hanging in the air. The main character calmly decided to grab him. He took the stone in his hand. Everything around was illuminated with light. Sekai suddenly realized that something was wrong. Strange things happened to his body and he rose above the ground. Ninja noted that Kuzuno Sekai began to float in the air. She asked Furio what was going on. The elf noted that she didn't know either. She said that no one who touched the stone ever returned. The main character started screaming loudly. He rose high into the sky above the mountain and then quickly flew down. The girls were afraid for their friend. The guy was flying down the cliff. He didn't understand what was happening. Sekai wanted to stop time, but he knew it wouldn't help. Gravity doesn't care about stopping time. This option won't help him at all. He continued to fly at high speed. The young man hit his feet on the slope. It was very painful for him. He landed on the ground. The guy thought he was finished, but he was alive. He was lying on the ground and his leg was broken. Kuzuno Sekai took a couple of breaths. He realized that he had landed. He began to wonder why he didn't die. He noted that his left leg was broken. Several of his hips appeared to be broken. He noted that he could not walk. He was not in much pain. It seems that his brain had released a painkiller because of the nearness of death. Sekai couldn't eat. The food was left with Bahamut at the top of the mountain. Without food during the pause, he wouldn't have time to recover. A sharp growl came from next to him. The hero turned around. A huge monster of the mountain biome stood to the side. It growled and snorted. The hero thought about the choice. He had the option to either die of hunger or from the monster's teeth. Suddenly, stones started flying at the beast. The hero was surprised and looked around. The monster growled loudly and was unhappy with what was happening. Local residents began throwing stones at the predator. The atmosphere became very tense. The mountain people came to the hero. They saved him from the terrible monster. At the head of the detachment stood a warlike woman. She ran up to the hero through the dangerous mountainous terrain. She landed gently on the ground. The girl carefully approached the guy. The hero said that he was glad to be saved. He noted that he wanted to live. The girl sternly demanded that the stone be given back. She called it the deity of the mountaineers. The young man asked what would happen if he gave up the stone. He realized that he was still in danger. The girl calmly replied that they would kill him. She repeated that first he would give up the stone and then they would kill him. The woman ordered the hero to throw away the sword. Otherwise, it would hurt him more. The hero refused. Blood ran down his face. He was shaking with weakness. He said quietly that he was an influential man and would disarm her. Now his plans have changed. He has food, a dead pig. He decided to take a break until he fully recovered. The woman laughed loudly. She called the hero a fool. She said that he would not be able to do anything and would die. The young man accepted the challenge. He decided to try. He suddenly stopped time. The woman froze in front of him. The hero carefully crawled to her feet. He grabbed her by the clothes and pulled her towards him. The girl fell on him motionless. She was lying on his body. Sekai decided that treatment was most important. Now he wanted to do it. He abruptly turned the girl over and now found himself on top. The woman lay quietly on the ground. The hero touched her gently. He noted that she was very beautiful. Time started running again. The girl looked around in surprise. She didn't understand what was happening. She found herself without clothes. Her clothes were lying nearby on the ground. The girl did not understand what had happened. Her comrades were also perplexed. She was very embarrassed. The hero smirked. He said it was his disarming skill. The young man showed the stone. He asked if this was what she needed. Kuzuno Sekai threw the stone into his mouth. He swallowed it. The warrior's face changed. The guy laughed. He said that if she wanted the stone, she should look for it in the toilet tomorrow. The woman was furious. She promised to kill him and was very angry. The hero wanted to see her angry face. He stopped time again. He concentrated on regaining his strength. He slowly crawled towards the woman. She stood quietly and looked at him angrily. Because of Kuzuno's weakness, Sekai was unable to turn off time. At that moment, his partners were flying down the mountain on a dragon. They were surprised. Ninya was actively looking for Sekai. She was focused and looking around the mountainous area. She saw a large building. She decided that he was there. Her senses told her that something was wrong. She ordered Bahama to sit. He obeyed her calmly. The hero saw darkness, but he was warm. He opened his eyes. He suddenly remembered that he was lying on the ground. Sekai was in the arms of that warrior girl. She stood up abruptly and said that he had woken up. Kuzuno's face, Sekai, was surprised. The girl said that now God was in his body. She poked him in the chest. He was surprised to notice that his leg was already healed. The girl lightly touched the guy. He got scared and screamed loudly. The woman said that the god would come out of him. Then she would kill him. She was happy with the plan. Until the god came out, she would protect him. The young man didn't understand anything. At that moment, his partners opened the door. They called Sekai. They saw that the hero was lying under impression and fear. His face was horrified. He didn't think he would be defeated so easily. After all, he considered himself an invincible hero. The woman explained to Sekai that the stone he swallowed, which she called a deity, gave him immortality. She then reached for the giant sword on her back, offering to test Sekai's immortality, but he categorically refused. He then turns to Furia and Ninya, saying that it's pretty cool, however they silently turn away from him and walk away from him. Seeing that he is being ignored, he begins to follow the girls, asking if they can hear him while they continue to ignore him. Together with the girls, Sekai leaves the house, asking with displeasure why Furia and Ninya are ignoring him. He tries to justify himself by saying that he was unconscious and he is more of a victim in this situation. Ninya turns around and asks why the stranger is also following them. She confidently replies that she only cares about the god stone that Sekai swallowed and she will protect him until the stone comes out. Sekai looks at Ninya and says that it seems that the woman will pursue them until she gets the stone back. Ninya then says with a smile that she may have just liked Sekai. However, the woman confidently says that this is not the case. She introduces herself as the leader of the mountain people, Ranga. Sekai thinks about it and tells Ranga that he will quickly settle his affairs and then return the stone to her and that he will try to do it quickly. Ninya at this time climbs onto Bahamut, who has his muzzle tilted down. After his words, Sekai stops time, after which he removes the cloth from Rangi's chest and squeezes it in his hands, thinking only that this could be their last meeting. After all three of them climbed onto Bahamut, it took off, and Sekai said one last loud farewell to Ranga, wishing that they would meet in the afterlife. Ninya turns around and asks if Ranga won't follow them, considering how much she believes in the Lifestone. But then she adds that she doesn't care that much because they are in a hurry. She says that if Ranga wants to follow them so much, then let him catch up with them on his own. Ranga at this time silently looks at the dragon flying away into the distance. After this, she immediately jumps off the cliff, pushing off the ground with strong and dexterous jumps, gradually descending. Standing on a flat surface, she walks quickly and confidently after the dragon. She clearly decided not to lose sight of the god and to pursue Sekai using her fast legs. At this time, the sky above the castle begins to darken. One of the guards goes down to one of the entrances to the castle to take up his post. While he was guarding the entrance, he noticed that someone was approaching him. Looking closely, he realizes that a ghoul is approaching him. The monster tries to attack the guard, but then manages to pierce the ghoul with his spear. He freezes for a second, but immediately continues the attack, until the knight understands why the ghoul did not die from his attack. The guard manages to dodge the ghoul and deliver a clear blow to his head with a spear. After this, the ghoul finally falls to the ground, while the guard is confused as to how the ghouls got into the castle. Looking around, the guard notices a man lying on the floor in blood, next to whom lay a mask. The guard looks ahead, and his gaze is filled with horror. A giant crowd of ghouls has formed in front of him, behind which are huge opening gates, from which a bright light emanates. At some point, something begins to pass through these gates, forcefully stretching out its giant paws. The next moment, a giant monster with a goat's head and fur of deep black light sticks its muzzle out of the gates and lets out a powerful roar. The ghouls easily penetrate deep into the castle while the guards try to fight them off. Rabisa watches this from the castle window when a panicking knight runs up to her. She turns to him and in a stern tone tells the guard to order the castle guards to strengthen the defense of the lower floors and the rest will have to go up to the king's tower and protect him. After this, Rabisa turns back to the window and thoughtfully looks at what is happening below. She knows that the ghouls should not have left the gates on their own. However, looking down at what is happening below, she realizes that this is exactly what is happening now. From the battlefield, the cries of knights are heard that the ghouls continue to appear, no matter how much you kill them, but the knights must stand to the end. Ravisa sees some of the knights heading towards the king's tower with a scream. One of the knights is grabbed by the giant hand of the monster, who was barely squeezing his body through the doorway. The monster catches a glimpse of Ravisa in the window and gives her a threatening, cruel look that makes the woman shudder. After this, she moves away from the window and asks one of the servants if the king is in his bedroom, and she confirms. After this, Ravisa personally comes to the king. The king sits on his bed, covered with a heavy blanket. He asks Ravisa tiredly what happened, as he heard some noise outside. She tells him that there was a small problem. A group of ghouls broke into the castle. This news slightly frightens the king, and he asks slightly worriedly what will happen to them. Ravisa bows respectfully before the king and assures him that he will definitely be safe next to her, so he can rest assured. However, in reality, Ravisa is not so calm and confident. She only hopes that the huge monster is not the Gorgon demon. However, she is still not sure, worriedly thinking about what if it is still him. Remembering the terrifying image of the monster, Ravisa understands perfectly well that the castle guards will not be able to detain him for long, and if there is a person who can defeat him, then it is that hero, the savior of the world. Ravisa tenses, anticipating the onset of the undead. The endless crowd of ghouls easily makes its way deeper into the castle, completely filling the wide corridors and bursting into all the rooms. Suddenly, a quiet knock was heard on the door in His Majesty's room, after which they began to beat on the door with force, and it trembled under the strong pressure. The king turns to Ravisa. She stands up confidently and asks His Majesty not to worry, as she will protect him as she promised the late king. She wants to use a spell, however. She freezes as time has been stopped. After this, the door leading to the king's room explodes with a roar. After this, Sekai calmly enters the half-destroyed door. She notices Ravisa and says that he knew she would be with the king. After that, he restores time and notifies her that he has returned. As soon as Ravisa notices him, an inexplicable surprise appears on her face. Sekai asks in confusion why she is so surprised by this. She asks Sekai with some concern how he got into the king's chambers. But she immediately switches her attention when she realizes that there are no longer any sounds of monsters outside. Sekai tells her that if she was wondering what happened to those monsters that were at the door, they are gone. He says that there was a long line of ghouls at the door of His Majesty's chambers, so he simply got rid of them all. Ravisa looks at him with genuine incomprehension, and he asks if they didn't ask him to destroy the ghouls. All the rooms and corridors where crowds of ghouls had just walked were now filled only with their lifeless bodies. On the battlefields between the monsters and the knights, only the defeated bodies of the monsters remained, while the knights looked at it with bewilderment. Ravisa hurries to the window to assess the situation. From the window she sees the same giant monster looming menacingly over the bloody guard. The monster rises to its hooves and lets out a deafening roar. After this, the monster approaches the wall and clings with its powerful hands directly to the stone wall, intending to climb up. Sakaya says that there is still a Gorgon demon left, and Ravisa says that he is heading towards them, looking at the demon from the window. Sekai asks if she is talking about the Gorgon demon, and she confirms. She looks flustered and wants to say something, but is interrupted by Sekai's words about the demon being an average boss. Ravisa doesn't quite understand what he's talking about. Sekai tells her that just when he thought he was running out of time, the perfect boss showed up. He goes to the window and says with a smile that it's just to his advantage that the target is outside. After these words, Bahamut appears flying up to the castle, hanging over the demon. He opens his mouth threateningly, intending to attack. The demon, noticing the dragon, growls threateningly at him. Bahamut prepares to attack, having asked Sekai beforehand. He, shouting, answered that it is possible to attack, while asking him not to hit the castle, but only the monster. Bahamut only replies to this that he will try. After that, he shoots a giant fireball that flies straight at the demon. The attack hits him right in the chest, after which Bahamut fired a powerful laser that passed through the demon and hit several towers of the castle. Sekai watches this casually, praising Bahamut and calling him a crushing beast. Revisa looks at him and asks if this dragon serves Sekai. He replies that with his help, they climbed the mountain Fall of the Goddess. He tells Ravza that they took the Life Stone, thinking to himself that he will give it to her later. Ravza only looks at him silently with her mouth slightly open. At this moment, the king runs up to Sekai with small steps, smiling and praising the hero. Sekai replies that it is a great honor for him, thinking that he came in quite well. Looking at the timer, Sekai sees that he has less than 4 hours left, as a lot of time was spent climbing up and down the mountain, as well as resting. He turns to Revisa and asks if she can now perform the resurrection ritual. She, with a slightly guilty face, says that she needs 3 days to restore her magical powers. Sekai immediately stops time. He undresses Revisa and stares at her naked body parts to calm down, while angrily saying that if he now loses because this boss turns out to be the wrong boss, then he will definitely give up. After this, Sekai restores the flow of time again, of course not forgetting to cover his tracks by dressing Revisa again. She comes to the window and says that it should be morning already, but for some reason the sky is still dark. Sekai angrily asks if he succeeded. Approaching the window and looking out, he understands that the level will be completed. He and all the inhabitants of this world raise their heads up, watching the incredible large-scale and colorful fireworks. Sekai looked with relief at the inscription that appeared in front of him, informing him that he had successfully passed this level. Revisa silently looked at the bright explosions in the sky, after which he asked Sekai if he really performed this miracle. He also watched the fireworks, smiling as he answered her that one could say he was truly responsible for this miracle. The king stands closest to the window and looks at the sky, fascinated. Revisa looks at Sekai, thinking that he was able to defeat the demon, which means that he really is a real hero, the savior of the country. Her gaze warms, and her face turns red. After the fireworks had finished, the people at the port looked up at the sky in bewilderment, not understanding where they had come from, but noting that they were quite beautiful. Suddenly, one man points towards the sea and calls on the others to look. People see that far away on the horizon, a thick darkness is approaching them from the sea. Under this darkness, dozens of half-destroyed, ghostly ships with tattered sails are floating towards them. Zarza stands confidently on the bow of one of the ships, commanding the entire fleet. People panic, seeing the darkness approaching from the south. A guard comes to Revisa, wanting to notify her of a new impending danger. She says that she has already seen everything. She turns to the hero Sekai and says that with his presence it is becoming more and more dangerous. She says the darkness is coming, and also adds that the next few days will completely determine the fate of Mount Cape. Sekai looks through a telescope and sees a caravan of darkness on the horizon. He asks Ninya how long it will take them to reach the shore. Ninya replies that they have hardly moved since morning. People around them are moving in the opposite direction, carrying their collected things on their backs and in carts. They are all getting ready to run north, away from the darkness, while there is still time. Sekai and Ninya stood together at the port. People hurried past, busy with work. 3 days had already passed, so now with the help of Revisa's restoration magic, the resurrection ritual could be performed. Sekai stood on the shore and looked out to sea where darkness was approaching on the horizon. He thought that it would be nice to know how to destroy the King of Darkness before the ships on the horizon landed on the shore. Asks Ninya where Bahamut is now, she replied that he flew to the mountains, as fatigue made him sleepy. Sekai asks how long the dragon will sleep, but Ninya cannot give a clear answer. Sekai understands that Bahamut might not have been able to deal with the King of Darkness, but he could have delayed them by sinking the ships. But now there is no hope for him. In any case, all he can think about is that his timer has reset and he only has about 3 days left again. He's not sure that's enough time for them. However, he tries not to think about it too much and relaxes a little. Ninya says that it is obvious that he is tipsy. After these words, Sekai stops time. He lifts the girl's top and looks at her breasts, while loudly complaining that he is not having fun at all, since he is risking his life, and if he suddenly misses the moment, he will end up with a bad ending. Having taken out all his frustration on the unsuspecting girl, Sekai restored the flow of time once again. Afterwards, he and Ninya heard a familiar voice addressing them. Turning around, they see Ranga. She says that she is still waiting for the stone to come out. Ninya asks in surprise if Ranga really got here from that mountain on her own, and she replies that she has very fast legs. Ninya praises her speed and says that even she would have run that distance in just a few taps, and not even in the mountains, but on level ground. Sekai says that it would have taken him a week. Ranga proudly says that she ran here day and night. She says with delight that she saw darkness fall across the sky this morning, and then there were beautiful fireworks. Ninya then confidently says that this miracle is the work of Sekai, since he is the savior of the world. Sekai does not agree, since he already said that he is just an ordinary player. Hearing the words about the savior of the world, Ranga decides that Sekai was given such opportunities by the stone in his stomach. Sekai tells her that she doesn't understand anything at all, and since she believes in the stone of life, she could have forcibly removed the stone from his stomach while he was unconscious. Ranga replies that she did just that. Sekai is stunned by her words, and she says that she chopped him up while he was sleeping, but never found the stone. She says that's why she decided to wait until the stone came out on its own. Sekai laughs awkwardly, saying that it's a funny joke, but Ranga confidently says that she's not joking at all. Sekai stops time. He lifts the cloth from the girl's chest and begins to squeeze her chest, while irritably saying that she then wanted to check his insides, and it turns out that this was her second attempt. He also did not notice any scar. He understands that he does not even want to check or believe it. And he does not want to know at all whether she is lying or telling the truth. After this, he restores the flow of time, having previously dressed the girl again. Ranga confidently says that she will wait for her stone, and Sekai allows her while answering her slightly irritatedly. After that, they go together to a snack bar located near the port, since it mainly serves seafood. Furia is also with them. Ranga eats with her hands, while saying that she liked the seafood. She says that this is the first time she has been anywhere other than the mountains. Ninya asks her why her people always live in the mountains. Ranga replies that it is the duty of the mountain people to protect the stone of the god, and they cannot be far from it. Furia reminds Sekai that he said they would have a meeting. He then asks Furia if there are items in this world that restore MP and where they can be obtained. She corrects him, saying that he most likely meant potions that restore magic power. Sekai explains that they do not yet know what will happen sooner. They will perform the ritual the night after tomorrow, or the ships of darkness will land on their shore. Therefore, he offers to help Rabisa regain her strength so that they can begin the ritual sooner. Furia says that such potions exist. Sekai says that he did not doubt the all-knowing Furia. She says that, of course, she does not know everything, but a magic potion is a rather rare thing. You will hardly find it anywhere. Subanchi adds that Sekai is a favorite of fate, as he often has good luck. Furia explains that the potion can be obtained in the Wangxi forest, which can be reached by traveling 5 days to the west. Sekai is surprised that the road takes so little time. Furia explains that it is the only such place in the world, quite close. She also says that there are rumors that in that forest, in the trunk of the tallest tree, there live 3 witches, and they are the ones who make these potions. Sekai says that he has already seen this in-game. Furia adds that witches only listen to those who are stronger than them. But Sekai does not take her words seriously, calling witches rather standard characters. Ranga continues to eat, confidently saying that she can get there and back in just 3 days. Furia says that it will be too late anyway. Sekai angrily says that he can bring the potions before Ranga can blink. Ranga responds by teasing him with a grin, calling him a liar. Sekai gets even angrier. After this, he grabs the joystick and stops time. By the time is restored, Ranga is surprised to say that he has disappeared, looking at his empty seat at the table. However, after that, she says that she already managed to blink, but he still did not appear. She thinks that Sekai decided to run away with her stone, and she becomes furious. Furia asks her to calm down. She says that Sekai's words are always followed by actions, but it will take some time. She asks Ranga to wait for him, and he will return. Ninja says that he just needs to stop time, take the potion, and come back. He even took money with him. Furia says that this will happen if the witches have the potion left. Otherwise, they will have to negotiate. Sekai comes to the witch's house, located inside a wide tree trunk. He knows that it is not that he does not want to pay. It is just that he can try diplomacy first, and, as Furia said, witches only listen to those who are stronger than them. Sekai looks at the 3 women hovering above him on brooms. He addresses them as equals, saying that he needs their secret potion to save the world, preferably without any problems. The dark-haired witch giggles and says that they only look young but are actually much older. She sends Sekai away with his problems. The other witch also giggles, saying that she is about 300 years old. The third witch also laughs, saying that the guy apparently has too much free time, so he came to waste their time. Sekai understands that a battle is beginning and wants to say something, but does not have time. A block of ice forms around his body. His face froze in bewilderment, and he himself froze inside the ice, not having time to stop time. The 2 witches also do not understand what happened. One of them is surprised that he was suddenly frozen, and yet a second ago he spoke so boldly. Another witch says that this is the magic of Tommy, the third witch, who will turn anything into ice, and that the guy has probably already died. A certain countdown begins, which after a while reaches 97, and one of the witches says that the magic is about to dissipate and asks who will clean up his body. The timer reaches 100, and the block of ice disappears. After this, Sekai immediately presses the button on the joystick and stops time. After this, he falls to his knees, exhausted and frightened. He understands that he apparently did not notice the attack, and the life stone in his body really granted him immortality. After this, Sekai casts a spell and summons a golem. Genkidi appears, and Sekai tells him that they need to deal with the 3 witches. He also says that after they froze him, he realized something. These witches, with hair colored blue, red and yellow respectively, possess the magic of ice, fire, and thunder. He has no doubt about it. Sekai explains to Genkidi that since the witches are in the air, they must first obtain a ladder. But Sekai learned a valuable lesson from the battle with the basilisk. He says that they have a magic area of effect that you don't want to get caught in. Sekai explains his plan, saying that they will put a ladder behind them and climb into sword range and hit them with sticks to reduce their health. They don't look like monsters, so he can hit them with his sword. Sekai reaches out to Genkidi and asks how he likes the plan. The golem places its hand on his, and Sekai realizes that he likes the plan, so they get to work. Sekai joyfully proclaims that the evil witches will be punished. Very soon, Sekai mockingly hits the Vitam with a small stick, lifting the hems of their robes, fast happily because he is having a lot of fun. After that, he apologizes to Genkidi and says that he does not want to switch places. After all this, Sekai restores the flow of time and reappears in the diner in front of the waiting girls. Ranga is surprised to say that Sekai managed to return before dessert, as Furia predicted. In her mind, Furia is happy that she guessed correctly and calmly asks Sekai if he failed the mission. He asks her with a tired and irritated look if she is a psychic because she is right. Fury calmly says that if the potion was there, he would have returned immediately. But if he had come to an agreement with them, he would have returned much later because it takes time to make the potion. Sekai begins to be indignant that it takes 4 whole days to make the potion and asks Furia why she didn't tell him earlier. Did she really want to make him work? Furia says that these 3 witches are the most authoritative in the world in potion making. They are strong in it, that's why they are famous. Sekai says that he beat these authoritative witches with a stick, and Ninya calls him disgusting. Sekai says that at least he won the fight, and now they are brewing potions for them, although they still won't make it in time. Ranga laughs at Sekai's failure, and Sekai stops time. He is very angry, so he decides to shamelessly touch the girl's breasts. Having calmed down, he looks at all the plates with leftovers and understands that it was Ranga who ate so much, and he will most likely have to pay. After this, Sekai restores the flow of time. Ranga clutches her stomach and rejoices at how much delicious food she ate. Ninya looks at Sekai and asks what he will do. He replies that he will wait, since he has no business until the night after tomorrow. All 4 leave the diner. Sekai says that if the darkness lands on the shore earlier, then something will have to be done. Ninya calls him the true savior of the world with a smile. Furia asks if he really cares about the people of Mount Cape. But he replies that he is just going through the level. Furia looks at his back and thinks that he says a lot of incomprehensible things. He has a lot of oddities. But she and Ninya are used to it and accept him like this. At the port, people were busy building a defensive fence. Sekai watched them work. Ravisa felt the time for the ritual approaching as she looked at the dark coffin in front of her. Ravisa took a bath, after which her servants helped her dress. She was glad to hear that the caravans were not here yet. Ravisa tells the servants that she will not need secret notes today. She says that she only used them because Sekai wanted to interfere with the ritual, and it worked. After that, Ravisa headed to the ritual site. There, everyone was already waiting for her. Sekai greeted Ravisa. She greeted him too and asked where the life stone was. He points to his stomach and says that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get it out. He says he sat there for half a day, but nothing happened. Ravisa came up to him and stroked his torso with her right hand. She stopped her hand and said that the stone of life was really there, because she could feel his pulse. Ravisa says it is time to begin the ritual. A man with a mask opens the coffin, in which lies the body of an elderly man. Sekai can't believe that this is the former King Two-Tome Mount Cape. He says that's exactly how he imagined him, but not as a mummy. He's not sure they'll be able to bring him back to life. The current king appears in the room, wearing a robe and a large crown. The guard next to him draws a sword and demands that Sekai kneel before the king. Sekai does not understand, and the king tells the knight that everything is fine. He walks up to the coffin and looks at the body of the previous king. The king turns to Sekai and says that he has hopes for him, and Sekai thanks him for that, and says that he will do everything in his power. Ravisa stands behind the gate, and Sekai doesn't understand why, since the gate will have to open from the back. He's a little nervous, wondering if he'll really be okay. Ravisa closes her eyes and casts a spell, then commands the gates to open. The gates open wide and a bright light begins to ooze out. A ghost begins to appear from within, looking like the previous king. The current king is surprised when he sees his father's silhouette. Sekai wonders what will happen when the spirit enters the mummy. However, looking at the mummy again, Sekai sees a fresh body in its place. He understands that this is the power of the Stone of Life. The spirit flies into the body and a column of light appears above it. The previous king opens his eyes for a moment, but immediately after that, the spirit flies out of the body. After that, he quickly flies back into the gate, and it closes. Everyone present is silent. Sekai looked at the body and saw the mummy again. He turns to Ravisa and asks what this means. She says that the ritual was performed skillfully and perhaps they are just missing something. She suggests that they were missing a full moon, since there was a full moon last time. Ravisa says that initially this ritual was performed only on the full moon, but she still thought that it was just a formality, and when the ships of darkness suddenly appeared on the horizon, she decided to perform the ritual as soon as possible. Sekai is clearly unhappy that they have failed. Ravisa says that the next full moon will only occur in 24 days, and only then will they perhaps succeed. Hearing the words about 24 days, Sekai stopped time. He undressed Ravisa and began to touch her breasts, while angrily asking her not to joke like that. Since he does not have 24 days, he only has 5 hours left. He understands that he won't have time to do anything. Sekai even thinks that he made a mistake with the route, and he didn't need to go to Mount Cape. But since he went to these routes, he should have been given another 21 days. He understands that he will not be able to pass this level. Without restoring time, Sekai left the castle and came to the port. Sekai remembers the words that they will not survive his death. He thinks about what will happen when the timer counts down. Maybe he will be thrown back to Beltree. That would be the best outcome. The worst outcome would be if he died after the time ran out. Sekai hopes that these 5 hours will not be his last. He realizes that he is cornered and wonders if it is really impossible to survive an attack in this game. Time was still stopped. Sekai was lying on the ground and looking under the dress of the girl knight. He says that it is quite an interesting error in the game. Cute underwear on a girl in a fantasy medieval setting. He thinks that he has only 5 hours left and his only plan has failed and wants to give the game a low score. However, he still has a joystick, so he must have a winning strategy. Sekai wonders what his past self would do if there was little time left in the game. He knows he would pause the game and look for hints online or watch a walkthrough, but he won't be able to do that here. Suddenly an idea comes to his mind. He understands that he will not find a passage here, but there should be useful information in the castle, and he can ask all the questions about this world to this same world. and he has an infinite supply of time. Sekai comes to the royal library. He, of course, expected that a country with a sorceress as an advisor would have a rich library, but not one so huge. Sekai walks around the library, thinking that the library should be divided into categories, and he finds books on medicinal science and astrology. He also finds books about the religion of magic, and suggests that magic was brought to this world by the gods. Sekai searches for a thick game manual that looks like a battered board game box. He finds his target in the history department. He thinks that he needs to look for the gates to the underworld. He takes one of the books and thinks that this book has survived many decades, as if it was made in a ritual. Sekai wonders how old this gate is, who made it, and why. He thinks that if it was Ravissa, then she definitely uses longevity on herself. Sekai decides to stick to his plan because he only has to figure out how to win the level in just 5 hours. However, after some time, he gets tired of it and starts looking under the dresses of the maid girls who work for Ravissa. He does not understand why Ravissa needs these girls. They may look modest, but she gives them personal instructions. Sekai takes off both of their underwear and looks at them, noting that the girls look like twins, but they also have individual characteristics. Sekai spent many days in the library, but did not find a single record of the gate to the lower world. He only found a story about how 150 years ago, on the night when the gate was made, a priest disappeared without a trace. Sekai thought for a bit and decided to go into Ravissa's room, but he couldn't find anything about the gate there either, only about dark magic. He already feels like an adherent of the teachings of the goddess of the earth, Entiera, so he cannot convert to the faith of Ravis, the god of darkness, nor use the magic of darkness. He also thinks about whether it is worth using Ravissa's resurrection magic at all. After all, her magic is very limited. He understands that nothing will work if the mage's class is lower than Great Priest. Sekai thinks that this is just in the style of Master of the Sword. If you do not have an innate ability, then you are not the main character and you are not needed. Remembering Ravissa's words that everything will work out, but after 23 days, he understands that nothing can be done about it. Sekai realizes that he has nowhere to run, no loopholes or anything like that. He glances again at one of the history books. He decides to just keep reading the story. He reads about something 72 years ago in the month of the pterosaur. Suddenly, he realizes something and an idea comes to him. After this, Sekai returns to the place where the ritual was held, stands in his place, and finally restores the flow of time. Ravissa tells him that she will only be able to perform the resurrection ritual in 24 days, and until then they need to protect Mount Cape from the invasion of the forces of darkness. Sekai remembers that he stopped time immediately after her failure. Ravissa asks worriedly if they will last 24 days without her. She also adds that priests are already being called from all over the country who are already busy setting up the most basic sacred barriers against darkness. She also says that even if they don't manage to defend themselves before the darkness arrives, they will have enough strength for now. Sekai listens to her thoughtfully. Minia suggests asking Bahamut for help so that he can sink the ships and delay the advance slightly. Ravissa says that her idea is very promising. Sekai only notes that the masters and servants have all gone to battle. Ravissa asks Kuzuno what he will do for 24 days, and he suddenly says that he will go to the other side of the gate. Ninya is very surprised by this. Ravissa says that this is a stupid idea, since on the other side of the gate is the world of the dead, and asks if he is really going to die. However, Sekai completely refutes her words about death. Sekai asks Ravissa if she knows that 150 years ago, when the gate was built, a priest went missing. She replies that she doesn't know the details, as many things have happened to the gate since it was built. He agrees with her, but also says that she still understood what he was talking about. Sekai tells that 72 years ago, Pterosaur month, day 6, the event of that day was repeated 3 days ago. Then the gate opened by itself. Ravissa responds to this by saying that she remembers this, and then she decided that an inexperienced master had failed to block the gate, and only now did she realize that she had been blinded by complacency. Ayesting, she says that, fortunately, she was informed that only one cleric had died in the castle, and she decided that this happens to newcomers. Then Sekai suddenly asks who the dead man was. Ravissa asks if it is really that important, to which Sekai replies that it is very important. Sekai explains that there is no information or record of the man Ravisa is talking about. He had the clothes of the castle servants, but no one knew anything about him. Sekai shows a pendant in his hands. Sekai said that this is the only thing of that man that was able to survive. He says that the design is a family crest, and Sekai learns that it belongs to the Kaitama family. The king says that he has not heard of such a family. The king tells Sekai that he knows every odd living in Mount Cape, but this one is unknown to me. Sekai explains to His Majesty that this is natural, since this line died out 100 years ago. He continues by saying that the monk who disappeared 150 years ago was precisely Nawara Kaitama. He was the last head of the Kaitama clan, who was 71 years old at the time. After that, he explains that this means that the gate to the lower world is a time machine that takes you to the future. Everyone looks at him with incomprehension. Sekai asks a little awkwardly if anyone knows about Ugashimo Taro or the Room of Spirit and Time, but no one answers him. Sekai decides to change the subject and opens the book again. He explains that 150 years ago, when the gates were built, a 71-year-old grandfather disappeared, and 78 years later the gates opened again on their own, and all this time the man was sitting there. Sekai also says that his grandfather would not have lived another 78 years. He should have been mummified, but this did not happen, and the records confirm this. He himself thinks that he himself understands his reluctance to become a mummy. Sekai says that the speed of time on the other side is different. In a few days on the other side, several decades pass here, and he did not spend enough time there to grow old. Sekai explains that after thinking it over, he came to the conclusion that 150 years ago, Navara entered the gate, spent several days there, and then returned when 78 years had already passed in their world and there was not a single person left who knew him. Sekai asks Ravisa if she can open the gate now. She replies that she can if she is given some rest, but it is a big risk. She asks why Sekai cannot wait 24 days. He approaches Rabis and says that, unfortunately, he only has 3 days. And besides, he is a hero and he is supposed to take risks. Ravisa blushed and pulled her knees up. She said that she would do as Sekai ordered. As ordered, Ravisa opened the gate again. Sekai bids farewell to everyone and asks them to open the gate again in 24 days. As he enters the gate, Nini wants to run after him. But Furia stops her, saying that she should not enter the magic circle. Ninya wants to say something, but Furia assures her that Sekai knows what he's doing, so no one can stop him. Despite her words, Ranga runs to the gate to prevent Sekai from escaping with her stone. They don't manage to stop her, and Ranga also enters the gate. Ravisa closes the gate and doesn't manage to stop, and Ranga remains there. Sekai is on the other side of the gate, in the world of the dead. He notes that it is very spacious there. He thought that everything there would be teeming with ghouls, and the atmosphere turned out to be rather rotten. Then Ranga grabs him from behind with a running start. Sekai is surprised, and Ranga asks where they are and what they need to do here. He replies that they don't need to do anything. He calmly says that they just need to wait here for 23 days. There is nothing difficult about it. However, at this time, a demon flies at him from behind, and Ranga tries to warn him of the danger. Ranga tries to warn Sekai, but is too late and is grabbed by the shoulders by a demon who carries him into the sky. Ranga takes out her axe. She shouts that she will not let the God's Stone escape from her. Ranga throws the axe at the demon with all his might and hits the target. The axe hits the demon in the back. After that, he falls to the ground with a scream. Sekai tiredly got up from the ground and whined about the pain. He tried to stop time but suddenly realized that the joystick was gone. The demon rises again and tries to attack Sekai. However, a moment later, Ranga kicks him with both legs. After that, she takes her axe out of the demon's back. He tries to attack her, but Ranga manages to dodge. After this, Ranga swings his axe and hits the demon right in the head. After this, the demon finally falls dead. Sekai is rather indifferent. He rummages through a pile of rocks nearby. He carefully sorts through the rocks, trying to find the joystick. Ranga points at him and calls him a weakling, asking why he even needs a sword. He asks her not to scream, as he specializes in immobilized targets. Ranga says with a grin that Sekai would never survive 24 days in such a place. He tiredly tells her that he won't need to spend 24 days there. No one has understood him for a long time. Sekai aggressively asks if Ranga really thinks that a 71-year-old grandfather would have survived 50 years in this place. He would not have lasted even a day, but he remained alive, after which he was driven into the castle and he immediately died. At this time, both of them are completely surrounded by ghouls and large demons. Ranga takes the axe in his hands again and says that they don't have time to chat since they are surrounded. However, Sekai doesn't pay attention to this. He stands up and suddenly all the ghouls fall down dead while Ranga looks on in surprise. Sekai says that he already mentioned that he specializes in immobilized targets, while he calmly tosses the joystick he found in his hand. And he says that in this place an elderly man would not last several days and again explains to Ranga that compared to their world, time there flows many times faster. He explains that 1 day in the world of the dead is equal to about 50 years in the ordinary world. After that, he stops time and begins to actively squeeze the girl's breasts. He presses himself against her, musing out loud that he needs to force Ranga back to the place where the gate should appear, since they will only have 1 moment to get in. He transports Ranga to the right place and restores time. She is surprised that they are back where they started. Sekai explains to her that the time for their meeting is approaching. They are suddenly blinded by a bright light from the open gate, blinding Ranga. Sekai is glad that it worked, because 1 day here and there is not much time. Sakai says that they need to get back quickly, but Ranga goes the other way, saying that she needs to go to the bathroom. Sakai is clearly not happy with this statement and gets angry, and at that moment the gate disappears. Sekai is resigned to the fact that they have missed the full moon. He sadly tells Ranga that she has 1 minute to go to the toilet since they will have to wait for the next full moon anyway. Ranga finally returns and the gate just reappears and Sekai immediately runs into it, Ranga coming out with him. Sekai sees that they are met only by Ravisa and Ninya, who looks very gloomy. Ravisa says she will rest a bit and perform the ritual. He looks at Ravisa and sees that she looks exhausted. He asks what happened between them. Ravisa suggests that he see for himself. Sekai walks around the castle and realizes that there are almost no people in the castle. He goes out and sees a large cemetery on the street, although he remembered that there should not be a cemetery there. After this, Sekai decides to go back to the library to return the book he borrowed. However, he notices that the shelf where there used to be 17 volumes now has more. Sekai takes one of the new books and starts reading to her and sees something completely unexpected there. It described the events that took place in Seikai's absence, how darkness surrounded Mount Cape. The hero did not return on the full moon, and the ships of darkness landed on the shore. And now, 70% of the sea was occupied by black ships. Sekai continues reading and learns that at some point the darkness broke through the castle gates. 70% of the warriors died, the king was fine, but the army was exhausted, and there were almost no supplies left. It was further written that Mount Cape was awaiting destruction, and the author of the notes asked for only one thing, not to consign their country to oblivion. Sekai realizes with horror that all this happened only because they were late. He turns back, not wanting to allow such a future. He tells Ranga that they can go to the toilet at home and orders them to enter the open gate. This time they are met by Ninya, who runs towards Sekai and Furia. Ninya, with tears in her eyes, jumps on Sekai and hugs him. He says she's overreacting, and she says it's been 24 days, and he says it's only been a couple of minutes for him. Sekai asks Furia if Mount Cape is okay, and she replies that in her imagination, everything there turned into a disaster. She says that everything is fine with them now, since Ninya and Bahamut sank their fleet, and thanks to this, the minions of darkness were scattered, and they have not yet reached the shore. However, Furia also adds that in time, darkness will surely cover Mount Cape. Sekai grins and notes that, as always, they don't have time. Raviso suggests starting the ritual since it is a full moon and she is filled with magical energy. Sekai says that he is ready for the ritual since he can take breaks whenever he wants anyway. Ravessa begins to stroke his torso again, saying that she is truly grateful to him for being with them. He suggests that she tell him this when everything works out. She confidently says that everything will work out. After this, Ravissa opens the gate again, and the soul of the previous king enters the dead body again. After this, he finally opens his eyes and sits up. Sekai mentally rejoices at his success. Revisa kneels before the king and asks him to consider them worthy and tell them the sage's prophecy for the sake of Mount Cape's existence. He remains silent, and Sekai wonders if he even understands what they are saying. After this, the king finally states the prophecy. Darkness is coming, the light is fading. Mount Cape is shrouded in night. They must look to Goido for hope. Revisa asks if he will tell them anything else. Sekai thinks that the advice sounds like it's hinting at something to find. It reminds him of a skull looking at the roots of a lonely cryptomeria. Having said the prophecy, the king leans down tiredly, and Sekai is surprised that he has already run out of strength. The king immediately runs to the coffin and calls his father. The previous king looks at his son and asks for forgiveness for leaving him with so many burdens. He also thanks Revisa for supporting his body for so long. She bowed her face as tears flowed from her eyes. She said that she was not worthy of such words. Sekai cannot believe that he was seeing Revisa crying. He wonders what kind of relationship Revisa had with the previous king. Looking at his body, Sekai is surprised to notice that the king's body has returned to its mummy state. His spirit returns to the gate and it soon closes. Sekai says that the resurrection was successful. Revisa notes that her reserves of power seem to be depleted. Sekai says that since they learned what they needed, it means they succeeded. Revisa does not quite agree with him, since she still has questions. She explains that the meaning of the prediction is not yet clear. Sekai says that the meaning is quite clear. When Mount Cape is surrounded by darkness, something must happen in Goido. Revisa says that she regrets that they do not live up to his expectations, but he does not know where Goido is. Sekai says that he knows where Goido is. He knows that it is an old place of wars, and 200 years ago, Goido commanded the demi-humans and challenged the humans. And Goido is the name of the leader of the dwarves. He continues by saying that the demi-humans named this battlefield after him, and that the area here is known as the Zarbor Plain. Revisa adds that this plain is 2 days' walk to the northeast, and asks how Sekai can know this. Sekai responds by telling her to read the story, as this information is in the climax of Volume 4. Revisa looks at him slightly confused, and a blush appears on her cheeks. Sekai stops the flow of time, and when it is restored, everyone except Revisa finds themselves on that plain. Next to them is a cart in which, apparently, Sekai transported everyone. Ninya looks around in surprise, since they were just in the castle, and Furia calmly says that in front of them is apparently the same plain that Revisa and Sekai just talked about. Sekai says that when darkness gradually covers the shores of Mount Cape, then, if the prediction is true, something should happen here. Sekai himself does not really believe in heavenly prophecies, but after all, he is in a fantasy world. Suddenly, Ninya points to an object in the sky that looks like a bright shooting star with a long tail flying straight towards the plain. Sekai assumes that it is a meteorite. It falls with a roar and a huge explosion in the middle of the plain, and Sekai thinks that it reminds him of how Belides fall, a video of which he saw on the news. The impact raises a huge cloud of dust heading towards them, but Sekai manages to react and stops time and time before the cloud of dust can hit them. After this, he summons Genkidi and asks him to drag everyone to the windward place. However, he does not move, and Sekai realizes that if he stops time with Genkidi already summoned, he will also freeze. Sekai has to carry everyone himself. He undresses Furia and squeezes her breasts to relieve himself of stress. After that, he restores time. Sekai looks at the huge crater left by the meteorite and wonders if this fallen object will really be the key element in destroying the darkness. Because if this turns out to be true, then the sage's prediction will be absolutely true. While Sekai is pondering, Ninya and Ranga are already racing to the bottom of the crater to see the object that has just fallen. Ninya and Ranga approach the meteorite. Ninya looks at it and says that it looks like a beautiful boulder. Ranga touches it with both hands and says that it looks like a stone of a god, but still not him. Sekai stands away from them and asks them not to touch the meteorite as it may emit radioactive emissions. Ranga completely ignores his words and hubs the boulder with his whole body, noting that it is very warm. After that, she calmly takes the stone and lifts it above her head, shouting to Sekai that for some reason it is easy to hold. He in turn gets angry at her for not listening to what she is told at all. Suddenly, Furia also decides to go down into the crater to see the boulder up close. She approaches the boulder and recognizes its shine. She says that although she heard that it was just a fiction, it is surprising that it is so huge. Minia asks if Furia knows what the stone is, and Furia confirms. She turns to Sekai and says that the stone is not dangerous, as it is a healing stone. She explains that with its help, even without the magical power of light, one can use healing magic. Sekai understands what she means and remembers that the stone is usually attached to the tip of a magic cane. He knows that healing magic causes damage to creatures of darkness, so with such a weapon, any person will be able to resist the forces of darkness. Afterwards, Sekai stops time to quickly take everyone back to Mount Cape by placing everyone on a cart, including the stone, and leaving Genkidi to move the cart. He looks at the sea and sees that the darkness has already reached the shores. Looking at the timer, which has only 4 hours left, he realizes that he himself does not have much time left, and all because of the healing stone. After this, he restores the flow of time so that the guards will open the gates to the city for him. After this, Sekai stops time again and tells Genkidi that they don't have much time and gives him commands on where to go and what to do, as they need to call everyone to a meeting. When the flow of time is finally restored, everyone is already gathered around, including Rabis and the king. And in the middle stands the healing stone. Ravisa doesn't understand how she got there because she was just in her room. Ravisa is standing in her underwear without a bra, and her body is covered with a transparent nightgown. The king looks at her for a few seconds, puzzled, after which Ravisa covers herself in embarrassment and apologizes for having defiled His Majesty's eyes. He turns away in embarrassment and says that everything is fine. Nanya scolds Sekai, saying that he has gone too far. He justifies himself, saying that every minute counts and tells Nanya that if she grumbles, she will have to confer naked. Ravisa understands and says that the forces of darkness are moving noticeably faster, so she is ready to speak in this form, while confusion is noticeable on her face. Sekai decides to explain to Ravisa everything that happened on the plane, while he openly, without any shame, stares at her body. He says that a meteorite fell in the predicted place, and it turned out to be a healing stone, a rare mineral that is supposed to cause enormous damage to the creatures of darkness. He adds that they have a small problem. Furia compliments his words, saying that the problem lies in implementation. Sekai again calls Furia a seer. She says that usually magic stones are reduced to a suitable shape and then set into a staff or weapon, so they need special staffs and weapons. Sekai says that they don't have time to make them now, but if someone has at least the blueprints, then he and Genkidi could make them. However, he also adds that he cannot vouch for the quality of the weapon. Ravisa says that it is indeed a serious question how they can avoid damaging such a precious stone. The king intervenes in the conversation and asks why they need all this. He says that he has an idea about a weapon with a hole for a stone. Sekai asks what this idea is, and the king leads them all deeper into the castle, down a long staircase that leads downwards. Sekai is surprised at how large the basement is. At last they come to a gate which is locked with a key. The king says that they have come, and that the previous king has given him many keys. After which he opens the gate with a key, and behind it there is an armory with large stocks of various weapons. Ravisa looks over the weapons in the room and notes that this is no ordinary weapons cache. She picks up one of the swords and says that these weapons have holes for stones. She says that apparently all the weapons in this room were made so that a healing stone could be inserted into them. Sekai also examines the weapons and suggests that once upon a time all these weapons were made to fight the darkness. The king says that his father, the previous king, managed to prepare a lot for them during his lifetime, and he only now understood the purpose of this room. Tears appeared in his eyes, and he thanked his father with a saddened face. Ravisa remembered the time when the previous king was still alive. One day, sitting on the throne, he asked Ravisa how much time had passed since she became an advisor in Mount Cape. She replied that 1 year had already passed. The king asked how well she was familiar with resurrection of the dead, although possessing such spells is probably forbidden even in the League of Magicians. He asks her not to look at him as a fool since he knows that she herself wanted this position in order to gain access to the gates to the lower world. She says with a gloomy look that it is true, but it is just a forbidden spell, and she is afraid for the equipment, because there is no other like it in the world. So it would be better to forget about the path of researching magic and leave everything as it is. The king then asks if she really needs to study magic for fame and personal gain. Ravisa replies that for her it's all the same, since after she was put into the league and the sentence was read, she serves the king. The king then tells her that he will reverse this sentence and allow her to study, and in return asks her to make him a promise. He asks her to take custody of his son and help his country survive. The king says that illness will soon send him to the next world, and he wants Revisa to take on all responsibilities until his son comes of age and use the treasury and people as she sees fit, since from today, the country is in her hands. Revisa replies that she is an orphan and does not even know whether her parents' name is Noble. She asks the king if he is sure he can trust her, and the king says that Revisa does want to study, and besides, the country vitally needs help. After this, Revisa kneels before the king and bows her head, saying that she understood everything and would do everything to justify his hopes, and that she would never forget the mercy of his majesty. Finally, the king frowned and said gravely that darkness was coming, and time was only one of the problems. Remembering this, Revisa looked slightly sad. After discovering the warehouse, Sekai stops time and, together with Gankidi, begins to process the life gem. Sekai breaks off small pieces from the large stone and then throws them to Gankidi. He is busy leveling a small fragment, making a perfectly smooth ball out of it. Sekai takes it and inserts it into the hole of one of the swords and receives a sword of healing and says that it is absolutely useless against everyone except the warriors of darkness. After this, he takes the sword and he and Gankidi run to test the new weapon. They find one of the warriors of darkness and Sekai strikes, cutting the warrior of darkness in half with the sword of healing. After this, Sekai restores the flow of time, and the body of the Dark One completely dissolves into thin air. Gankidi and Sekai give each other a high five, rejoicing at their success. At this time in the port, the remaining warriors of darkness actively swim out of the water and climb over the fence. The knights see that the king was right, and try with all their might to fight off the creatures of darkness. They are already preparing for the real battle when time stops. When the flow of time is restored, Sekai has already defeated most of the warriors of darkness, as if he had dealt with them with one blow. The knights happily praise their hero, calling him a nimble killer because he seemed to have dealt with everyone with one blow. Sekai is surprised by this, since this is the first time that strangers admire him. After this, Sekai raises his head to the sky and calls out to Ninya, after which the second end of the listening device, connected by a tube, falls to him. The other end of the device is held by Ninya, who is flying through the sky on Bahamut's back. Sekai uses it to ask Ninya what part of the city needs backup, as he intends to take over the extermination entirely. Ninya looks at the city from above and says that help is needed on the western outskirts of the city, as there are at least 100 warriors of darkness there. After this, Sekai hurries there, and Ranga runs after him, not wanting to lose sight of his stone. Zarza, standing at the head, watches as her warriors climb over the fences, holding a whip in their hands. She says she does know who is providing weapons to these stupid people since they started to destroy them one by one. But she is sure that they won't be able to win the war that way. Zarza confidently declares that, despite everything, they will not be able to push back the forces of darkness. And behind her, even more ships are approaching the shore. She states that they have overlooked their main power and are left to count down the last minutes of their lives. However, at that moment, someone finds her, after which time stops. A few minutes before, Revisa and the king watch the advance of the forces of darkness from the castle window. Revisa worriedly says that reinforcements of the forces of darkness are already close. The king says that they wanted to take advantage of the fact that the southern side was covered with their ships, but they began to sail away from there, which means that the enemies discovered their plans. Revisa adds that their army must also defend the entire coastline of the bay. The king says that because of the great length of the coast, the front is greatly stretched, and the defense stands in narrow rows that cannot hold out for long. Then the king suggests giving the command to retreat from the castle, but Revisa does not support such a proposal, since then the city will be captured. She says that they can support the front, make a breakthrough in their lines, and the sabotage group will begin to destroy them from the inside. Now this is the only way out. The king calls it a war of attrition, and Revisa says it's all for the hero. The king asks if only Mr. Hero can change the course of the war. Revisa replies that she has heard of his methods of war. She carefully pulls her knees up and covers her private parts with her hands, saying that his methods are very stupid. But she believes in him. After her words, time stops. When time is restored, Zarza is found chained on a small platform from which everyone could see her. and her clothes have been removed so that her breasts are completely visible. The knights look up in surprise and see that their hero has managed to take a hostage. Sekai shouts loudly to draw the attention of the warriors of darkness to himself and declares that their warlord is tightly tied up. After this, he begins to squeeze her breasts in front of everyone and says that until the forces of darkness stop their advance, he will not stop touching her. Zarza calls him an idiot and demands that he stop immediately, screaming in embarrassment. The warriors of darkness stopped actively attacking. They simply stood up and looked at all this with bewilderment, while their commander ordered them not to pay attention to her and not to look at her. Sekai is already irritated by her unwillingness to give in, so he says that since she doesn't want to do it the easy way, he will have to continue punishing her. After that, he reaches out to her intimate part of her body, and she plaintively asks him to stop. Sekai demands that she tell the troops to retreat, otherwise she will experience the full power of the brush ratchet, as he called the small mechanism that Gankiti brought to her. Despite this, Zarza still refused to give up. Renga looks on with indifference and calls Sekai a real maniac while Furia says nothing, just standing there with a gloomy face. The king watches everything through a telescope and asks Ravisa if this is really the hero's strategy. Ravisa says that it is true. She says that Mr. Kuzuno has experience fighting the darkness, and now they can see that their leader's leadership qualities are stronger than those of a human, and there they will be able to discern their hierarchy and who is in charge. Standing on one of the ships, watches what is happening to Zarza. He was wearing pants and a belt with a dagger hanging from it. He turned sharply towards the ships and gestured for all ships to turn around and retreat. The ships turn around, and the warriors of darkness in the water swim towards the ships. Sekai laughs at Zarza and how her subordinates are abandoning her. The knights look at this with bewilderment, asking if they ever really won, but Fury says that this is not the end. A huge shadow suddenly rises above the ships. A creature of darkness of incredible size orders the ships to stop retreating. The demoness is clearly surprised by the appearance of the King of Darkness, and Sekai is glad that the final boss has finally appeared since there is not much time left on the timer. Bahamut is rapidly approaching the King of Demons from the sky. Sekai says that there is only one move left until victory and orders the dragon to burn the King of Darkness with flames. Nina declares that she will not forgive the destruction of Beltry and orders Bahamut to attack, and he obeys. Bahamut shoots a ball of flame, not at the King of Darkness, but into the sky, causing the clouds above him to disperse. The knights see that the clouds have dispersed in some strange way. The king sees the Dark King standing right under the sun, and Ravisa assumes that this is what Lord Kuzuno wanted. After this, Bahamut attacks the Dark King again. He tries to attack back, but he fails because he was weakened by the sunlight, and Bahamut's attack hits him right in the stomach. Zarza and Sekai watch this with wide eyes, waiting for the battle to end. After the blow hits the Dark King, an explosion is created in his place, which also causes a large splash of water. After the water calms down, the Dark King is no longer there. Nenia looks at all this, and seeing that there was nothing left of the King of Darkness, she assumed that he had died. Everyone on the shore silently looks at the devastated place where the King of Darkness stood, which was now simply illuminated by the sunlight. Zarza can't believe what's happening and that the Dark King has actually been defeated. Looking at his timer, Sekai sees that he has 30 minutes left and hopes that's it. Zarza still can't believe that the darkness has ended. However, Furia confidently says that this is not the end. Suddenly, a demonic voice is heard from somewhere, claiming that they cannot be killed. Sekai only asks irritably where this voice comes from, and Zarza is glad that the king is still alive. The voice states that their bodies are far away from here. Ranga asks Furia if the voice really belongs to the Demon King, and she replies yes, but also adds that he seems to have disappeared and is speaking from somewhere far away. Finally, the voice tells that they cannot be exterminated. And Sekai, in response to this, only says that this voice was like a projection and an announcer with a loudspeaker and called the King of Darkness a show-off. After this, the voice falls silent, and the forces of darkness begin to retreat. Sekai says that the walls of darkness have apparently retreated to the south. Zarza, who had just been rejoicing at the return of the king, was silent, and disappointment was visible on her face. The knights are at first unsure that they have truly won, but moments later they confidently declare that Mount Cape is saved, as the creatures of darkness fear the sun. However, immediately after these words, the sky suddenly becomes dark again. The knights are scared to see night again in the middle of the day, as they just managed to drive away the King of Darkness. However, Sekai tells them to relax, as the sky only darkened because the level was cleared, and he encourages them to watch the fireworks. The sky above Mount Cape lights up once again with a huge, bright fireworks display, signifying another great victory. Ninya, still sitting on Bahamut, admires the beautiful fireworks and rejoices for Sekai. The knights joyfully watch the colorful sky, calling the fireworks divine and saying that the heavens are blessing them so. Sekai only looks at his timer, which has only 5 seconds left, and waits with trepidation for the time to run out. Once his previous timer runs out, the timer refreshes, and this time it shows a different amount of time, namely 240 hours. Sekai happily realizes that this time he doesn't have 3 days, but 10. The king stares at the second such fireworks display with his mouth open, mesmerized by this miracle. Revisa remembers that somewhere back the same thing happened, and the dark skies were also illuminated by an incredible fireworks display. A soft smile appears on Revisa's face, and she happily calls Mr. Kuzuno a wonderful person and says that no matter how many different misfortunes befall their land, he copes with them all with ease. The king also smiles and nods, agreeing with every word of his advisor, after which he confidently calls Sekai the savior of the world. After the fireworks display ended, Zarza was released from her bonds. She stood before the hero while the remnants of her army waited behind her. She asks with a little bewilderment if Sekai is sure that he wants to leave her alive and let her go calmly. Sekai calmly tells her that he is sure since the war is already over and says that she can return home. Ranga calls the hero a wimp, since Zarza obviously needs to be gotten rid of. She turns away and confidently says that it does not matter what they do to her, because as long as the King of Darkness is alive, this world will be shrouded in darkness. After that, she leaves. The warriors of darkness look at the hero until their superior orders them to leave. Ninya stretched calmly while smiling and telling Sekai that he was very generous. He said that he simply grew up in a different time. Ninya said that she liked people from his time. But Sekai asked her not to rush to conclusions. As Zarza leaves, she glances sideways at the hero. She thinks only of the fact that she undoubtedly remembers him as the man who committed such an indecency with her. After escorting the remnants of the army of darkness, Sekai and the rest of his small team arrive at the castle to present themselves before His Majesty. Revisa stands next to the king, and he, sitting on the throne, tells Sekai that he has done an excellent job with what was clearly a difficult job. The king also says that they will now strengthen the guard along the coast, equipping soldiers with weapons with healing stones, and they will also build sacred barriers to keep the darkness away from Mount Cape's borders. The king says that he is going to do everything according to the advice of the Lord Hero. The king remembers how it all started simply with the ghouls, and that the Lord Hero completely fulfilled all their requests. He claps his hands, ordering the servants to bring the hero his reward, and says that this is the least he can do to thank the hero, and sincerely asks him to accept this reward. The servants bring Sekai his reward, which turns out to be a huge chest, completely filled with gold, coins, expensive jewelry, and precious stones. Ninja looks at the riches with joy and is glad that now they don't have to work for the rest of their lives. Sakaya says that it's too much for his pocket. However, after this, a sinister smile appears on his face and he changes his mind, saying that this money will be enough for whatever he wants and for as long as he wants. He happily announces that it is time for them to celebrate their victory, clearly having already decided what exactly he wants. Several soldiers head into the buildings as someone decided to thank the soldiers for defeating the darkness, so anyone can come into the establishment and have a drink. One of the soldiers asks what kind of rich man decided to arrange this, and I answer that it is not a rich man, but a hero. They do not understand why the savior of the world would invite ordinary soldiers. However, as soon as they open the door, they see a huge drinking party where in the middle of the room stands a naked girl, whom the hero has just disarmed. The knights around are clearly happy with such a sight. The girl runs away in embarrassment, and the hero asks who else wants to play Shirizumo since he offers the winner 200 gold. The girl, climbing onto the table, doubts. But he says that he received a fortune from the king. Sekai asks the guests to make more noise. It's not for nothing that he bought up almost all the alcohol reserves in the kingdom. His friends are enjoying dinner, especially Ranga, who really likes shrimp and sake. Sekai tells the girl playing with him that she is about to lose, but she does not intend to give up. The guests actively cheer for the hero. Furia looks very irritated, and Ninya says that Sekai has been wild today and seems to have even drunk a little. Ranga says that he is not drinking Sekai but grass juice. Furia says that this is not a normal herbal infusion, and that Sekai is drinking juice from the poisonous torret Sarugi plant. Ninya is scared that he is drinking something poisonous, but Furia says that she is not dangerous, but she gives off a light, cheerful mood. She also says that the drink is apparently very popular among the Mount Cape soldiers. Someone notices Sekai drinking a huge mug of the brew right before a battle, and they clearly don't like it. Having emptied a huge mug of infusion, Sekai immediately disarms the girl who played against him. The soldiers happily look at her, while the girl shyly hurries to run away from prying eyes. Sekai notices an organ in the room and thinks that if he could play musical instruments, he could give those people the opportunity to hear the music of all times of the peoples of his world. He regrets that he dropped out of music school as a child. Suddenly, an idea comes to him and he stops time. When the flow of time is restored, Kankite is already sitting at the organ. Sekai says that now he will show everyone what the music of his world sounds like. He happily says that his friend, Maestro Genkidi, will be sitting at the instrument and demands applause. At first, people are surprised by the golem musician, but they begin to like the music he plays, since they have not heard anything like it. Ninya is surprised that Genkidi can even do this, and Sekai explains that he recently taught him this. He says that, unlike people, Genkidi is something like an automatic mechanism. You can show him something once, and he can repeat what he learned as many times as you like. The musicians like the melody, they decide to play along with him, while they ask the hero what kind of melody it is. He says that the melody is called Let's Charge Up Our Fighting Spirit, and then Rocco's Cold Wind and Tokyo's Lead Singer. The celebration continues. Sekai continues to play with the girls, continuing to disarm them. At some point, the guests, along with Sekai, Ranga, and Ninya, stand in a circle and begin to dance to the music. After some time, Sekai came to the shore and wandered alone near the water. Ninya finds him. She asks why he was walking there alone. He replies that he just went out to stand in the evening breeze. She asks in bewilderment why he would even want to do this now. Sekai doesn't understand what she's talking about. She says that he usually rests at a time that no one knows about. Sekai says with a grin that she knows him very well. Ninya says that this is not true. It is just that thieves are always observant. Sekai, with a grim face, honestly tells her that he does not know what to do next. He explains that there is nothing more for him to do in Mount Cape, and his next timer expires in 10 days. He says that all that remains for him to do is to go to some other country, although he has no idea where his next quest might be. Suddenly, Ninya appears behind Sekai and asks him to look at the sea. She points to the dark horizon of the sea and states that there is some light there and it is approaching them. Sekai peers into the dark water and says that he sees nothing, as the darkness is still over the sea. He says that if anyone is sailing from there, it is their enemy. After a few moments, he finally notices a light in the darkness, like a lamp. He cannot believe that a small boat is sailing towards them, all glowing. Sekai looks at this with his mouth open, as he has never seen anything like this. However, he immediately remembers that he has seen something similar. Furia approaches Sekai and Ninya from behind, saying that it is a magic circle. She explains that the boat is surrounded by a magical healing sphere, so it is protected like a floating barrier from dark forces. The words about the barrier make Sekai remember something. Furia watches the boat and says that it is the first time in her life that she has seen something like this, since it requires a certain mastery of magic, much more than hers or Ravisa's. Sekai just can't believe it. Ninya is surprised that this boat with the barrier crossed the dangerous zone of darkness and doesn't understand what it's for. Sekai says that he has a small guess about this. Meanwhile, the boat finally arrives at the port. Upon arrival, a man and a girl get out of the boat, whom he helps out of the boat. She approaches Sekai and the others, and the man behind her kneels down and bows his head. Sekai greets the travelers and says that they must be tired. The girl says that she is the shaman Milia, and she heard that there is a great hero here, the savior of the world. She has a request for him. She staggers, but Sekai manages to stop time. When the time flow is restored, He catches her and tells the girl that she can barely stand on her feet and needs to rest. Milia realizes that he is the hero and asks him to save their country, while Sekai remarks on how beautiful her eyes are. Sekai immediately agrees. Milia is surprised since she hasn't even told him the details yet. Ninya says that Sekai is weak in front of beauties, and Furia says that not only in front of them. She says that Sekai is a man who does everything to save the world without any hesitation. Milia says the rumors about the hero were not exaggerated, and she has already fallen in love with him. Sekai says he has little competition. Milia says that her country is located on the distant southern islands of Shualopa. Furia explains that this is a country known as a resort where there is eternal summer. Sekai confidently declares that this is the next level. The next day, Sekai waits at the port preparing to sail to off Shualopa. Someone calls him. He raises his head and sees witches. They say that they brought him a potion and demand that he never come to them again. He calls them grannies, and they answer that they are only 200 years old. They give him a secret potion, one sip of which is enough to instantly heal completely. He thanks them, calling them grannies, and they get angry again. Then the mountain people come to the hero and bring him a huge piece of dried meat to eat at sea, and Sekai thanks them. They say that it was the elder's request. Ranga calls this concern unnecessary since their people cannot be defeated, so they do not fear for them. Ninya says that Saigai knows everything, and he is surprised that Ranga is really sailing with them to the island. She confidently says that she will go with them, since she must protect the Stone of the God. Ninya welcomes her on this journey. Sekai realizes that now his team also includes a barbarian, albeit a strong one, and besides her, none of them can fight in hand-to-hand combat. He realizes that if they had a swordswoman with them, it would be a different matter, although she is difficult to get along with. Their ship is ready to sail. Milia approaches Sekai. He tells her that she should rest, but she says that she is fully recovered. She introduces herself once again as Royal Shaman Milia. The king watches them sail away. He asks Ravisa if it was really not worth it to go out to see him off. She says that the day will come when they will meet Lord Kuzuno again. She is sure of it. The king agrees with her. Sekai watches the knights being escorted to the port, saying that they were very good and friendly people. He is excited about the upcoming southern islands, already imagining his girlfriends in revealing swimsuits. The heroes enter the ship. The girl says that the darkness is getting closer and closer. The young man agrees with her. He says that Milia protects them with a magic dome, and they have weapons with healing stones. So he thinks that everything will be fine. The third lady irritably says that there is still one problem. She is talking about the current. The road to the south goes against the sea current, so it will take more time. Milia said that she swam to them for 5 days, during which time she was completely exhausted, having lost all her strength, which means that she will not have enough strength to get to Offshualup. The girl asks him to wait. He guesses that she is probably surprised why the movement to the south is against the current. There is nothing strange about this. The southern islands are located from them in the direction of the equator. She does not understand what the equator is. Now they are in the northern hemisphere. The rotation of the Earth on its axis and the attraction of the moon form tropical westerlies and trade winds, and she thought that winds blow only in the directions of west and east. She did not know such things. She asks what this northern hemisphere is. The young man says in surprise that the Earth is a huge magnetic ball. Let him divide it in two. Here the girl says without a doubt that the Earth cannot be round. He replies with displeasure that if they sail for another week, she will see for herself. He begins to think that, although the laws of physics are very vague here, Fury says that in any case, something will have to be done. She tells him to get out of it, since he is their hero. He tells Fury that she is being a bit rude today. He asks her if maybe something happened. Fury replies that it is seasickness. She will be in her room and is not going to leave it. She asks him if he understands now. She slams the door. Sekai says that it is true. She does not tolerate sea walkers well. She says that now they will not be able to use Furia's mind. Sekai also adds about Varvara's strength. She lets it all out on the deck. She remembers and says that this is her first time sailing on a ship. Sekai says out loud that they are in a very bad situation. They look up and see numerous spirits. They do not understand how many of them are there because they have clung to them like the spirits of rivers and mountains. The girl tells Sekai that there are a lot of them on the mast too. He curses and says that they have already managed to grab onto the protruding part in a crowd. He first stops time, then restores the flow of time, thereby removing all spirits. He thinks that he will have to constantly stop time and chop them down before they take their ship apart. He believes that this is the disadvantage of large ships. Melia approaches Sekai and calls her lord. Sekai asks her if she shouldn't be maintaining the protective dome now. She replies that it's not necessary. She says that the effect of magic itself can last for an hour or half an hour. The little one is surprised by this. Melia says that during this time you can eat and rest. She says that she has never heard of anyone doing this before. Sekai openly tells Melia that she is perfect, or sleep for a long time, but only prays. Moreover, her protective dome is quite large. Furia was right when she said that Melia is not an ordinary shaman. Melia says that, however, there is a problem. Sekai guesses and says about the current, and she answers affirmatively. He asks for 1 minute and stops time, after which he restores the flow of time. He gives her a potion and says that if she drinks it, all her magic points will be restored at once. He asks her if this is enough for the journey. She happily says that it is incredible. She heard that only 3 witch sisters can make something like that. She talks about the ghostly structure and calls him a real hero. With this, they will definitely get to the point safe and sound. Sekai happily tells her that it is not worth the gratitude. He thinks about how much he paid for this potion. One offers them a snack, turning to Melia. Sekai says with displeasure that she is busy, but Melia agrees with her. A little later, all 4 at the table except Furia are enjoying the food. Varvara says that it is strange she has thrown up so many times, but her stomach is not hungry. Melia calmly explains that it is because they are inside a magical restoration dome. The dome restores their strength, but only a little at a time. Another says that she has not heard of magical domes before. Melia looks up in surprise and asks if this is true. She tells that their Afshawalaba is a lonely island in the southern sea, which once upon a time severed all external connections. The entire island is a religious state, believing in the goddess of light and life, Isabella. The island was a quiet place where only hermits and monks lived. It is said that in those days there were many magic masters like Melia. Sekai finds it surprising that there is a country that specializes in restoration magic. Melia continues the story and says that now it is a resort that is famous all over the world. Another asks if this means that they specialize in the tourism industry. Melia answers. But then Sekai stops time to examine Melia's body. He thinks that her skin is white, like snow. It leads to some doubts. She is from the south, and there is not a spot of tan on her body. Although the people accompanying her were heavily tanned, perhaps she hardly goes outside. Reclusive Shaman took an escort with her, made her way through the territory of darkness. He considers it a risky cruise. He thinks that she must have realized that she could die, so he thinks she deserves respect. He restores time and says that he will tell a joke to strengthen their friendship. Here the little one notices something and is horrified, but she says that Sekai tells very interesting stories. The young man thinks that earlier he told her something just to kill time. Whatever he tells them, they won't be able to find it on the internet and catch him in a lie. She says that she likes the story about the monkey's paw so much. If he were to tell these tales to a modern person, nothing would work. Sekai says with a grin that darkness has fallen, the only light is a dim lamp and candles. According to tradition, a scary story needs to be told. He tells the most copy-pasted scary story, and Melia doesn't understand him. He continues to tell that then the heroine said that there was a man with a knife under someone's bed. She asks if they really just ran away, how good it is that everything worked out. Varvara screams that they can't move under the bed. They should have attacked. Melia starts to say that public safety is poorly organized in the story. Sekai is surprised and thinks that he expected a different reaction. Now he wants to tell another story. The hero loved to look through a telescope at the city from the roof of his own house. He locked himself in his room and was shaking with fear. Then he heard a furious knock on the door, and behind it someone was moaning in a terrible voice. This lasted for a very long time. What kind of creature was this with the body of a strange child? The hero could only shake with fear. He says that since then, the hero has not climbed onto the roof. She speaks joyfully and is glad that everything worked out again. Varvara stands up and takes out her weapon, saying that children are weaklings. She would defeat such a one with one blow. Sekai wonders where their life has thrown them, that they are not scared. He thinks that is enough stories for today. Melia says that she was scared. She had never heard anything like that. Sekai thinks that she probably said it to comfort him. He thinks that Melia is just an angel. Melia stands up, thanks them for the cheerful brick. She will go on to support the sphere. Sekai says that he will see her off. They go out onto the deck together. Sekai says that it's not even sunset yet, and outside the sphere there's already complete darkness. They got rid of the monsters that had attached themselves to them when they first crossed into the ocean. But he's heard that half of all those are found near the coast and on land. They're still ahead. Melia addresses him as a hero. He asks to call him simply Sekai. She corrects herself and says that he told stories that did not take place in their world. But in a world filled with darkness, the creatures from his stories are the masters of their world. Monsters called ghosts, and lives that were meant to go to heaven. She speaks sadly of how they are shrouded in darkness and spirits, doomed to wander the earth forever. She says that these are the horrors of the dark world, and if the darkness continues its invasions, then life may disappear from the earth. She holds Sekai's hands and speaks with the hope that she can only rely on them. She asks him to save the world from darkness. She says that for this, she is ready to become his forever. He blushes and says that he protects this world simply because his life is dear to him. Melia says that she thinks the same. She also serves the mission of saving this world for personal gain. Sekai thinks that she is amazing. Her eyes are so pure. Such people really exist. She screams his name in fear and looks up. There is a huge monster in the form of a small child with fins, starting to poke at their sphere. His fingers penetrate the sphere. Melia panics and says that he is forcibly penetrating the dome. Where does such strength come from? Sekai says with admiration that it is amazing. Melia doesn't understand why it's amazing. Does he really admire him? Then Sekai calls a certain Bahamut. Here the child is climbing down on a stick, and a dragon flies in from above. He asks permission if he can launch a fireball at the ship. Sekai explains that they will all die this way, so he asks to help the son enter the battle. Melia is surprised and covers her mouth, saying what a huge dragon it is. She is surprised when she begins to realize that the dragon serves Sekai. The monster descends directly towards them, after which Sekai immediately stops time. He kills him in a split second and restores the flow of time. Melia thinks that he has defeated the monstrous monster of darkness with one blow. Sekai tells Melia that he has decided. This time, he will save the country not just for himself, but for her as well. Melia looks at him and thinks about what kind of person he is. She looks at him with admiration for a long time and does not answer. At this time, in the Council of Swordsmen, the old man turns to a certain Lifa and says that the flash of her blade is invisible to anyone, and her nickname as a master among sword masters is worth a separate one. He says that the investigation they conducted in Mount Cake is very valuable. In front of him stands a woman with a sword, pleased with herself. The old man says that especially the information about the missing swordsman Magnus, he did his duty with dignity. But fate has prepared a terrible fate for him. None of them can hold back their tears from this loss. They tried to dissuade him from fighting that monster. His skill was undeniable. A talented warrior comes along about once every 200 years. A man who does not rest on his laurels but hones his skill day after day. He thinks that it is safe to say that LeFay is a genius of the sword. Even the chairman thinks so. LeFay is truly a talented swordsman. She has not lost a single sword fight since she was born. Someone had to cross swords with her in a training fight, and she defeated him like a child. And she also went into battle with a pink-haired demon when the tactical advantage was not in her favor. He screams that the League of Mages deserves punishment for wasting public funds on research for their own personal gain. Someone agrees and shouts that it is true, they are doing their dubious magic. They call them usurpers and a bunch of swindlers. These instigators rule people by deception, but the soul of a warrior is stronger. An ordinary man saved the world from everyone. The old man calmly says that he was informed of their victory over the forces of darkness, and that the savior of the world, Kuzuno Sekai, led the battle. Lifa says with a smile that she knows him. He tells him that his weapon is a sword with a healing stone, and their council is interested. So he turns to Lafia and says that she no longer needs to go to Mount Cape. He says that her next destination is Oshawalapa. They want them to go to Oshawalapa under the guidance of their shaman, Miria. The old man says that now Oshawalapa has made a deal with the forces of darkness. They say that there is no way to get there by normal means. Lifa asks about this new investigation under her leadership, whether it has any relation to their conversation. The old man replies that it is of great importance. Kuzuno Sekai is now heading to Oshawalapa with Miria's younger twin sister, Melia. He turns to the swordswoman Lifa and tells her to go to Oshawalapa, accompanied by Miria. Let her meet Kuzuno Sekai and uncover a secret conspiracy. An important secret lies behind the final battle with the King of Darkness. At this time, Sekai is resting in his bed. Then a girl comes in a panic. He immediately understands and asks if Oshawalapa is already visible. They go out. She says that it is visible, but it is something. Sekai sees Furia and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. She just remains silent. When he reaches her, Fury tells him to look in one direction. He obeys and is horrified. In the middle of the darkness, a small island is illuminated by the sun and only it. Melia tells us that this is true. Oshawalapa is the only place where people manage to make a deal with the darkness. But even this place hangs by a thread. She asks Sekai to protect their countries from the power of darkness and their king. The girl is happy that the darkness has disappeared. Sekai says that it has not disappeared. It is just that this island is protected from it. He says that this protection is similar to Melia's magic or something like the sacred barriers around Beltree. I think Melia said that it was a demilitarized zone. Melia tells Sekai that it is true. Their island is a state that made a deal. They go down, all the girls are in bathing suits. Sekai happily says that there are only beauties in bikinis around. Melia calls the others to follow her and says that the king should be expecting them. They do not understand what kind of king he is. Melia says that his name is famous in all corners, meaning Sekai. Sekai wonders how they exchange rumors and information so quickly. Do they really have something like the internet here? Furia replies that the League of Magicians has its own information networks. Professional informants constantly transmit information between countries. Sekai tells her that he has never doubted her knowledge. She replies that she knows nothing, but you can tell from her ears how pleased she is to hear it. Sekai looks at all the girls and calls this country hot. Ninya calls his name with displeasure, and he asks not to mumble under his arm. He stops time to enjoy the body of each girl in turn. He thinks about the tan marks spread over the body by the sun, the pictures painted by dreams. Despite the hot air, the low humidity here is just right for Sekai. He believes that dreams live here. He runs to each girl, tries each one. He is surprised by the knight's swimsuit and wonders if this is really a bikini armor. He doubts if such a thing really exists. He thinks that he has never seen anything in the world more beautiful than this resort. They approach the main building. Ninya asks if this is the king's castle. Melia says that it is. As the shaman at the castle, she comes here every day. Barbarata says that the castle here is very different from the castle in Mount Cape. Sekai agrees and says that there is a fortress over a cliff, and here there is a plain and a castle without defensive structures. Theory says that there are peaceful places here, because it is not so easy to capture lands surrounded by large bodies of water. They enter the castle and see the king enjoying himself with the girls nearby. The king says that he has finally arrived. The king lies down, drinks a cocktail, introduces himself, saying that he is the king of Oshawalapa, Nazar Lop II. Sekai doesn't understand why he spread out like that. The king asks if he's really the savior of the world that there are so many rumors about. He thought he'd see a pumped-up giant. But he was told the events from the ship. Apparently the rumors aren't lying. He says they have plenty of hotties in bikinis here, on his island. Young girls are required to wear bathing suits. The king proudly says that he came up with this. Sekai says that it's cool, but not very much from a modern point of view, but still cool. Fury starts to boil. Is it really a duty to walk half naked? Asks directly why they needed him. The king replies that he just heard about the hero's arrival and wanted to see what he was like. He says that in general people and the forces of darkness live in harmony here. After all, they have heavenly conditions. He asks them with a grin if they understand that it is better not to make unnecessary movements. A little later, they all walk around in bathing suits. Varvara indignantly says that she is drafty. She says that it was hot and now she has undressed and it has become good. Sekai says that, of course, she has lived her whole life on the icy top of a mountain. He turns to Milia and asks where her swimsuit is. She says that she is a shaman. Sekai says that it is such a pity. She asks if he really wanted to see her in a swimsuit. The young man answers honestly that, of course, he wanted to. She is embarrassed. Sekai tells the others to get moving, saying that he will stop time and look in on them himself. Then Fury comes out and asks if this law really allows walking down the street like that. Ninya spins around and says that it is now more comfortable to move. Sekai blushes and wonders if he is really in a medieval fantasy. Maybe this is some kind of bonus level. One says that she doesn't like it here, and the other doesn't believe her and says that it's cool here. They go to some open space. Sekai looks at everyone and tells the others to watch because these girls are demons. Ninya says that they are really laid back. Sekai says, does that mean it's true? Ninji says with a smile that it's unbelievable. Milia looks at them calmly. The training takes place. Sekai sees and admires the fights in bikini armor. Milia explains that it is traditional on their island. She says that since ancient times this island has been protected by girls. There are men too, but there are many more girls. This island was once inhabited only by ascetics and monks, and under them such a social order was formed. Here one falls and sadly says that she lost. Milia says that strong women rule the island. Furia asks to wait, but now the ruler is a man, this Nazar. Milia says that this is true. Mr. Nazar has replaced his mother, the former queen. Sekai asks if this means that the rules have changed. Milia says that this island used to be a religious state named after the goddess of light and life, Isabella, but now it is called Offshualopa, and the island has become a resort country. They ask her if it has become a completely different country. She replies that of course it has, but the population is confused. Therefore, the king will return supreme power to strong women and restore the old order. Ninya asks if this means he is a good king. A ball flies past nearby. Sekai looks around and sees a volleyball field with other girls. Ninja gives them the ball. Milia says that the power of the country will again pass to an even stronger one, a woman. Another girl catches the ball and goes to her own to continue playing. But now the candidates for the crown will not be chosen by a traditional sword fight. From now on, the worthy are determined by a competition by will, 2 against 2. Her face darkens a little. Volai is a ball game told by a stranger from the east, Volai. The legend says that the goddess of life and light, Isabella, exposed her polluted lands to a holy ball and brought down the wrath of heaven. There are still different interpretations of this event. The truth is still unknown. Varvara asks what other swords. She shouts that she will become king here. Sekai tells her that she has an axe. Sekai asks, by will? It is volleyball. It turns out that the athlete becomes king. Milia says that the hand of heaven will soon choose the strongest woman. Sekai says he doesn't know how it got into their world. But sports are a pretty peaceful way. Milia says that she thought so too. It would be wonderful if power returned. Then someone shouts to him that it is dangerous. Then Varvara comes forward and saves Sekai from the ball that almost killed him. Varvara falls and screams that she is in pain. She says that the ball hit her and now her arm hurts. She considers the one who threw the ball to be strong. Here one shouts at Ninya, scolding her to throw the ball. She catches the ball and says that this island was so clean, so good, so let them forget about it. The other one says with a grin that they got a little carried away with the training. One suggests continuing the mock battle. Sekai says how big they are. They are at least 3 meters. He assumes that they are demons. Ninya asks about the mock battle. Is this really will? Fiamilia answers that it is. In simple terms, you can make no more than 3 touches. You can earn a point if you hit the ball into your opponent's field. The ball must cross the center over the net. If the ball hits the area outside the opponent's court, then the point goes to the opponent. Sekai says that now it is clear to him. The girl serves the ball and says that they will continue playing. The ball is hit back, another serves, the second picks it up, and the third attacks with the ball. Ninja happily says that they succeeded. The ball is simply hit by another girl's form without any effort. The flying ball is barely hit by the little girl, falling down. Ninja looks on in disappointment and fear, and Sekai says that they are not surprised. The game continues. The girls attack as best they can, but they easily fight them off with their bodies without making any effort. Sekai understands and thinks that due to the big difference in height, they have no chance. These girls are the favorites. They always take first place. The Gankel sisters. One tells the other sister that she is a good girl. The other tells the first that she is also a good girl. The tournament was made open to any participants. That is why they came here. With such participants, the chances of others are reduced to zero, as Furia says. Vervara says that everyone under the sun is mortal, and therefore defeatable. Sekai asks, isn't this against the rules? Isn't their origin against the rules? Melia explains that there are no rules prohibiting dark creatures from participating. The registration of participants is approved by the king. One sister says she can't wait for the show to come out and have them win. Let them think that their sister is their new queen. The other says how exciting it is. Feria says that it is clear to her, now it has come to her. Feria asks Melia if the king of the country is really the reason why she called them. Feria says that he is planning to legally hand over the country to the forces of darkness. Sekai is surprised by this train of thought. Melia only looks away sadly. A little later, in a restaurant by the sea, they enjoy a meal. One is on a date. The other is just having a family get-together. Ninja tries the food and says how delicious it is. Varvara eats the food in silence. Ninja says that there was excellent fish cuisine in Mount Cape, and the fish here is no worse. Furia adds with a smile that the fruit here is of good quality. While everyone is eating, Sekai is deeply immersed in his thoughts. He recalls Melia's words that if the island is given over to the darkness, the faith in the goddess Isabella will perish. If that happens, there will be no more resurrection magic. No one can challenge the king's actions. She can't do it anymore. Melia's last hope is the hero. She asked him to protect their faith on this island. Here, Sekai is on the beach, looking at the endless stars and time stops. He thinks about the fact that there are less than 3 days left. The competition will start in 3 days. Now, it's clear that it's all about this lecherous king. He thinks that maybe it would be easier to solve everything by simply killing him. Sekai doesn't want to kill from the shadows or kill people in general. And for a hero, it's not an appropriate act. He thinks it's not so bad if he loses. And if they take part in the competition, he wonders what the chance of winning is. He admits that Ranga is still okay. But Ninja and Furia, in his opinion, will not be able to handle the game with these oversized sisters. He thinks that they could add one more person to the team, someone they could definitely rely on. At this time, Leifa stands on the deck and looks into the distance. Maria turns to the swordswoman and says that it is dangerous here. It is safer to hide in the cabin. Leifa says with a grin that on the way against the current, their resurrection magic is not enough, and a gap of time is created in which they are defenseless. Then a monster jumps from behind. That same child, and she kills him in a split second and says that this means that she will provide protection for this time. They are in the zone of influence of darkness. They are impossible to kill, Miria says about it. And Leifea fights with evil spirits and asks her, so what? She professionally kills all the monsters in a row without much effort. The spirits disappear one by one. Leifa says that there are 10 of them around her, and they cannot be killed. She sets the path of the blade in a perfectly correct order without a drop of confusion. For her, the bearer of the great nickname of swordswoman, cutting the ever-resurrecting enemy so that he will be forever unable to fight is as easy as pie. Miria looks at her in shock and thinks that this swordswoman life is capable of saving Afsholopa. She looks at him with admiration, but thinks that she can't cope alone. Her thoughts with Sekai coincide. They need one more person. They need a genius. In other words, they need each other. Leifa and Miria swim to the island. Leifa says how hot it is here. Miria explains that it is eternal summer here. Leifa looks around and says that this ship looks familiar to her. She suspects that Kuzuno Sekai is already here. They are walking around the city, then Miria turns to the lady swordswoman and warns that there is a law for those entering the country. A little later, Leva finds herself in a bathing suit and indignantly asks if this is really a joke. She feels completely naked. She turns and asks Miria if this is some kind of joke. Why didn't she change her clothes? She calmly replies that it's because she is a shaman. Miria wants to explain that there is also underwear like armor. She immediately interrupts and says that there is no armor. She can reflect a blow from any side. She is also called a living mirage. For someone like her, armor is not needed. Miria tells her that the king is waiting for her. She agrees and says that so far this island only evokes unpleasant impressions. A little later, Sekai stands on the training ground and tries to pass the ball to the girls. The ball flies past. The girls do not make any effort. He yells at Furia to be serious. Furia yells at Sekai to stop messing around. Sekai shouts that there is nothing to be done. There is no other legal way to protect Offshore from the forces of darkness except to win the competition. Furia wants to say something, but then Sekai shouts at her to stop making excuses. He throws the ball with a serve. Ranga hits the ball with his hands and asks if it's right. The ball flies too far. Sekai stands silently, looking at the sky. Fury repeats that she said it was useless because they were newbies. She says that a couple of practices won't help to defeat the sisters. Sekai serves the ball and shouts that they will still participate. Then Furia calls her assistant, who appears from the ground and hits the ball. It flies off perfectly, so Sekai catches the ball. He realizes something and stops time. He approaches Fury and looks at her body in a dodging position, but that's not what he's talking about. He thinks about the Fury Golem. He wonders if it came from the sand. He thinks that this trick is quite good. He starts to think about what is in this game about using magic. Most likely it is forbidden, but he needs to clarify about it. He adjusts Fury's swimsuit and thinks that he should read the rules carefully. There must be some loophole. He wonders what Fury is doing to him. He thinks that they could use a back door. He goes back to the main building, time still frozen. He remembers that Melia said that she was a shaman at the palace, which means she must be somewhere here. He thinks that her snow-white skin suggests that she does not often leave the castle. He walks past all the people and then finds her. He approaches her, takes off her dress, examines her body, tugs at the sharp ends, and thinks that he is behaving as if he came to play with her body. He restores the flow of time. They discuss the rules of the game. Melia asks him if he really has a thirst for knowledge. She says that the rules are not very complicated, so it is enough to know only the basics. Sekai replies that it's just in case, and reading manuals is a common thing. Melia doesn't understand and asks about manuals. They come. Melia says that this is the book depository. Almost all the books on the island are somehow connected with the goddess Isabella and her teachings. Sekai stops in front of a drawing of a country. He wants to guess what it is, but Melia gets ahead of him and says that it is a map of Offshore. He replies that he has figured it out. He points to the center and asks what it is. She explains that this sign, similar to a gravestone, represents the Great Seal. She gets him a book with rules. He asks again about the Great Seal. Sekai says that there was one like that in Beltree. He asks if they also have a creature of darkness sealed in them. Melia says that this is not true. She has not heard of the seal in Beltree, but she has heard of pillars that outline the sacred land, with the help of which one can seal creatures of darkness. There were sacred lands in Beltree too. Sekai asks her what this seal hides. Melia replies that the seal hides a national treasure. Under the seal is kept a sacred treasure, given to us by the goddess of light and life, Isabella. Melia says that this is what the island legend says. Sekai asks what kind of treasure it is. She replies that no one knows about it. She says that she is obliged to warn that in the dungeon behind the seal there is a large labyrinth. They say that no one has ever returned from it and no one has gone there for several decades. When Sekai hears that the treasure is hidden in the deepest part of the labyrinth, he thinks with delight that some new thing has arrived. Sekai asks her to wait a bit. She will bring the girls. She wants to say something, but Sekai says that it will take one moment and stops time. When he restores time, the girls are already inside. Ninya gets scared and says that she was just standing on the shore. Ranga scolds that Sekai is dragging people around like a shaitan again. Sekai says that new circumstances have come to light, so he must inform them. Furia says that she will survive the transfers, but she turns to Sekai and asks if he really touched her again, and on the beach at that. Sekai thinks about what a brilliant intuition she has. A little later after the story, they tell him that now they understand. Furia suggests first to put everything on the shelves and start with the creatures of darkness. Thanks to the sacred fence around the seal, the island cannot be included in the lands of darkness. Milia says that she thinks so. Furia says that is why the first thing they will do is seize supreme control of the island. After the seizure of power, some people will go over to the side of darkness and the forces of darkness will use them. Gradually, they will reduce the power of the seal, and when the seal loses its power, the island will become part of the territory of darkness. She ends this by saying that then nothing can be fixed. Milia is horrified by this and covers her mouth. Sekai says that as long as the seal is intact, then the island is safe. Furia says that this is true unless there is a traitor who would help the enemy from within. Sekai begins to guess, so that's what this tournament is for. So it's all the king. Furia says that it's too early to rush to conclusions. She says that it is possible that the king, with pure intentions, wants to use the powers of darkness to direct the social structure of the island towards traditional ways. Milia says that would not be so bad. However, his pure intentions will yield the same result as banal stupidity. Sekai asks Furia if he really heard notes of sympathy. She says that these are just words. The essence does not change anyway. She grew up in a closed, peaceful village, but the new ruler arbitrarily wanted to conduct trade relations with the outside world. As a result, their village was destroyed by invaders. Her family was sold off. She herself was sold as a servant. Milia is horrified. Ranga screams that everyone should know this truth and that strangers must be killed. Sekai regrets his misdeeds with Furia and mentally asks her for forgiveness. Furia says that the world is not as kind and pure as Milia. Paradise is easy to lose. The helmsman only needs to make one mistake. Milia continues to look at her sadly. Furia adds that, however, they now have Sekai, even though he is preoccupied. But until now, he has not allowed anyone to commit atrocities. He has always helped the weak. She believes that the name of the savior of the world is not an exaggeration. If he had arrived to them earlier, perhaps nothing would have happened to the elf village. Sekai is surprised by Furia's words. Ninya shouts that it is true, they can rest easy. Sekai will save their island. Ranga says that he is a parasite that feeds on the power of the goddess stone. Calls him dead. Here, Sekai stops time, starts touching her body and thinks that she can't keep her mouth shut. So he puts the delay of the boundaries into action. He approaches Ninya, does the same thing. He says that it is difficult to grab even with nails. He restores the flow of time. Furia begins to talk about one more thing. She says that it would be better to take Isabella's treasures. The goddess of light and life is the complete opposite of the creatures of darkness. He dares to assume that they fear her most of all. Nanya remembers something and says that they are afraid of restoration magic. Furia says that this is true, so they will have an effective means against the creatures of darkness. But for them, it is a great threat. If they establish power on the island, they will certainly capture the labyrinth and destroy the treasure. Furia says that this is her point of view regarding their plans. Milia asks how she manages to piece together such a picture from scraps of information. Sekai supports the Furies and praises them, saying that this way they will get ahead of them. The Furies say that the competition is in 3 days. There is not much time. Sekai agrees and says that they will begin then. He says that the labyrinth will take more than a second. The treasure will belong to them. Let the rest choke on their desires. Milia thinks for a second and asks if this is possible. Sekai says that it is possible if he is the sager of the world. Sekai looks at the book and thinks that he will read the rules later, and at the same time he will come up with a strategy for the game. If Furia and Ranga get the hang of the game at least a little, then with time stops they will win. He tells everyone to get started, but then someone distracts them. Then Lefea comes and says that the team is in full force as she sees. She asks them what they're up to again. They recognize her as a swordswoman. Sekai says with a smile that it is fate to meet her. She says that she knew in advance that she would see him on the island. Sekai tells her that she looks cool. She gets embarrassed and asks him to shut up. She didn't want to, but she changed her clothes only because the law requires it. Here she stops time. He approaches Lifa, examines every part of her body and is surprised by her appearance. He starts to love their king. How could they force the most serious swordswoman to dress up in such an outfit? He's all on fire. Sekai sees Miria with her and does not understand who she is. He restores the flow of time and asks who she is, if she is really the second version of Melia. Miria approaches Melia and says that she is also a shaman. Melia says that this is her younger twin sister. Sekai rejoices and immediately stops time. He looks at them together. He admires them. Since he got to the island, the plot has moved little. He restores the flow of time. They find themselves outside on the training ground. Ranga rudely shouts that this is his doing again. Lifa asks if he can really mix things up in a split second. He justifies himself by saying that they don't have much time, so he moved them here. They move to the foot of the Great Seal of Offshawaloba. The rest are thinking. Lifa asks the others. They are not at all bothered by what happened. Do they really want to be his trained dogs? It's humiliating after all. They walk through the forest. Miria says that it is a miracle. A group of people can be transported to the center of the island in an instant. Melia agrees with her and says that this is one of the miracles created by the Sekai. The girls look at each other and smile. Miria says that it seems that the savior of the world is real after all and not a charlatan. Sekai says that there should be an underground labyrinth under the seal, but it is not clear where the entrance is. At least he and Gonkidi didn't find it. Miria says that of course they don't find it because the dungeon is hidden from people. Sekai says that it's clear to him now, so where's the entrance? Miria replies that for 50 years this place has been abandoned, and no one knows. Maybe this task is just for the savior of the world. Sekai cannot stand such a temptation and immediately stops time. He starts touching Miria and thinks that they haven't known each other for long, but she is sentenced to early release from prison. She only looks like Melia. He thinks that maybe she is a shaman who chose the dark side. He restores the flow of time. Sekai says that even if they don't know, they can go their separate ways. Furia says that there is one way. Sekai asks if there really is a truth. She leans down and says that apparently he lacked faith in the earth goddess Antira. It wouldn't hurt him to practice earth magic more. She touches the ground with her hand and asks the earth to reveal its secrets. The earth begins to tremble. Ninya says that she sees earth magic for the first time. Furia is so modest. She has no equal in magic. Lifa smiles, and the twins look in shock. Here the building begins to show its course. Ninya says that the seal is glowing. Furia says that this is not so and that the glow is under the seal. There is an empty space. Sekai thinks, is it really literally under the seal? He doesn't understand what to do next, whether it's possible to try to move the seal with Gankidi and the hatch will open. But what if this breaks the seal, and with it, the sacred protection? Liafa asks with a smirk if he doesn't know how to get inside. Is he really that stupid? Sekai stops time, tugs at her curbs. She is sentenced to hang. He restores the flow of time. Furia asks to wait and says that there are barely discernible inscriptions here. She touches the wall and says that it is an ancient language. Ninya asks her if she can read it. Furia says that she can a little. She begins to barely pronounce that the rays of the sun itself. She says that she cannot read because the inscription is too worn out. Here Melia says that the rays of the highest sun. She says that when the rays of the highest sun fall, Isabella grants new trials. This phrase is passed down from generation to generation among the shamans of the island. She asks Sekai if this will help in any way. He shouts that of course it will help, and that is the answer. He says that the entrance to the labyrinth will open on the day of the summer solstice at noon. Nini does not understand what the solstice is. Miria asks if this is true. Melia turns to Miria, who replies that it all fits. She says that the summer solstice is today. She heard the royal astrologer report it this morning, and that day is today. Furia agrees and tells everyone to look at their shadows. They are completely hidden under them. Ninya is surprised. Fury says that it is just approaching midday. Here the sun shines brightly above them, blinding their eyes. Lifa closes her eyes and says that it looks like something is starting. Sekai says that they will see. Melia turns to Miria and says that she said that the astrologer reported this morning. She answers in the affirmative. Miria says that reporting the solstice is the king's personal order. Melia is surprised by this. Here, the top of the building lights up from the sun. Everything starts to glow. Milia says in surprise that the lights have come on. Here, the wall starts to move. Bricks rise. Sekai rejoices and shouts that the entrance is opening. Milia calls it a miracle. She didn't know about it. Sekai says that here is the staircase down. He suggests that they hurry. Then someone tells them not to move from the spot, calling him a respected hero. Here behind stands the king with numerous guards. The king sees the hero and the swordswoman, surprised by their presence in person. The king asks if he didn't warn him not to make unnecessary movements. Sekai says that they are just on a tour of the island. The king asks if this is true. Sekai says that they are now looking at a monument. The king apologizes to them for interrupting their excursion, but they have a little business in the dungeon. He asks them if they are going to go down. Sekai says that it is not so. They are just leaving. The king says, spreading his arms, that it is always pleasant to talk with reasonable heroes. Lifa turns to Sekai with doubt and asks how this is possible. Is he sure? Sekai replies that he is sure and stops time. He says he will return in a moment after he clears the labyrinth. He summons the golem and greets it. He slaps the golem's palm and says that he needs help with the labyrinth. They go down. Sekai wonders what awaits them in this dungeon. As soon as they go down, Sekai is surprised. He sees a dungeon with lava in front of him. Sekai is in a volcanic dungeon with a labyrinth. On off-label versions, there are volcanoes, and the developers did not forget about the realism of the locations. Golem says that it looks like the path is not short, Genkidi. It was not for nothing that they returned and packed his briefcase for him. Sekai praises the heavens. The hot magma is right under his feet, but the temperature is no higher than outside. If he retreats over the lava, you need to try like in the meme. Jump with 1 foot away from the other and jump away. They reach a dead end. He understands that nothing good can be expected from this labyrinth. You can fall into lava everywhere here. It's one big trap. Sekai looks around. He turns to Genkidi and asks if he sees it and points forward. He says that there is a lever on that wall. What will happen if you use it? He doesn't understand what to do with the lava. He turns to Genkidi. He heard that rocks don't melt. He tells him the main thing is not to be afraid. The golem steps onto the lava and immediately flops down. He twitches, but his head is visible above the surface of the water. Sekai sees that he has not drowned. Sekai thinks that the Terminator would have drowned, and all because rock monsters are stronger than fire ones. The Japanese Pokemon industry prepared him for this. Genkidi lifts, pulls the lever, lowering it down. Here, at first, the lava rises sharply. Then steps appear from below, which give direction. He now sees a way out of the impasse. He tells Genkidi, who is just rising, that it was beautifully done. It is now clear to him that the levers move the platforms. But how would he activate them without Genkidi? He wonders if it is possible to reach him otherwise. He starts to think about whether this is a game with post-mortem leveling. If he jumps into the lava, he won't have enough life, no matter how much he has, and it's not his method. He wonders if this is the first level that can only be completed with posthumous leveling. He thinks that he will not have the end of the game, and the game will not start over. What is he getting at, having got into this world? He appeared on a wide country road, a very strange place for a starting location. That is, what if someone played this game before him, but his predecessor was rolled by a cart on that road? And then on the next Heart of Life, the turn passed to another game. To him, that is, his life in the game, no matter what number it is, will end after death. Another player will be called, and the game will continue. He ponders whether this is the correct answer. There is only one way to check. Immortal Tribute, starting location village. The same village in which the inhabitants put all the poetry of the soul into bad greeting phrases. But in principle, this is his style, not to notice the starting location and jump straight into the pipe to Bozette. He wants a brick in his face if such a village really existed there. He doesn't want to go and test this hypothesis. He thinks that he needs to turn on Sherlock's deduction more often. In general, he does not want to die. He thanks the lifestone for constipation. He also does not trust it much. It will pass with a good old pause. He and the golem approach one place where fire is hovering in the air. Sekai wonders if this is a fire monster. Is it because of this that the king brought so many turbo girls with him? He calls them poor things. Then he sees a monster executioner with bombs in 4 hands. Sekai asks, "What is this?" "A monster throwing bombs." He calls it kindergarten. He thinks that if he hits the bomb with an arrow, it will probably explode. He thinks that the game logic is such a game. Golem and Sekai go further. Sekai stands on the golem's head to cross the lava onto the bridge between the walls. They reach a chest and open it. Next to them is a dragon that breathes fire and is one himself. They cross the bridge, reach another monster, go around it. In some corner, they dry their clothes and cook themselves some food over a fire. They continue their journey with breaks for sleep and food. The golem works well. Finally, they reach a huge dragon. Sekai thinks that, judging by everything, it is a salamander-level boss. He seriously thinks that it is so huge. Even a small party would hardly be able to deal with it. He calls the dragon a pot-bellied cutie, just like the worm on the first level. Sekai touches the dragon's body and jerks his hand sharply because it's hot. As long as time is on his side, he's safe. But he wonders how he would fight it. He thinks about Bahamut being missing. His healthy body won't fit in here. Perhaps the water magic will work on him. His spider sense tells him that the salamanders are afraid of it. But none of them have it. He goes further and sees an ornate door. He pulls the handle. There is a door. But of course it is locked. He wonders if he has missed a chest with loot and a key somewhere, or if the key should fall out of the boss. He reflects on how much he misses the little housekeeper Nanya now, but for her he will have to resume the game. And along with her, Godzilla will move away, not waiting for Ninya to pick up the master key. There is also the defeated Sparta Kemperit at the exit. As soon as the shooters go, they will notice his disappearance. He starts to think what to do. Then the golem tugs at his shirt. Sekai turns around and asks him what is going on. The golem turns away and goes the other way. The golem shows cracks in the wall. Sekai thinks that the wall with holes is the exit. He thinks. Or the Gankichi is bragging about how he desecrated the wall. He starts to hit the wall with a hammer. Some point he realizes that he won't be able to break through this wall because the rock is too hard. He thinks that in Minecraft it looked easier. Then Gunkidi brings a bomb. Sekai says that it's that scarecrow's bomb. He calls the golem a fox. But if anything, they found it. They throw a bomb at the wall. It explodes. Sekai happily says that they have found a secret passage. Sekai slaps his palm on the golem's palm. They enter. Sekai says, if only their national treasure was here. He tells the golem that he will drag it, because he is. He doesn't have time to finish speaking because the ground beneath his feet suddenly changes its slope downwards. Sekai manages to say goodbye to Gankidi before falling down. He stops at the bottom of this slide. Sekai is indignant about this slide because he had pants that cost 40 yen. He tries to climb back up, but he understands that it is useless. But he slips. He understands that it will not be possible to climb back up. Here he remembers something and thinks that he has seen this somewhere before and more than once. He remembers this in games. He understands that such descents are something like boundaries between locations. They work as follows. They move to a new location. Remember that they forgot to collect loot, like a monkey in shorts and a bow. They shoot at cyborgs and exoskeletons. In games, at such moments the game is saved. The computer program itself records his progress. He wonders why there are such transitions in this world. He looks around and sees that there is a dead end behind him and the unknown ahead. He thinks what he should do now, only forward it turns out. He decides to go and see what awaits them. They walk along a small road. Sekai notices that the textures of the rocks have become newer. They reach a small cart. Sekai is surprised by the carts, he thinks. How much longer do they have to go? He thinks, what if he has lost the way back forever? They are riding on a minecart. There was no other way. Now the pause button would be very useful. Although no, then this hellish machine. By inertia, it will throw him somewhere behind the texture. He is not good at physics, but front brakes on bicycles are from the evil one. They reach the final stop. Sekai notices that it is cooler here. He puts on a sweatshirt on top. Sekai goes and realizes that there are no ceilings in sight. Just pitch-black heights, how deep they have descended. The island itself is not as big as this dungeon. They walk forward to a corridor where one torch is lit. They walk along the corridor. At some point, Sekai raises his head. He sees a huge crawling centipede monster above him. Sekai is seriously scared. He doesn't understand who it is. Even the lifestone has moved a little. He suspects that something is wrong here. He recalls that he played Western fantasy, and his horror, in his opinion, came from horror films. Here, Sekai starts to think that he was suddenly thrown into another game. He tells Genkidi to carry the log. Sekai runs to the nearest door. He mentally asks for forgiveness, but he loves Sadako. He begins to think about the fact that she, this monster, breeds. He knocks on the door and thinks about how to get out of this room as soon as possible. He begs to open the door because he is scared. Here, the golem tugs his shirt again, holding a bomb in his hands. Sekai sees this and calls him his savior. They blow up this corridor with a bomb, rejoice, clap their hands and say that they are the best teammates forever. They go further and see one man in front of them. This is what Sekai thought at first, seeing him with an axe. He sees that he has a beastly expression on his face. He thinks that this cannot be. He quickly moves forward and sees that deep underground there is a human settlement in Japanese style. It seems he has entered where the player's foot should not step. He thinks that he couldn't be here. This is a completely different game. He runs across the bridge into the unknown. He thinks that he must go back to the beach, the sun, the ocean, and the girls. A pause does not heal. He picks out one brick at a time on the hill. He can't do it, and he mentally begs the chisel not to let him down. He understands that the walls don't give in either. There's only one way out, this slope, but he can't climb it. And even if he could, surely an invisible game wall has already grown there. He wonders if this rise really plays the role of blocking the wall. He remembers Furia, Ninya, and Ranga. He is shocked to think that if the locations are only rendered around him, then they no longer exist. He goes back down to the road with the mine carts, looks at everything, humming a song to himself. He thinks maybe to get back he has to do something in the new world. He will find his way back because time is on his side. They walk through the same village again. He enters a house and wonders if everything inside is really in Japanese style. He thinks the atmosphere is something. He sees a man unconscious and wonders why there is a man covered in blood. He looks at what they have in the pot. He sees a girl in a big barrel who covers her ears. He wonders if she is really hiding. He thinks it's strange. Outside people are calmly going about their business, and here is such a picture. He goes outside and looks around. What if there are people outside? He looks at one man, pulling at his cheeks. He wonders if it's some kind of demon or a vampire. He doesn't know, but it's definitely a monster. He looks at it with his mouth open and moves on. In an alleyway, he sees some people taking blood from another person. Sekai understands that he can no longer be saved. Apparently the plot is this. Monsters that look like people invaded the village. Not many residents managed to survive, but it's a matter of time. It's somewhat reminiscent of a zombie horror film. He thinks that it is a matter of time. He understands that the history of this world does not concern him. But still, it is not indifferent to him. He thinks about going to the castle. He has seen games where the inhabitants of the castle conditionally remain alive, for example, turn to stone. And at the end, the spell melts, and with it the king's daughter in front of the hero. He sees the gates wide open. He wonders if they opened them themselves or if they helped. He goes inside and sees many corpses, some in the process of taking their own lives. He sees one doing so and finds it a grim sight. He thinks that the player who played this is clearly losing. He goes to the main tower. He opens the door and sees the chief on the floor in blood, and next to him is a certain vampire with other colleagues. Sekai sighs and thinks, here comes the daimyo himself and some costumed Dracula. If he gets out of here, he'll give this dull game 2 stars. He looks out onto the balcony and asks what else is that. He sees a woman tied to a pole, surrounded by men with spears pointed at her. Next to her is another Dracula. Sekai sees a girl and thinks that she looks like the princess of the game. He goes down and sees that, in fact, she will soon be killed. He frees her from captivity. Sekai realizes that he saved her without thinking much. His mouth is watering because she is a beauty. He undresses her and realizes that he is subdued and she is so seductive. He does not understand why those creatures performed the execution ceremony only for her. After all, other people were simply killed and nothing more. This world is starting to draw you in, but in order to even slightly understand it, you will have to wag your tongue a little. But as soon as he starts the timer, like on Offshwallop, some kind of trouble will happen. He thinks that this is a difficult choice. He wonders what her voice and character are like. He restores time. The girl wakes up and looks around in panic. She does not understand where she is. Sekai explains that they are a little away from the village. He apologizes, saying that he does not know how to put on a kimono. She asks her who she is. Sekai introduces himself and says that he is her savior. The girl looks at him suspiciously. Sekai thinks that he has some kind of bad feeling. He stops time and immediately feels a sword at his throat. He freezes in shock. He looks around and realizes that if he had hesitated with the button, he would have been slashed across the throat and goodbye to life. He suggests they see who is cooler. He looks around and sees her, assuming she is a kunoichi, like a ninja girl. He undresses her and thinks that she chose the wrong profession with such dimensions. It's hard to hide. He starts touching her, calling her bad. Why did she come to him? He sees that she is still in fundoshi, traditional Japanese underwear for men. Sekai thinks that ninjas don't wear such things. Only maniacs, perhaps. At everything and thinks that she certainly packed herself to the brim. He decides to believe him that she is a ninja. Here he undresses her completely, places her next to that girl, ties her hands and feet, and then starts time. Here he looks around. The ninja immediately starts to blush. Sekai calls her a bad girl, he thinks. Is it not against the signature disarmament? Let her agree that it is better than death. That girl dresses the ninja as mistress. Sekai understands and says how come he didn't guess right away. Then she sighs. She says that she admits defeat, so let him do as he pleases. If he wants, let him kill. If he wants, let him dishonor. Then the ninja shouts that her name is Mikage and she will bear this burden with the mistress. Sekai asks them to stop, saying that he does not want to kill them. He explains that he just wanted to get them out of there if saving people on a whim is bad. Then he apologizes to them. The lady says that it is better for her to live and know that she is disgraced. She will go for her dead father and brother. Sekai starts to get angry how much trouble she is. He just couldn't tie this robe. He says that there are still survivors there. If he saves them, he asks if she will trust him. He stops time, finds all the little girls and men in the village, whom he calls an interesting exhibit. On the way he thinks about how, unfortunately, not many survived. He understands that this is a plot with mass murder. He wonders in which game such a bloody mess happens. He gathers them in one place and says that, in essence, this is all that remains of the village. He says that the castle remains. He does not know where his path leads, but there is something enticing about it. He turns to Gankidi and asks if he still has strength left. He raises his arms, showing his muscles. Sekai tells him that he never doubted him. They enter the castle. He looks out the window and wonders what is behind that high cliff. He returns to the room with Dracula. He looks at it and thinks. His look seems to say, he is the boss of the level, let them do it. Sekai grins. Of all the monsters, they are most like vampires. They are afraid of crosses and sunlight. They lay him horizontally, saying that it is somehow safer this way. Let him think that he has paid for his bad behavior. He doesn't know if the stake will kill him or not. Vampires have their own quirks in different games. Now we need to do the same with all the evil spirits. This mission will be called The Last Man on Earth. He gathers everyone in one place and restores time. Everyone looks around in bewilderment. Then someone recognizes each other and asks where the daughter and the others are. Sekai says that he is sorry, but that is all who remained alive. He says that all complaints are not to him, but to the blood-sucking gentleman. Here the lady bows at his feet and says that she is very grateful to them. All the people look at the princess in horror and do not understand. They begin to repeat after her and also bow. Sekai asks them to wait. Come on. He asks them to get up already, seeing numerous bows from all the people he saved. The princess repeats that he said his name was Kuzuno Sekai. She says that thanks to him, her life has a purpose. She can do little, but for the sake of their lives, she will try to find a place where their lives will not know sorrow. She promises him this with all her heart. Sekai thinks that she is beautiful, although she looks older than him, not at all like the king of Offshwallop. He says that there is no need to look for a new place. He asks to tell how those murderers tolerate foreign wooden stakes in the area of the heart. The princess looks at him in surprise. All the bloodsuckers are lying dead in the village. The princess and Mikaji see this with their own eyes. The princess does not believe and says that this cannot be. She asks Sekai if he really killed them all. He answers that it was still Gonkiri. She thinks about the stakes in her chest. She bows again and thanks him. She says it will only delay them for half a day. Sekai thinks about how he screwed up again. She says it's only sunlight that kills them. Sekai laughs inside hearing this. The princess says that morning should have come long ago, but the night does not end. They used to attack only at night. She does not understand what could have happened. Sekai thinks that maybe they live close to the North Pole. Sekai understands that this means that vampires cannot be killed by anything. Then he remembers something. He wonders if this could have happened because he crossed from one world to another, which means it is his fault. The princess says that all the neighboring states surrendered anyway, and their death is also predetermined. She says that, however, thanks to him, Sekai, they can laugh in their last moments of running from death. They don't need more. She doesn't know if there is even one place where she can escape. Sekai replies that there is such a place. She is surprised, and Sekai describes that it is like paradise, sunbathing all day. Why is he not an option? He stops time and looks at the cliff again. He has twisted the plot so that now he is up to his neck in finding his way back. The climb up must lead him back. Even here there is a sky. It is not possible to say that they are underground. The hole has been found. All that's left is a small matter. Gankidi will bury him with honors if anything happens, since he has no other choice. He has seen many gameplays of open-world games. Some locations are initially blocked, but let players still manage to get outside the allowed map. The very fact that he got here is the result of a mistake. He simply discovered a hole in the game map, which means that the only way to escape back is to make a good super mistake. He climbs to the end, and the golem follows him. He stands up straight and exhales with the thought that finally there is a level surface under his feet. As the saying goes, the more bad climbers there are, the fewer bad climbers there are. He tells himself to focus on the goal, to find the edge of the map. He walks forward and thinks about the strange feeling he has. Before, searching for bugs wasn't such a boring task, but since he came here, his life has become so routine. He thinks that he has at least completed something as intended by the developer. He feels uneasy from such a question. Although yes, initially the game assumes controlled vomit. Most likely it was necessary to shoot fireballs, and the dragon's movements were limited to one plane. He remembers something having dealt with ground targets. The game discovers something that is quite possible. He reaches a point on the wall that is only visible in pixels. He touches it and realizes that it is an ordinary, endless wall. He wonders if this is the edge of the map. He turns to Gantiti and asks how many more bombs he has. He shows his hands. He sees 2 bombs and understands that he won't be able to go wild with them. He doesn't see any other way out. He restores time. The girls and the king wake up in front of the gate and don't understand what's happening. The king doesn't understand what's happening. The king doesn't understand and asks where the hero went. Lifa explains that running away from problems, leaving troubles behind him, is what he is a master of. He tells the Lord King that people call him a nimble bastard. Lifa suggests to the king that maybe they should give him some other stupid nickname. The king resigns himself to her and says that it is even better this way. He launches his girls into the labyrinth and gives them a week to search. Then the passage will close again for a year. During this time, they must bring the treasure. He says that it is vital for the country. Fury tells the swordswoman that it was a great idea. Lifa doesn't understand what she's talking about. She just said what she knows. Eventually, someone will explain to her what's going on here. The one who was Myriad didn't tell her anything. Fury tells us that they are in the service of the king. Their status does not allow them to share ill-considered speculations. Moreover, in order to somehow clarify the overall picture, you need to think about each one in detail separately. It seems that the Swordsman's Council has its own interests here, too. Ninya says that she knows a great place where they can talk about everything. Renga asks where Sekai is. He will steal her stone again and run away. The twins just look at them. They eat. Ninya says that it is delicious. Kakigori with fruits are simply magical for her. She likes this place so much. Furia says it's cold. She thinks there's a skilled ice mage working here. Renga screams that she has frozen her head. but it tastes so good to her. Leafa also tries the ice cream. Leafa asks Furia if she really thinks so. She says that all this is nothing more than a guess. Leafa says that means there is an enemy, but you can't even touch him with your finger. Does she really want to say that there is no other way to defeat the enemy? Furia says that the game competitions begin the day after tomorrow. Leafa says right away that she is not going to participate in this, and besides, she has one question. Then suddenly there is an explosion on the mountain. Everyone stands up in panic and says that something exploded on the mountain. Sekai stops time again and tells Genkidi to look at the sun. He comes out and goes down. He undresses all the girls and tells everyone that they are back in Offshore. He says with pleasure that he is finally home. Ninya asks if the volcano has awakened or if it is fire magic. It is not. It sounds like a bomb, as Furia says. Ninya asks if anyone in the League of Magicians can do this. Sekai, standing next to them, proudly answers that there are such people. They are surprised by his appearance. Sekai asks to serve him a full cup of kakigori with tangerine pulp. He says that you can get sunburned here. He tells about the boss's room. He guards a closed room with treasures. He doubts that the Royal Armor Squad will even get to him. He tries the ice cream and says that it is delicious. Ninja asks if he likes it. Cheesecakes are also popular here. He says that he heard about them somewhere. They are supposedly a southern delicacy. Leafa says that once, while professional killers were gathering a team, she alone dealt with a dragon. For her, there are no invincible opponents. Ranga admires her. Ranga says that the best fighters of the mountain people fought day after day with the dragon. On the 7th day, they killed the dragon. The dragon killed 5 of their people. Leafa says that she would forgive the old man for these words, but she believes that she, a barbarian, cannot understand a swordsman. Ranga suggests deciding who is stronger. Leafa says that everything has already been decided. Then suddenly she sees that with an invisible wave, Leafa has deprived Ranga of her swimsuit. She asks to say thank you that only the swimsuit was damaged. Leafa thinks that she is not afraid of anything. It is impossible to take her by surprise even in her sleep. A keen sense always lets her know about danger. Ranga tells everyone to turn away. Everyone looks for where her axe went. The axe flies straight towards her, but Leafa deflects the axe with her sword. Leafa points her sword at Ranga. Everyone stands silently. Ranga says that she is good. She is the first one to figure out her move. She loses. Leafa says that she hasn't tried yet, so she should remember that. Seikei thinks that he has already seen this trick when they were in the lower world. She just goes and throws the axe without a moment's hesitation, and then it comes flying with surprise. Only a madman would challenge her. Even the Romans feared these barbarians. Ranga decides to go without a bathing suit. Sekai admires the barbarians. Ninya refuses and says that she will repair it and return. Sekai says that once Ninya returns, they will think of a strategy. Leafa says bluntly that she has no intention of fighting the salamander. Sekai says that it is not really necessary. It will be enough to just help them a little. He stops time. They, together with Ranga and Leafa, find themselves at the dragon. He starts time back. The dragon releases fire. Sekai twitches. He didn't even think that he had such a huge striking area. Leafa doesn't understand what's going on here. He explains that this is the deepest room of the dungeon with the boss. Royal Trubo cannons in chainmail bras are still only on the first floors. Leafa asks if this is really the same salamander. Then Melia comes up to them and asks why she is here. He apologizes for dragging her into this, but her healing magic might be useful to them because their plan is very risky. Melia asks if she can be of help. Sekai says the mission is starting. He tells Leafa and Ranga to lure the salamander into the opening. They are indignant, which is easy for him to say. Sekai says that he actually had a hard time too. Leafa runs forward and calls Ranga to follow her. She calls her impudent and runs after her. Then the dragon releases a fiery breath straight in their direction. Leafa tells her to be faster. Hasn't she seen how much fire he's spewing? They try to lure him, but the dragon doesn't give in and looks at Melia. Sekai takes her hand and leads her down. Sekai says that they will only get in the way, so they will manage. He stops time. He goes through the hole, then down the slope, after which he restores time. The girls fight him, he shoots fire, and they dodge. Ranga says with displeasure that he should have been eaten long ago who locked him here. They lure into the opening, it destroys the entire wall. Below, Sekai calls to him. They go down this slope and do not understand who built it. The dragon runs, Lifaweri says that he follows right behind them. She is still indignant. Is it really just a dead end? They will just go through a narrow passage. She declares that then she will deal with him right now. She takes her sword and says that she will cut off his head under the lamp because the trajectory of her blade is impossible to predict. The dragon prepares his fire breath. Sekai asks Lifa to go home already. He stops time. He understands that now the salamander's path back is cut off, and it will not be able to return to its previous world. And this is the most important thing. He is also grateful to Melia. It is even good that she did not have to use magic. He asks the golem to appear. He greets him and says that they will have to lead everyone out through a huge hook, through Old Japan, to the flat as a table rock to off Shalopa they are riding on a minecart. Sekai thinks that there is still one important thing left, but the most boring one. Sekai takes breaks and eats with the golem. The golem cooks, he sees and says that it looks delicious. The pot is just right. He pulls out a cup and says that he has rice as a side dish. He says he had to cook it in an old-fashioned oven. He tells the golem that at the end you have to throw hay on the fire, otherwise the grains won't turn out so plump. It's an art form and mastery is achieved through trial and error. He eats and says that it's the most delicious thing they have eaten here. They eat and get back to work. He stops time and pulls people out with the help of homemade elevators. They decided to make an elevator and not dig a way up. He very much doubts that every single one of them would follow him up the mountain. It's much easier to evacuate them with the elevator. At the top, he kicked them out of the elevator and that's it. At the exit, he would have to blow up and block the passage between the worlds. While working on the elevator, he didn't want to think about anything. He first decided to raise the whole nation and then he must get the princess out of here. They work together with the golem. Sekai looks around and realizes that he still has a lot to carry. It's good that there is enough food, he thinks. Maybe he should steal the rice supplies from the castle too. He pulls everyone out and thinks that he seems to be finished. All that remains is to drag them to another world. But first, he needs to work out the mission plan, and then the end of the level. He restores time. Ninja and Furia appear in front of him. They do not understand where they are. Sekai says that they are in the boss's room. They drove her into a half-empty world, let her go crazy there as much as she wants. Ninja says that she doesn't understand what he is talking about, but it's even better this way. Sekai says he has a request. He asks if she can break down this door, immediately saying that the treasure is here. Ninja takes out the hairpin with great desire and says that this word about treasure excites her from head to toe. She says that it will be done and begins to open it. Sekai thinks that if he were to play the game fairly, the journey here would take at least a day and a half. There and back, 3 days, if the treasure is the goal of the level. His experience in the game tells him that this is indeed the case. It is unlikely that the key to completing the mission awaits him behind this door. Another question occurred to him. What does the king expect to find behind this door? He suspects that there is more to the struggle for the throne here. If he finds out what he needs, he will be closer to victory. Ninja calls Sekai and says that everything is ready. He praises her, they go there. Ninja is the first to rush. Sekai says that she is so quick you can tell right away that she is a thief. He says that this is some kind of grandma's pantry, not a treasure trove. Ninja approaches one object and says that it is definitely a treasure chest. Furia says that without the king's permission, this is called illegal plunder. Sekai asks what is in there in the end. Ninja opens the chest and takes out some kind of plate. They are surprised. Sekai says that means the treasure was a mirror. Ninja says to look at the jewelry. Those stones are worth a lot of money. Furia says that it is just a mirror. Sekai disagrees and says that it is unlikely to be an ordinary mirror. He tugs the mirror, waves it to the sides, and says that it needs to be turned somehow and something will happen. There must be some secret here. He somehow manages to make the mirror fly up, scaring everyone. Then it falls again. Sekai stops time, gives the plate to Gankiti. He drills it. Then Sekai looks at it with a magnifying glass. Melia once said that no one had ever seen the original treasure. He hopes that no one will guess that there is a copy in the chest. He puts back the fake treasure. He tells Gankidi to go back. We still need to get the girls up there. He mentally asks the king for forgiveness, saying that they will make do with the products from Gankidi. He restores time. All the people find themselves on the edge of the mountain. Mikaki tells his princess that this is the sun. They do not understand and ask Sekai what this place is. He tells everyone that they are in Offshore and wishes everyone well in his place. He explains that their vampires are not affected by anything he tries, so he simply transported them to a new world. Ranga says that he doesn't understand anything. Where is the salamander? Sekai says that this is a country where the eternal sun fills this place with warmth. He thinks that nothing terrible will happen if those in need settle here. He says that this is not a temporary solution. No one will drive them out because a new king will soon take the throne. Melia turns to him, but he immediately asks for forgiveness, saying that these people have nowhere to go. She takes his hands and says that he is a real hero. She only supports him. All together they will contribute to the flourishing of Ashwalopa. The princess says that she cannot find the right words. Sekai says that there is no need to thank him. He still has not been able to solve all the problems. He tells that the trouble with this island is that. Then the sky begins to darken. Everyone looks on in horror. Ranga says that she has never seen this before. Mikaki immediately tells the princess to hide. Sekai tells them not to be afraid. It's not a bad omen, he arranged it. Then the fireworks start. Everyone looks at it all with admiration and says how beautiful it is. Leifa remembers. She has already seen something like this once. It was in Beltree. Sekai starts to think, did he really pass the level? But how is that possible? The princess approaches him and thanks him, promising that she will never forget his kindness. Sekai blushes. The princess says that she forgot to introduce herself. She is the legitimate heir of Takawa Aritsune. Her name is Takawa Sayuki. Sekai begins to understand that at this level it was necessary to save the princess. He does not believe all this and thinks that this cannot be. Melia and Sekai leave the people to the settlement and report that they have reached their destination. The girl tells that last year the head of this place passed away and this place became deserted, after which she convinces people that there may not be all the amenities here, but there is enough space for everyone. The protagonist makes a satisfied face and adds that although the settlement is far from the center, it is the best for people. Then Melia replies that if the places turn out to be undesirable for people, then they will find more land. People start looking around and thanking her, saying that there is no need for this. Suddenly, someone notices that the walls of the houses are thin and asks how they can survive the winter in them, not yet knowing that it is summer here all year round. The princess approaches Melia and asks how she can thank her. Melia very modestly replies that she does not need gratitude since she is an ordinary shaman at the temple. She then says that they are very generous to let her live with them and suggests that even the creatures of darkness will eventually be able to become full-fledged residents. Hearing this, the princess asks again what the girl means by creatures of darkness, and Melia replies that it is a long story. However, she then says that there is nothing to fear because the savior of the world, Sekai, will come to their call for help, when suddenly time stops. The hero approaches Melia and, with a sly look, removes the top part of her dress. Sekai sentences her to be hanged by her nipples, thinking that she relies on people without even knowing what her requests cost them. Looking at Melia's happy face, he realizes that he is sometimes frightened by how she and Ninia believe in him and say that sooner or later, bad people will catch them out on their gullibility. But suddenly the hero turns to the princess and casts a look in her direction filled with contempt, at the same time covering the breasts of the other girl with his hands. He thinks that Sayuki will be useful to him in order to complete the game, but he doesn't even know when to use her and decides to take off her clothes for the company. Touching her breasts and looking into her eyes, Sekai concludes that the girl is not from some other horror game and becomes more and more perplexed. He then notices that the princess's breasts act as a sedative on him, after which he remembers that he has not yet had time to compare the sizes of all the breasts in the village. Evening comes, and people gather on the veranda near the slightly choppy sea. Some of them sit down at tables to eat, some of them sit down at tables to eat, some go to the fence to watch the water. Ninja, sitting at the same table with the hero, tells that the king managed to find the treasure. Sekai pauses for a second and asks her again, but she just puts the food in her mouth and admires its taste. He asks the girl not to clown around and to tell everything as it is. Then she stops and says that this is all they talk about in the city. Fury admits that it makes no difference to her whether he found the treasure or not, since it is still a fake. Lifa is surprised by this, frowning, and asks in what sense she is talking about a fake. Then the hero decides to tell the girls everything. After the story, Lifa screams, surprised that the guys broke the mirror. A national treasure. Sekai asks her to be quiet, but she says that she still can't understand it. He says it takes a day to get to the deepest part of the dungeon with the treasure, and Nanya remembers that they got there in the blink of an eye. Furia then explains that it was her cheating. Sekai concludes that the king's team could not have started searching at noon and finished by evening. After which he admits that he does not understand how this happened. Lifa smirks and calls the hero a fool. She says it's all very simple and explains that the king simply lied. Then the girl looks straight into his eyes and adds that she drew this conclusion from what he said. The hero was a little scared by this and freezes for a second. Then Lifia suggests that the king did not need what was hidden underground, and so he simply pretended to send people to search. The mirror that the hero replaced still lies in the depths of the labyrinth. Sekai is at a loss for words. Suddenly, Furia remembers what she had not managed to say earlier and tells Sekai that the treasure he had shattered into pieces was a simple decorative item. The girl says that it was just an ordinary mirror, which surprises the hero greatly. Fury explains that in their world, all most precious mirrors are endowed with a certain magical power. Sekai says that it makes sense, since their entire game world is like that, with swords, magic, and armor, after which the girl admits that she didn't feel any magic from that mirror. Then the hero decides that this ordinary mirror belongs in the trash and does not need to be returned, which makes Lifa smile. Sekai realizes that the king knew the mirror was worthless from the start. He then asks if he really wasn't going for the treasure but just staging it. The hero suddenly remembers that the treasure is needed to perform a ritual to transfer the country to the next ruler, after which he concludes that if there was a fake, then the ritual was doomed to failure from the start. Furia then suggests that the king may know where the original is and simply decided to distract potential thieves. Sekai is then glad that they did not steal anything, and Li Fei reports that she has a headache. Suddenly, they are distracted by Ninya, who suggests that they might get a glimpse of the treasure when the winner of the will contest is crowned. Fury reminds them that the mirror is used instead of the state seal and comes to the conclusion that the original will not be found by that time. Sekai is already starting to get angry and screams that he is confused. Then Furia says that their king is a very cunning politician, because while they are calculating his intentions, he is calculating theirs too. The hero then announces that he is going to take a different path, and Ninya asks what he means. Sekai smiles with a frown and confidently replies that he will go to beach volleyball. He says that you need to win the will competition, and then both the king and the forces of darkness will go far away. The hero assumes that peace will come to Offshawallop, and only faith in Isabella and healing magic will remain. However, Lifa is not impressed, after which Sekai approaches her and asks if she will play. The girl calls him a joker and asks if he really doesn't understand at all, and the hero asks her again. She sarcastically remarks that the hero is very confident in his victory and asks who he is going to put on the field. Then Sekai replies that he can't play because he's a guy and immediately rejects the idea of wearing a skirt because he'll be found out. Hearing this, the girl makes a pleased face, smiles a little, and closes her eyes. After this, the hero adds that Lifa and Ranga are the most suitable for the role of players, which makes the former jokingly upset, confirming this. However, she then says that if she participates, winning will be too easy, but Sekai explains that this is the point. Then Lefea smiles wickedly and asks Ranga if she wants to stay on the team and become queen. But she points to herself and says that she rules the mountain people and therefore will wait for the Stone of Life and then return home. Lifa also says that she is not going to participate in this, as she does not want to sit in one place, and apologizes. And then she notices that, as always, another gap has appeared in the hero's plan, causing him to become enraged and stop time. He again removes the clothes from the girl's chest, thinking that it is a pity to admit that she is right that the winner should take control of Offshawalopa. The hero pushes her breasts apart first in different directions and then pulls them up, thinking about how this smug swordswoman irritates him. Suddenly he remembers that laws are not eternal and, before starting time, immediately pauses it again. Sekai realizes that by becoming the queen, the ruler can rewrite the laws in a new way and then makes a breakthrough. He goes to a large building and enters the library. Sekai begins to be indignant about the fact that some smart person came up with the idea that issues regarding the transfer of power are considered for a period of no less than 5 years. The hero pulls off the girl's underwear and thinks that when God shows him the gates to hell, he will answer that he does not regret anything, call himself a great martyr, and therefore ask to negotiate a cauldron with nymphomaniacs. Looking at her genitals, he wonders, what should he do? After that, Sekai decides to ask what Comrade Librarian thinks. After this, he returns home. The hero lies down in bed and, putting his hands under his head, tries to fall asleep. At this time, Ranga and Furia are also already lying in bed and sleeping. And the Phoeba is resting near the wall, sitting next to the sword. Suddenly, Sekai opens his eyes and thinks that the competition is already the day after tomorrow and it is impossible to move it to another date. But suddenly a thought comes to his mind and makes him sit down. The hero wonders, what if the last round was not accidental, and his role in the overall fate is much greater? The next day arrives. Standing at the entrance to the settlement, Sekai watches the people and is lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, 2 girls in swimsuits notice him and approach him. One of them greets the hero, calling him the savior of the world, and then he asks where Princess Takakawa is. The girl points to the house opposite and says that the princess lives there. As he approaches the house, Sekai glances at the other people and thinks that only a night has passed, but they are already indistinguishable from the locals. He stops near the door and asks if the princess is here, introducing himself as Kuzuno. Suddenly, the door opens, after which a girl comes out of the house, wondering if the hero has come to her again. She turns out to be a kunoichi. She reports that she thinks Sekai is planning to kidnap the princess. Then he points his index finger at her and calls her an attractive kunoichi, which makes her angry. Suddenly, the girl seems to evaporate into thin air, and in her place there remains only a log with a swimsuit. The kunoichi appears behind the hero in an instant and holds a knife to his throat. She says that even if everyone sees him as the savior of the world, she does not recognize him as such. Sekai is a little surprised and stops time. He takes off her top first, thinking that ninja assassins are scary women. The hero then pulls down her bottom as well, noticing that the girl is wearing a bikini a size too small, after which he turns to Offshuallop, saying that he loves her. Looking at the frozen, dissatisfied face of the girl, Sekai suddenly remembers that she is exactly what he needs for the plan and decides to begin. He starts time and the princess appears in the doorway, sitting on her knees. While the hero examines her, she, looking away, tells him that the land here is the noblest for life. But she wanted to do something with the clothes. Then Sekai says that if they have the opportunity to change the law, they will wrap themselves in their kimono again. However, the princess does not understand what he is talking about and reminds him that she is a stranger here and therefore her word is an empty sound. But the hero insists that the girl will be able to do it and adds that she will have such an opportunity if she wins the willpower competition. The princess is a little surprised and asks him again. In response, he smiles at her with confidence. The girls start playing beach volleyball. One of them swings and hits the ball. The ball almost lands on the sand, but Ninja hits it back even though she has to fall. As she rises and the ball flies to the other side, Ranga runs up to the net and announces that she is ready to hit the ball. Ninja is happy about this, but asks the girl not to hit the glass. Then Ranga makes a high jump and throws the ball over the net so that the opponents don't have time to catch it. Ninja punches her and says that the girl is great because she beat her opponents like children. Then another girl comes up to them and says that it was an amazing blow. It was the princess. She takes a modest pose and decides to ask if it is his will. Turning to the hero, he puts one hand in his pocket and answers that yes. He says that the tournament opens tomorrow, and that is why training games are being held now. Suddenly, during the game, Ranga falls on her backside and manages to hit the ball. The princess notices how she spread her legs and does not know what to say. But Sekai repeats to her that the winner of the tournament will become the supreme ruler of this country and convinces the girl that there is no one more suitable for this post than her. Then the princess blushes and begins to object, saying that she has only been here for a short time and is a complete stranger. Then she adds that this is an indecent game and assures that she cannot cope with it. But he says that he understands everything and asks to simply call the kunoichi here. Then the princess begins to clap her hands, causing the bamboo trunk nearby to react. Suddenly, a kunoichi appears and makes a high jump, flipping in the air, which the hero admires. She then lands on her knees in front of them and asks if the princess was calling her just now. Sekai playfully asks the kunoichi to open her face and crawl here, in response to which she promises to finish him off. But the princess orders the girl to do whatever the hero tells her to do, and she agrees to carry out the order. She takes off the mask from her face and stands next to the princess. Suddenly, Sekai notices that they are very similar, like twins, and begins to admire it. But the kunoichi starts shouting that it is natural and calls the hero names. She says that she received this gift from the deceased master, and in case of danger, she must pretend to be her mistress so that the enemy will believe. He says that the kunoichi, due to this amazing resemblance, can be passed off as a princess and thus be enrolled as a participant. Sekai then explains that after winning, the princess will rule Ashwalopa and then there will be a happy ending. Ninja approaches the hero and also wants to comment on this idea. She admires it and says that this way there will be no need to resort to violence. Fury thinks that the hero's strategies are often fraudulent, but understands that there is apparently no other way. Suddenly, the princess addresses Sekai with her hand on her chest. She admits that she did not fully understand the meaning of what was said and says that she did not plan to become the supreme ruler of the island. Then the hero says that by setting foot on this island, the princess received the role of an unusual guest, calling her mistress. He offers to explain all the circumstances to her, after which she will be able to make a decision on her own. At this time, the girls finish playing the match and decide to go get a glass of tangerine ice cream. Left alone, Sekai and the princess approach the sea. Then, looking into the darkness, the hero tells about the rumors that these forces have captured the entire southern part of the world, after which he emphasizes that if everything continues like this, then one day the darkness will swallow everything. The girl thinks about a world where dawn never comes and says that memories of her home have awakened in her. Sekai then adds that in their lands, the forces of darkness hunt people and deprive them of all rights. However, he promises to stop them and protect the world. But first, this island needs to be defended. The princess doubts that the hero will be able to stop the forces of darkness and wonders if he really thinks that he can stand up to the numerous army of darkness alone. Sekai smiles and replies that he can do it, but only if she helps him. Then the girl is surprised and freezes for a second. Then she agrees and promises to provide any help, despite the fact that she is not so strong. The hero asks again whether this is true, not having time to start rejoicing. The princess turns to Sekai and confesses that he is the most reckless and stupid person she knows. But then she adds something good about him. The princess says that despite this, he has saved more people than anyone else. She puts her hand to her chest and says that for the first time she knew what reckless bravery was. Then Sekai smiles, spreads his arms out to the sides, and asks her to call him Hero. Hearing this, the girl immediately becomes embarrassed. Her eyes widen and her face begins to blush. After a while, the girls return and continue the game. Ranga hits the ball hard, but the kunoichi throws herself on the ground and manages to hit it. When the ball flies to the other side, Ninya hits it, saying that it almost touched the ground. Then the kunoichi decides to use a secret move. She jumps and flips in the air, kicking the ball. It flies over the net and lands not far from Furia, who is still standing. Seeing what the kunoichi is capable of, the hero begins to admire her. As she adjusts her swimsuit, standing with her back to Sekai, he tells her to keep up the good work, calling her a princess. The girl suddenly turns around and, indignantly, points out that she is not a princess at all. But the hero's face immediately changes and says that she is now a fake princess, and the kunoichi immediately stops. Then she leaves to continue the game, but turns around for a second. Kunoichi calls the hero a stickless splinter, promises that one day she will erase him without even a trace, and asks him not to forget that he is alive only thanks to the princess. Sekai is puzzled and wonders if the girl is still angry because he undressed her. To this, Furia, standing nearby, replies that of course she is. But Ninya says that the main thing is for the kunoichi to show a good result in the competition, after which she passes the ball to Ranga. She makes a high jump and throws the ball over the net with force. People around begin to admire this jump and the power of the blow. One person admits that he did not think that he would see someone stronger than the Sisters of Darkness. The hero is also pleasantly surprised by this and says that the girls play much better than expected, because he didn't even suspect that they could do that. Fury casts her frowning glance at him and decides to remain silent. The next day comes, and the willow competition begins on the sandy beach. A tanned man gets up from the sofa while the girls wave large leaves to keep him cool. He addresses the spectators and announces that a willow tournament is opening, after which he asks the gods to help them find the worthy ones. Ninja, Furia, and the hero have already taken their places to watch the match, and Lippe decided to sit a little further away from them. The participants start to come out, and among them are the Sisters of Darkness. One of them says that this is their time, and the other agrees. The man announces the start of the first game and invites the participants onto the field, after which Ranga and the Kunoichi enter, ready for battle. They are introduced by Tachikawa Sayuki and Ranga of the Rangu clan. Ranga says that she will destroy everyone and that she cannot be defeated, to which the warming-up Kunoichi certainly agrees. The hero smiles and shouts at the girls to begin Operation Sand and Panties, after which Ninja and Furia cast a displeased glance at him. Finally, the man announces the start of the long-awaited battle. Then two girls with wings, similar to angels, enter the field and play against Ranga and the Kunoichi. The man announces the opening of the battle of the fair sex for the throne and introduces the girls as Skyla Hawk and Zoe Wings. The Kunoichi is surprised that they have wings, and Ranga says that for her, it is also wild. Finally, the girls come out and stand in front of the net, getting ready for the game. The hero notices such bad luck, the first game and immediately with non-humans. Ninja admires them, and Furia says that they live in the far north. Finally, the game starts, and Ranga is the first to hit the ball with a haughty face. However, her opponent easily hits it. Then another girl hits the ball so that it flies high into the air and calls out to her ally, calling her Zoe. Zoe takes the hint and uses her wings to fly. High above the ground, she waits for the ball to reach her level. Zoe then swings and tells her opponents to catch the ball, calling them born to crawl on the ground. She uses a bird kick, which causes the ball to fly into the ground behind her opponents at lightning speed. The Kunoichi turns around and tries to comprehend what happened, while the hero already understands that his girls definitely won't win the game. Zoe lands and announces that in a game of will, the one who controls the sky wins, and a creature without wings cannot take away their dominance at height. The Kunoichi begins to get angry but tries to restrain herself, while Zoe is already serving the ball. Ranga lunges and manages to block it while her ally stands to the side and watches the situation. Suddenly, she stretches her arms forward and calls out to Ranga, but Ranga runs up and shouts that she will hit the ball herself. Then the girl jumps up to throw the ball to the other side, when Zoe suddenly flies up again and prevents her from doing so. Sekai notes that the girls from the north are always in the air and says that they play just as dirty as the Dark Sisters, while Ninja watches the game with great excitement. At this time, Ranga throws the ball over the net with great force, but Zoe immediately hits him and he flies back, which her opponent is clearly not happy about. Kunoichi lunges for the ball, but it lands before she can catch it. Zoe then admits that the girls have strength, but still does not consider them equal opponents. She then goes on to say that their eyes are able to detect the movements of a bug crawling on the ground from afar, so that no moment escapes them. Zoe lands next to her ally and adds that the girls can do nothing but pray to their useless god, calling them humans and inferior creatures. Then Skylu, Zoe's ally, says that no one will take the sky away from them, since their proud family will not yield to anyone, and assures that this island will be under their control. This makes the hero furious. He mentally says that they made him angry for no reason and stops time. Sekai undresses Zoe, and while she stands there, he thinks about what else he can do to her. He decides to touch her breasts and says that he expected them to be bigger, noting her disappointment. Then he thinks about the fact that the latissimus dorsi is also not suitable for flying and decides that if we take Bahamut as a standard for a flying machine, then these girls should not fly high, calling them chickens. But suddenly Sekai remembers the most delicious part and decides to see how things are going. Then he undresses Skyla and starts looking at her from behind. The hero thinks that he can, of course, leave the girls without underwear, and that will work. But he understands that he will do terrible things if he undresses them in front of everyone. Not knowing what to do, he decides to ask Skyla for advice, but she doesn't answer him. But suddenly, an idea comes to his mind. Then he dresses everyone he had undressed earlier and starts time, but the girl's wings suddenly change color. Zoe serves the ball easily, and an unhappy Ranga hits it back. The ball starts flying towards the kunoichi, who passes it to her ally again. Ranga runs up and jumps up, shouting that she will win, and throws the ball over. Her opponent calls the girl stupid as she is tired of telling her that she will win and tries to use her wings again. Skyla jumps up to fly upwards when she suddenly realizes that for some reason she can't fly. At this point, Ranga throws the ball and Zoe throws herself to the ground but doesn't manage to catch it. The girl gets up and, not understanding why her wings are so heavy, wonders what happened. Suddenly, she notices the appearance of her wings and begins to panic. The girls start examining them, and Skyla says that they feel like they're greased with some kind of oil. But the hero, sitting in the row, shouts out that the wings aren't greased with some kind of oil, but with petroleum. He tells that deep in the island, where no one goes, there is a swamp, which turns out to be filled with oil. Ninja asks if he knows who he is after this, but the hero assumes that he is a good guy. He then justifies himself by saying that oil was floating there, forgotten by everyone, and says that in his world it is an expensive commodity. But Nina admits that she did not understand anything of what he said. Then the hero decides to say that she just needs to understand that they will definitely win now, and that these winged girls relied too much on their wings, although their jumps are not particularly high. At this time, Ranga and the kunoichi once again score a goal against their opponents. The second one uses her technique to score a goal and asks the princess if she saw the shot, saying that she is doing a great job of her role. Skyla tries to contain her anger, and the girls jokingly ask if her wings are tired. The hero also asks if they enjoyed crawling on the ground and says that he did not break the rules, but simply adjusted the conditions of the game. Suddenly, the referee's whistle sounds and the host announces that the game is over. He then says that Tajikawa, Sayuki, and Ranga of the Ranga clan have won, which makes the wing girls very sad. Ninja and the hero high-five each other and rejoice at having won the first round. At this time, Furia casts a languid look at them and exhales heavily. Then they go for a walk, and Sekai says that they can rest until the next game, since they have time. But suddenly someone calls out to him from behind. Milia approaches him from behind, and the hero recognizes her. He is happy to see her and asks if she saw how they won. However, he suddenly notices only darkness in her eyes. The girl's expression immediately changes and asks him to tell her the truth, promising that she won't be angry, which greatly surprises Sekai. Milia, after a little hesitation, decides to ask if this game was fair, and asks to understand her, because by will, a traditional religious rite of Offshawalba, and she cannot watch how they trample on what is sacred. The hero immediately begins to get angry and decides to stop time. He says he's fed up with it all and lifts Milia's skirt. Sekai then adds that if they had played fair, they would have lost the first game and suggests that he's being bullied. In addition, he remembers that there are still Horned Sisters ahead who are impossible to defeat if you play fair, after which he pushes the girl's panties aside and shouts there that it is impossible to play fair in this situation. He then takes off Milia's top and asks her what she is thinking about now. The hero assumes that she now considers him a scary or especially dangerous person. However, he then remembers that he is on this island at Milia's request and understands that he does not want to disappoint her pure soul. Then Sekai asks himself what to do. He decides to go to the board with the player rating chart, around which there were many people. The hero thinks that if they win the next round, they will most likely reach the final with the Gakenkel sisters. He assumes that the sisters will quickly throw the other teams out of the competition. In addition, Sekai thinks that Milia will now be watching the game closely and understands that she will be deceived. Then, for this very reason, the hero decides that he needs to read the rulebook and takes it out. Walking down the street and reading the text, he thinks that he completely forgot about this book while he was crawling through the dungeons, after which he decides to immerse himself in reading. Sekai reaches the sunbeds and lies down on one of them, thinking about how a normal person has little time. But this is unlike a hero, and all because time is his ally. The hero reads the book calmly and unhurriedly as time around him is stopped. Sometimes he gets a little bored with it, and then he sips a drink standing on the table nearby. When Sekai got a little hungry, he decided to leave the beach and go to a nearby cafe. He passes by the frozen people and enters the room. There, the hero enters the kitchen and ladles soup straight from the pot. Then he sits down at the table and begins to eat, while continuing to read the book. After lunch, he leaves the payment on the table and leaves the cafe, heading somewhere else. On the way, the hero meets a group of 3 girls and decides to undress them too. He feels each one's breasts, then puts them back on and leaves. Sekai returns to the beach to the sun loungers and tries to rest for a while. He then continues reading the book, and after a while, he finally finds what he was looking for. The hero immediately starts time and says that he found a way to play without breaking the rules. He remembers that Milia herself said this to him alone and wonders, is she really trying to help them like this? At this time, the Goggenkel sisters were already winning the match. Their opponents didn't have a chance, at least because they were very tall. As a result, the girls once again failed to hit the ball, after which the whistle sounds. The host announces that the Goggenkel sisters have won, and they give each other a high five. Then one of the sisters says that we can consider that from today this land will belong to them, but the other asks to be able to restrain oneself, also smiling. Then the first one turns around and adds that the King of Darkness will be delighted with such news. Looking at this, the hero notes that the participants do not change the record at all, but Nina says that their rivals play no worse than them. Ranga and the Kunoichi enter the field, and the referee announces the start of the second stage of the game, after which he introduces the girls again. The second one turns to the first one, asking what she can say about the opponents. Then she points out that one of them is a bit tall and calls it mockery. But despite this, Ranga smiles and says that she will still win. Opposite them are 2 girls, one of whom has a snake's tail instead of legs. The judge introduces them as Gina Resald and Amadara Keen. Sekai is surprised that the opponents are again half-humans and wonders if none of the locals are playing. But Furia tells him that the king has his own dirty game and is trying to get rid of some of the participants as quickly as possible. Furia then explains that because of his laws, she walks around covered with 2 strings and ashamed of herself, and adds that therefore she can only feel anger. But Ninya notes that this looks quite erotic. The Kunoichi stands in front of the snake-tailed girl and looks her up and down. Suddenly, her opponent pulls out her snake tongue and says that she will swallow her whole, calling her a human. But the Kunoichi concludes that this world is teeming with magical creatures and replies that even if that happens, she will not stop her warrior path. After that, she rushes into battle in the name of her princess. The referee announces the start of the match, and the girls begin the game. The girl with the tail serves the ball, and the Kunoichi tries to hit it, when suddenly the ball flies in the other direction. The girls notice this and begin to suspect something is wrong. Kunoichi notices that the ball's trajectory has changed dramatically, and Ranga decides to simply remain silent. Ninja admits that she didn't understand anything and asks the hero if this is some kind of wind magic. But he only scolds the referee and starts shouting that they don't need this kind of volleyball. However, later he perceives this as permission for him to be naughty and stops time. Everyone around freezes in place, and the Kunoichi and the girl with the tail freeze in mid-jump. The hero slowly puts the ladder under him and climbs onto it. He puts the ball aside and jokingly says that he will be very sorry that the girl missed the ball, calling her a snake. Then he puts everything away and returns to his place, after which he starts the time. The girl makes a wave of her hand, but the ball flies away from her, causing her to be very surprised. He then lands on the ground, not far from her tail. Meanwhile, Sekai quietly watches Milia and is happy that even she didn't understand anything. The game continues and the ball flies to the other side, but Ranga hits it back with a dissatisfied face. Then the girl with the ponytail puts her hands in front of her to hit the serve, but the ball somehow flies past her hands again. It starts to fly towards the ground and she falls in the sand to stop it from landing, but the ball slips out of her hands again. The girl gets furious and calls Ranga names. At this time, the hero watches the game and thinks that if he helps to score from a low serve, it will be too noticeable, saying that everything seems to be fine for now. Ninja says that it is low to do so, but he does not listen to her. The girl with the tail decides to take revenge and throws the ball up with her fist. She passes it to her tall ally and calls out to her, calling her Amadara. Then he hits the ball and stands on most of his tail, getting higher and higher as Ranga runs after the ball. Ninja points out how tall she is and points at her. But the hero is not surprised and says that she is not that tall. Then the girl with the tail smiles wickedly and hits the ball hard. He flies right over the Kunoichi and she only has time to turn around. At that very moment, it touches the ground, and the girls begin to deny it, saying that this cannot be. But the referee blows his whistle and announces that the ball is in the field after all. The match is not over yet, and the man approaches the scoreboard to change it. People start discussing what happened, while the hero is indignant about where the ball that changes trajectory came from. But Nini replies that it is not him who should say that. Sekai then asks Furia if there is magic that changes the force of gravity to the earth, but she replies that there is no such thing. She then adds that she hasn't heard of it at least, and suggests that it might be wind magic, as a directed gust of wind can change the path of a light ball. But suddenly the girl decides to ask if the hero felt anything near him when it happened. The hero glances to the side and thinks about something. Suddenly, he decides to stop time. Sekai walks out onto the field with his hands in his pockets, thinking that something is wrong on their side. He glances first to the right, then to the left, and generally looks around. Suddenly, the hero notices something and frowns. He approaches the kunoichi and takes off the bottom of her swimsuit. Sekai spends some time sitting down, looking at her from behind. Then the hero decides to allow himself something more and touch her backside, thinking that he can't figure out what the catch is. After this, he continues to walk around the field, trying to think of some more options when suddenly he notices something. He stretches out his arms and begins to feel the sensations that a person experiences when he is rushing at high speed and sticks his arms out. Thus, the hero notices very dense and for some reason elastic air currents. Then an idea comes to his mind and he starts time again. The girl with the tail serves the ball immediately. Kunoichi tries to hit it, but it changes its trajectory again and flies past her hands. The girl is very surprised when she suddenly hears the judge's voice that Gina and Amadara's team gets another point. Suddenly, the hero approaches the judge and asks her to spare a minute. He tells her that the team that just scored a point is breaking the rules, as 3-player games are prohibited. The girl with the tail smiles wickedly and asks where the proof of this is. Sekai then grins and decides to give it to her. He points to footprints near the kunoichi and says that these are the footprints of the escaped third member. The girl turns around and asks what it is, to which the hero replies that it is legs, soaked in oil, and stops time. He then decides to get a jug of oil and add it to the sand. Finally, Sekai decides to pour the contents from above, asking the person to show their face. However, when the silhouette appears, he is shocked. The third player is a chameleon woman. Then he starts the time, and the crowd, seeing another person, begins to be indignant. Some wonder, what is the girl doing in the field? And others are surprised that she changes color, remembering that they saw something like this in the East. The judge is also shocked and immediately screams that the girls have desecrated the sacred rite. She then announces that Gina and Amadara's team is disqualified, after which they start shouting that it is unfair, since their opponents also broke the rules. However, the judge says that no objections are accepted and declares the team of Takawa Sayuki and Ranga of the Rango clan as the winners. Sekai immediately begins to rejoice at the victory and reports that they have finally reached the finals, while Ninya admits that she did not even notice the third player on the field. Ranga approaches the hero and asks him to serve up the next opponent since she has won. She then adds that she no longer needs all of this, and Sekai, who does not understand anything, asks her again. Sekai told Ranga that she should pretend to be injured and go to a doctor. Ranga says that she is strong, but the hero tells her that of the two of them, only Princess Tachikawa should remain, and nothing can be done about it. Suddenly, their conversation reaches the kunoichi's ears. Sekai and the other girls leave the competition venue and he says that they need to prepare for the finals and get something to eat. He then offers to show them the best places, as he has already been to almost all the shops. After some time, the judge announces the second game of the semifinal and introduces 2 participants, Vivia and Garina Gagankel. At this time, the girls return from the benches. The hero is convinced that the girls will definitely win this match, when suddenly Ninya asks if the hero will interfere with them, and will he really miss such a chance? But Sekai replies that the only correct development of the plot is to fight the sisters face to face. It's time for the final. On the beach, under the scorching sun, the organizers stand, looking at the already prepared field for the game. The judge announces the final and introduces Vivia and Jarina Gonkel once again. However, she then adds about the change in the composition of the other team. Furia asks Sekai if he is confident that they will win, and he answers without a doubt that he is. At this time, the referee announces Tajikawa Sayuki and another participant. She then explains that since Ranga of the Rango clan has been injured, then in accordance with paragraph 14.2, the team has the right to a replacement and introduces the new player chosen as the replacement, Milia Kahuna. The girl, trembling with embarrassment, wonders, why her? Looking at her, the kunoichi asks if she has ever played, and she replies that she doesn't know how to move at all. The man looks at them and thinks about something. Then he decides that it is not prohibited by the rules and is about to say something. Then he stands in front of the audience and announces that before the game begins, a national treasure will be presented, after which he asks for a mirror. The hero, as soon as he hears that the conversation is about the mirror, immediately remembers that incident. While Ninja wonders, is this really the original? Furia also tries to put forward her assumptions. However, while the man takes the mirror in his hands, she cannot decide. Suddenly, he lifts the mirror up and announces that the participant who will be determined by the final battle will become its owner and king. Then Fury manages to get a better look at the object, and she says that she thought so. Then she adds that this mirror is also a fake. Hearing this, the hero is very surprised and asks her again. Suddenly, the story moves to one of the houses of the settlement. In the reflection of a real mirror, the face of a girl appears, who turns out to be a princess. And while the boys are wondering where the real national treasure is, it is in the hands of the princess, who is hiding in her home. The story shifts to a dungeon where Lifa is in. She is attacked by a flame monster and says that at first glance, the sword seems useless against them. The girl then holds the sword out in front of her, and as the monster lunges to attack her, the blade passes smoothly through the fire. She then swings her sword, splitting the monster in half, and adds that monsters can be killed with a sword if the vital layers are hit. Leifa continues to fight the enemies, defeating one after another, saying that she must hold the sword until there is nothing left of the monster. She then adds that with her legendary sword she will cut even a ghost in two while the last monster dies behind her. Pleased, Leifa says that you can put any enemy against her, even one the size of a needle's eye, and her eye will find a weak spot and not miss. For these qualities, the Swordsman's Council called her a sorceress. Then the girl notices a feeling that it will be hot in this dungeon. Therefore, she hopes that she will find a monster here that will be able to instill fear in her. Suddenly, Leifa realizes that the platform she is walking on ends right in front of a lava lake. Then she notices a lever on the other side and starts thinking about how to get to it, since the path is cut off by the lava lake. Suddenly, her gaze falls on the step on the right, and at that very second, an idea comes to her mind. Then Leifa makes a high jump and lands on the wall. Then she starts running along it like a ninja. After walking the required distance, the girl jumps onto another platform. She lands right next to that lever. Leifa approaches it and, thinking that it doesn't look like a trap, lowers it. After that, platforms appear on the other side, and the girl, when she notices this, calls the mechanism stupid. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a monster with a cloth on his head runs out and starts throwing bombs. The girl realizes that the fight will be difficult since the platform is too tight to dodge the bombs. But then her face becomes satisfied, and she takes out her sword, placing it in front of her. Leifa thinks that to a simple person it might seem that there is no way out, but there is. You need to quickly move towards the monster. As the bombs fly towards her, she adds that before the bomb explodes, the fuse must be cut. After that, she makes several swings of her sword, thereby disarming the projectile. The girl then takes the penultimate step to defeat the monster and immediately kicks the diffused bombs aside. Finally, she moves on to the last thing, killing the monster. Leifa lunges forward and, with a few swings of her sword, cuts off both of its arms. Looking into his eyes, she says that in the entire history of the Swordsman's Council, there was only one warrior who never stumbled or made an unnecessary movement in his attacks. Leifa then makes a final swing of her sword, cutting her opponent in half, and adds that she is the swordswoman Leifa. She turns around and, smiling slyly, asks how a monster can die at first sight, calling him Bomber-san. But then the girl pulls herself together and decides that she's done bragging. She runs away, saying that even if Kuzuno overcame the dungeon, she'll explore it much faster. Leifa moves further and comes to a large room in the form of a circle with several floors. There, too, she easily defeats the opponents that she meets on her way. These were monsters that looked like a pig and a firebird. The girl then runs along the wall without being noticed by the dragon-like monster. She then makes her way to the next room, which has several platforms and a lava lake. After passing through it, Leafa reaches a door with 2 levers and uses a long stick to activate them simultaneously. In the next room, as soon as she opens the door, fire monsters rush at her. But the girl deftly runs between them and swings her sword so that they are immediately cut in half. Finally, she reaches that very place with a hole in the wall and bricks scattered around. Leafa suddenly stops and thinks about how she got to the deepest part of the dungeon, and it took her almost half a day. However, she doesn't ask herself, did Kuzuno cover all this distance in a second? And then the girl remembers that he also moved them here. She goes into the room and sees old furniture there. Leafa finds a mirror and picks it up, saying that it seems like the same thing that Kuzuno broke. Looking at it and seeing her reflection, she notices that there are even signs of repair in some places, and concludes that the king really did not find it. Then the girl comes out of the dungeon into the cave and sees rails with minecarts in front of her. She turns in the direction where these carts might go and decides to go there. Leafa comes out to a large bridge, the bottom of which is not visible, as it goes into the abyss. The girl smiles and thinks about the secrets that this island holds deep underground and decides that she wants to personally find out what is really going on here before she reports it to the council. She then gets into one of the minecarts and rides along the rails across the bridge. During this process, due to the speed of the minecart, her hair flutters in the wind. When the minecart reaches the end, Leafa gets out, as there is no further way, and heads into the mine. She walks down a long, dark corridor supported by many wooden pillars. At first, nothing was heard, but then, when the corridor ends and the girl begins to go down, terrible growling sounds are heard. Leafa approaches the place where the growling is loudest and recognizes Salamander by it, but does not understand why it growls so sharply. Then she decides to come closer. As she goes down, the girl sees Salamander fighting a centipede monster. She thinks that she doesn't care who kills whom, and so she decides to run on. Leafa begins to approach another cave, but a smaller one, and notices broken doors there. Then she wonders, is this also the work of Kuzuno? Still walking further, the girl meets something that looks like a man with a tool in his hands. Upon seeing it, Leafa frowns, while the monster smiles evilly and begins to giggle. But suddenly his laughter is stopped by something. The monster looks down and notices that his body is being cut in half. The girl ignores him and continues walking. She does not understand why the monster decided to attack her, but she wants to tell him that in a fair fight face-to-face, the first blow will always be hers. But the monster, despite the fatal blow, still continues to crawl after her, leaving a trail of blood behind it. Then Lefay turns around and at the same second makes a swing with her sword, after which the enemy's head is separated from the body. She goes to him and takes his head by the hair, after which she raises it in front of her. The head starts laughing maliciously and the girl wonders, are there really ghouls living here? Then she remembers that it seems they belong to the class of immortals. Suddenly something distracts her and makes her turn back. The girl sees a crowd of ghouls coming towards her from behind. They push each other and make hoarse breathing, which makes them look like zombies from a distance. But Leafa still hasn't lost her confidence and, smiling maliciously, throws the enemy's head back. The ghouls stop for a second to examine the enemy and prepare for an attack. Suddenly, one of them pounces on the girl from behind, while she takes out her sword with a satisfied face. First, she deftly cuts the monster attacking from behind into 2 parts, and then makes a dash and cuts the monster in front in half. The ghouls continue to advance, giggling maliciously at the same time. But Leafa is not afraid. She says that this is nothing unusual and asks if they know what she calls such days. The monsters don't answer her and instead surround her. Then she says that they guessed right and says the correct answer, a beautiful day to die. Suddenly, the main ghoul comes out of the largest building and, seeing the whole situation from above, starts laughing loudly. But suddenly Leafa appears behind him and says that since he did not want to go out to her, she came to him herself. Hearing this, the monster's face immediately changes. The girl notices that he is at the very top of the ruler's tower and concludes from this that it was he who commanded the destruction of people. She then notices a body lying nearby in a pool of blood. Leafa sees that the former chieftain has been killed at the monster's feet and decides that Kuzuno was too late and only pulled out the survivors. She says that their men are all like their savior of the world as they walk around with a stupid smile that reflects dirty thoughts. Then the girl says that she has some questions that she wants answers to. Suddenly, another ghoul attacks her from the darkness, giggling maliciously. However, Li Fei slowly turns around, after which the monster's head flies out from this floor. She asks the main ghoul not to think anything bad, explaining her actions by the fact that until their head is cut off, they will not calm down. Li Fei decides to say right away that there is no warrior who can stand against her. Then she adds that there is no strategy against her, and therefore promises to loosen the monster's tongue, whether he wants it or not. The girl turns to the dead chieftain and sees the monster disintegrate into many bats, which begin to fly around the corpse as a map appears above it. Leifa begins to hear a voice saying that while the world is plunged into the darkness of night, they will be the masters of all the lands, calling her human. The voice starts laughing while the girl just stands there. She smiles sarcastically and calls the bats cute. But then she says that even though the monster has grown in numbers, its parts have become even weaker. From the outside, nothing is happening in the palace because nothing is visible. In fact, in the room, on the highest floor, bats are going crazy, flying around the room non-stop. Meanwhile, Li Fei calmly puts on gloves and takes out something sharp which she uses to disable one of the bats. She asks him if he knows what a stake is. The girl then reveals that the stake is the same thing Kuzuno used to take away their powers. She admits that she doesn't know how it works, but says that the stake can immobilize them for about an hour. Li Fei notices that the mice don't like it and decides to get straight to the point. She's going to tell him about the thoughts that have been going through her mind. The girl remembers that these monsters are creatures from legends and books, which are called vampires, and assumes that Kuzuno also understood this. However, she reports that she disagrees with him on one point, as she believes that this world is not underground, but is some part of the above-ground world. Li Fei admits that she hasn't figured out the details yet, but she thinks that this world is somehow connected to Offshore if you put aside all your prejudices and go solely by observation. But then she makes the main point that the pitch darkness here is not because they are in a dungeon, but because the creatures of darkness are already consuming this place. Li Fei reports that the council knows of one eastern country that has closed itself off from the rest of the world and formed its own amazing and unique culture, but then adds that this country is now under the control of the forces of darkness. While the bat is in a vulnerable position, the girl remembers that the monster bragged that they are the masters of the night, after which she says that he was very wrong. She tells him that the creatures of darkness have expanded their sphere of influence, and these lands are now theirs, and the monsters here simply crawled out of the shadows. From this, she concludes that they are ordinary night monsters and asks if he understood everything. In response, the mice begin to flap their wings aggressively. However, Li Fei asks him not to be too upset that their entire tribe lost to her alone, because she is not an ordinary person, but the swordswoman Li Fei. After this conversation, the girl goes to the mountain. Since it had a small angle of inclination, the girl easily climbs up. As she stands up, she notices a wooden elevator and thinks that Kuzuno is heading up somewhere. Li Fei is surprised that there is such a thing as an elevator and then glances to the side. Then she goes to the place where the rocks have collapsed and thinks about something. The girl places her hand on the stone and thinks that this is probably where Kuzuno returned to Offshore and blocked the passage. Then she guesses that before that, he gathered all the survivors and pulled them out of this world. Suddenly, the girl turns around. She thinks that her intuition tells her that there must be a more correct way, and wonders maybe she should look for it herself. Meanwhile, the final round of volleyball begins on the beach. The referee announces the opening of the final while the opponents stand and look at each other. A little scared, Milia asks if Sekai was joking and how they can win, to which the kunoichi admits that although she does not trust him, she is obliged to carry out the princess's orders. Looking at them, the hero wonders if anyone has seen Li Fei, as he last saw her at the morning game. He then adds that she is missing out on the fun. The referee announces that the game is about to begin, and one of the sisters says that they don't miss, so the show will be short. Suddenly, Milia stretches her arms out in front of her and starts saying something in an incomprehensible language. Hearing this, the kunoichi is surprised and asks her again. After a few seconds, the crowd begins to whisper about their own feelings which come from nowhere. Some say that their bodies suddenly felt so light. Others say that they feel like they are 50 again, and the rest admit that they don't understand anything, but they feel very good. Nini turns to Sekai, but before she can say anything, he suddenly interrupts her and says that the prank was a success. He then explains that this is Malia's real magical ability and amazing power. According to the hero, everything that enters a certain area is affected by the magic of restoration. Then Ninja understands what is going on, and Furia is simply silently surprised. The man watching the fight is also surprised by what is happening. The audience suddenly notices that the Gakunsel sisters are strangely distorted, while they are gradually going crazy since the magic of restoration is incompatible with evil spirits. One of the sisters asks what their opponents are doing, and the other turns to the judge and reports a protest because they are being disturbed by a magical attack. However, suddenly a hero comes out onto the field and reports that nothing of the sort is happening. He says that according to the rules, magic cannot be used on the playground. But since Fall Light is a traditional sacred rite of Isabella's country, the use of restoration magic is allowed. Sekai then adds that it is written in special subparagraph 2 and asks the judge what her decision is. The judge replies that he is right, since restoration magic is of the divine category, and therefore rejects the sister's protest. Then the audience starts shouting about the fairest court in the world, and a hero smiles contentedly. At this time, the man notices that a gang has appeared that has combed through all the letters of the law. Suddenly, one of the sisters calls her rivals damned people and promises not to forgive them, while the other sister complains to her about feeling unwell. Then the girl smiles evilly and decides that they just need to knock out the shaman, after which victory will be theirs. Hearing this, Sekai grins contentedly and asks if she really thinks that he hasn't thought this all through. At that very moment, a kunoichi appears in front of Milia and shields her with her body. The hero sits down in his seat and tells her that her main role is to protect Milia. He tells the kunoichi to think only about that, but Nina points out that if she does, she won't be able to score and will simply lose. Sekai suddenly freezes for a second, and the girl guesses that he hadn't thought about it. But then he says to let the sisters score as many as they want, because after that they will be exhausted, will not be able to continue, and will miss their victory. The hero jumps up to start the decisive battle, since they have a chance. Ninja smiles and says that this is low, and Furia adds that it is also unfair. The referee asks the players to begin the game, and one of the sisters, feeling unwell and saying that her head feels like it's splitting, serves the ball. The kunoichi turns and glances at Milia, thinking that she can't move because of this position. So, while one of the sisters is happy that she was able to hit the ball, the kunoichi realizes that she will have to play without passing. Then the sister, having a big height advantage, throws the ball down, and her opponent has to fall to the ground to hit it. The kunoichi stands up with a dissatisfied face, turns around and asks if anything else could have been expected and why everyone on the site has to suffer. She then stands up and glares at the hero. Sekai smirks and asks why the girl is looking at him so angrily, before adding that it's not his fault she's not pulling it off. He says that while the game is going on, the magic of restoration will affect the sisters' powers. Then they will be exhausted, will not last long, and will lose. Nina says that this is a low act, but he says that everything is according to the rules. At this time, the eternally silent Fury casts her frowning glance at them without turning her head. At the same time, one sister addresses the other, calling her Jirina, and asks her to serve quickly. She apologizes to Vivina, her sister, and is about to throw. Lion throws the ball up and hits it, wanting to take revenge on her opponents. However, contrary to her expectations, the ball does not reach the goal and ends up in the net. The judge notices this and announces that since the Gagenkel sisters touched the net, the princess and Malia's team gets a point. Hearing this, the kunoichi screams that they got their first point. Vivia realizes that they can't drag out the game as time is not on their side, and she starts to get angry. Seeing this, the hero assumes that the end is near. Suddenly, Furia joins the conversation and says that she does not think so. At the same moment, the seemingly very tired Milia opens her eyes and turns to Sekai. At this time, the kunoichi hits the ball and throws it up. The sister hits the ball back, calling out to Garina. Vivia then gets furious and throws the ball with great force at Milia, shouting that she will crush her. However, the kunoichi makes a dash and manages to cover the girl in time, hitting the ball with her hand. It flies beyond the outlines of the field and lands there. The referee immediately announces that the sisters' team gets a point. Vivia starts laughing and says that they will do them quickly. but the kunoichi tells her that she will never lose to a demon. At this time, Melia continues to use the spell, but she gets worse and worse. The story moves to the palace, to the dungeon where Lifa is located. She finds a way down and sees that there is a secret staircase hidden under the castle warehouse. Then the girl smiles and decides to go down. She goes down the stairs, next to which there are several pots. Lifa continues walking forward and passes through a dark corridor lit by lanterns. She stops only when she sees a blockage. The girl examines the stones and wonders, is this really a dead end? Then she comes a little closer and realizes that she was wrong. Lifa puts her hand on the rocks and starts to feel a light breeze blowing through the cracks. She then takes out her sword, thinking that if it were her, Kuzuno would use explosive shells. But she is not like that. The girl realizes that she is only a wall and a couple of blows away from the secret and decides that the sharpness of her sword is unmatched. She swings her sword and hits the rocks a couple of times. The mountain immediately falls apart and Lifa thinks that everything is ready. She suddenly thinks that the Council of Swordsmen, seeing such a beautiful cut, will immediately know that it is the work of the Great One. Then she adds that if it were not for the glorious swordswoman Lifa, people would think that such things only happen in fairy tales. After that, another corridor similar to the previous one opens in front of her, and the girl says that she initially guessed about it. She continues to walk forward and remembers that in the room with Salamander, Kuzuno also found a passage by breaking the wall. Suddenly, the corridor ends and the road begins to go down, causing Lifa to stop. She sees that this is another slope and understands that if she goes down there, there will be no way back. Then, to prevent followers from appearing, the girl thinks about blocking the passage. She goes back to the basement and closes the chute with a lid. Then Lifa goes through the cave and closes the passage back up. Then she goes down the smooth brick slide. The girl continues walking. After some time, she comes to a huge cave, in which there was again a bridge with rails and minecarts. Lifa smiles and says that she found what she was looking for. She then clarifies that she found the correct path that Kuzuno couldn't find, and since she researched everything thoroughly in this part, she decides that it's time to leave. The girl gets into the cart and starts to ride forward along the rails. She thinks about how she doesn't know where she'll end up, and assumes that Kuzuno would offer to bet on it, and Lifeo wouldn't refuse. At this time, the scorching sun was shining on the sandy beach. The game was still going on, and the kunoichi did not stop protecting Melia and hitting the ball. However, she hits it again so that it lands on the sand outside the field. The referee blows his whistle and announces that the sisters team gets another point. She then announces that the first game is over with a score of 21-4, and that the game belongs to the Gagenkel sisters. At this time, they try to catch their breath and begin to rejoice that it is finally over. Tajina clutches her head and tells her sister that she can't take it anymore. But she tells her that they just need to get rid of the restoration magic, asking her to calm down. Then Jarina says that when she becomes queen, she will ban Isabella's teachings, and Vivia becomes angry. The other girls step aside and the kunoichi admires Melia, saying that she is incomparable. She then adds that even though she was running all over the field alone, she hardly feels tired at all. The kunoichi says that it's all thanks to her ally's skill. Hearing from the girl that it was amazing, Melia's eyes widen in surprise. The kunoichi continues to admire her. She says that Melia's magic also ruined the sisters' game and admits that in battles, strength decides everything. However, this does not improve the girl's mood. She continues to stand there with a sad face. Suddenly, Sekai comes up to her and decides to praise her too. He says that even if they lose the next game, the sisters will have no strength left. The hero then adds that low health will put the Gagenkel sisters' lives at risk, and they will be forced to give up on the victory. Well, if his team wins, it will be even better. After his words, the girl does not answer but simply closes her eyes and sighs heavily. But then she decides to say something and apologizes to Sekai, shocking him and surprising the other girls. Melia says that she understands that the sisters are their enemies, but the harm she does to them also hurts her. Then she reminds them that Isabella's teachings point the way to help and salvation. Then Furia understands everything and exhales heavily. Ninja begins to hesitate a little and asks how they can defeat the sisters then. Melia replies that she has no idea how to do this and says that it is difficult for her to continue performing the divine ritual. But then Ninya reminds that if they lose, darkness will engulf the island and Isabella's teachings will be banned, to which the girl says that she understands this. However, Milia then sadly repeats that she cannot do it. Then the girl suggests another substitution, and the hero comes up with the idea of powdering her sister Miria with whiteness. There's an awkward pause after this joke, and he says that he wasn't serious. Sekai then says that if Milia insists on it, he will stop his plan. Then Ranga takes the initiative and says that he will fight and make them shed tears, after which he will win. The hero smiles at this and promises to watch it. He then announces that they are returning to the original lineup. However, Sekai reminds Polana that they don't have a 100% victory, and Ninya wonders if he will give up on the plan so easily. Then the hero, hesitating a little, admits that he remembered something, and the girl is interested in this. He turns back and answers that he remembered what he is here for. Sekai approaches Milia and tells her that it was she who invited him here, and he is on the island for her sake. He admits that he sees no point in doing what she asks him not to do and asks the girl if he is right. Her eyes widen at these words, and her cheeks begin to blush. Then the hero remembers that Milia asked to save the island, and there was nothing about winning the competition. Then he asks if it is worth considering other options, while the kunoichi listens to their dialogue. Suddenly, Ninya throws herself into the hero's arms and calls his name. He is surprised and interested in what happened. The girl raises her head and glances at him, saying that she agrees with him more than ever. She then calls Sekai the savior of the world and claims that heroes like him always find the right solutions. Milia becomes increasingly embarrassed and blushes. At this time, Fury Eye smiles a little and closes her eyes. Ninya repeats that if the Gagenkel sisters win, the island will be under the rule of darkness by law. Furia then goes on to say that if this happens, it will be difficult to turn everything back, and therefore the need to be stopped before they take the throne. Then Sekai thinks about something and, raising his hand to his face, replies that, in his opinion, they still have a small chance to win. He says he doesn't know yet where this is all going, but he assumes that if they don't take the next step, things will get even worse. The hero, looking at the timer with 44 hours, realizes that there are still 2 days left and suspects that something else is about to happen. The second game begins, and the players who enter the field are the Gagenkel sisters, Ranga and the Kunoichi. Vivia notices Milia's absence and asks if their shaman has lost her temper. She then concludes that it looks like their luck has finally turned. Then Ranga points out her pride and notes that this is the path to defeat. Then she assures Vivia that as long as she holds an axe in her hands, she is a dangerous opponent. Meanwhile, Sekai, Ninya, and Furia watch this whole situation with serious faces. Vivia serves the ball with a wicked smile. Ranga, without much effort, stone-faced, hits the ball. Then it flies to the Kunoichi, who serves it to Ranga, shouting at her. Then she immediately runs to the net. However, Jirina stands right in front of her with an angry face and doesn't let her pass the ball. She smiles maliciously and calls Ranga a meter without a tail. This makes her angry and makes her scream. Ranga throws the ball, but Jirina immediately hits it, sending it flying off to the side. The Kunoichi immediately runs up to them, but the ball manages to touch the ground before it can stop. Noticing this, Jirina turns away and says that she has proven what was required. Then Vivia throws the ball again, and it immediately falls to the ground. The next time, the Kunoichi makes a dash towards the ball, but at the last moment she falls and does not manage to catch it. Another time, Ranga has to fall to the ground to hit the ball, but even she cannot do it. The hero realizes that they can't stand a fair game against them and decides that they are probably in trouble after all. At this time, the man watches the match closely. As the game continues, Lifa returns from the dungeon. There, she meets Miria, who greets her. Lifa greets her back and asks why she isn't watching the competition, when she suddenly remembers her name. Maria, with a calm face, replies that she is more interested in where the girl disappears. Then she adds that, besides, the results of the games are already obvious to everyone, so the Gagenkel sisters will win. Lifa is a little surprised that Kuzuno is defeated, but then says that she doesn't care about a competition in the name of the gods or a comedy play. Miria decides to ask if she really doesn't care about the fate of the island and the fates of other people. But the girl replies that she said something wrong and that she is fulfilling the will of the council. Then Maria smiles sweetly and assumes that the swordswoman's head is filled with thoughts that are not giving her peace, and says that she would be interested in listening to the girl. Lifa smiles back and admits that she thinks that she is not telling her something either, and then suggests that they talk at a nearby cafe over a cold dessert. At this point, the referee announces that the tournament is over. She announces that the winners are Vivia and Jarina Gaganjol's team, while they are struggling to catch their breath. The kunoichi becomes furious at this news and tries to restrain herself while Ranga stands and watches the enemy. Sekai realizes that they have lost after all and is upset. Suddenly, Melia approaches him and asks him to forgive her, as she believes that she is to blame for everything. However, the hero smiles and tells her not to take it to heart. Suddenly, a man interrupts the noise of the audience. He stands up and says that according to the laws, the representative of the winning team, Vivia Gagankel, becomes the ruler and lord of the throne. At this time, all the spectators were looking at him without taking their eyes off him. Finally, the man announces that the coronation will take place tomorrow morning. The people are starting to get upset. Some are trying to comprehend that a creature of darkness will be the king. Others are concluding that their island is also doomed to perish. And the rest are concluding that they will never see the sun again. Ninia turns to the hero and also says that their world is ending and that they have lost their home. But Sekai doesn't react to this and looks at something he noticed ahead. Suddenly, the man admits that he had already become worried, but then says that fortunately, divine providence has been accomplished. After that, he turns around, thinking that the hero's abilities are overrated and he is just an ordinary boy. The man understands that nothing will help him, and the only thing left for him to do is get angry. Then he thinks about how, as long as the transfer of the throne is carried out in accordance with the law, he can peacefully and without breaking the law complete his work. After the tournament, the guys decide to go to the nearest cafe and have a snack there. Ranga furiously eats meat and says that she almost took her victory, complaining about such annoyance while the hero enjoys delicious food. The dejected kunoichi then admits that she no longer knows how to look the princess in the eye, while Furia watches her state. But Ninia decides to support her and says that she tried very hard, convincing her that the princess understands this too. At this moment, a salesman is watching them. The hero is in charge of the fact that there are so many girls around him. Suddenly, Furia remembers the mirror and says that she still thinks that this object is the key to solving all problems. Then she starts asking a bunch of questions about where the original is hidden and who is hiding it. Hearing this, Sekai gets very tense. But despite this, the girl continues asking what secret is kept in the mirror, and for what purpose someone replaced the original with a fake. After dinner, the hero goes to a large building to the library. There he is met by a girl who asks if he has come to learn more about the mirror. Sekai replies that yes, and says that he could have looked for it himself, but unfortunately, he doesn't know anything compared to a professional librarian like her. The girl admits that she feels like the hero is flattering her a lot, but he calls her an outstanding librarian, after which she calls him a prankster. Then the librarian agrees to help him and brings the ladder to one of the cabinets. Then she climbs the ladder and says that the book should be somewhere here, but the hero notices that in this position the girl looks very attractive, decides not to miss this opportunity and stops time. He takes off the bottom of her swimsuit and begins to dream that all women's pelvises were at this height. Then the hero puts it on and starts time. The librarian finds the right book, opens it and says that something is wrong here. Sekai asks what happened, and the girl tells him that the pages that should have written how the throne is inherited were torn out of the book. Hearing this, the hero is shocked. A little later he returns to his home, when it was already night outside and the lanterns were already illuminating the bridge. Lying on the bed, the hero thinks about the fact that even information can no longer be obtained anywhere. Now the situation is starting to smell more and more fried. Sekai thinks that he needs to find the mirror for sure. He remembers that he has already turned the entire palace upside down in search, but still has not found the original. Suddenly, someone approaches his house and addresses the hero, causing him to be distracted. It was Miria. She tells him what the librarian told her and suggests that she can answer some of Sekai's questions. Then she enters the house, and the hero, seeing her, tries to remember who she is. A second later, the girl says that she is Melia's twin sister, Miria, and he recognizes her. After this, the hero notices that the girl came to him at such a late hour and wonders if this is a secret date. However, Miria shrugs and replies that of course it is not. Suddenly, Lifa appears from behind her and says that she actually came here too, after which she asks if the hero wants to exchange information. He is surprised by such a meeting and then decides to go after Fury. stopping time. After some time, he brings her to himself and starts time. The first few seconds, the girl just looks around and asks where she is now. The hero answers that the girl is now at his house, and she begins to get indignant. But he tries to calm her down and says that Miria and Lifa are also here. Sekai then turns to them and reminds them that Miria said she could answer his question. He then asks her to tell him where to get the original national treasure, but Miria calmly replies that she has no idea, which causes the hero to react violently. He begins to thank her furiously, saying that it was very helpful. Then the girl adds that, despite this, she knows the circumstances of the disappearance and the secret of the mirror. She says that the mirror was lost 17 years ago, on the day of the solstice, deep underground among the ruins. Furia puts her hand to her face and notices that the girl remembered it very precisely. But Miria answers that it was the day when her and Melia's mother disappeared. And then she adds that the original disappeared not without the help of their mother, which meant that she was involved in it. Miria tells us that 17 years ago, at noon, on the day of the summer solstice, the previous ruler, Anel Loba, gathered an army and went into the dungeon. Her goal was one, to replace the deeply hidden treasure with a fake mirror. Furia asks how the girl knows this, and she answers that she couldn't find out herself, since she was only 2 years old at the time. However, she explains that she had been studying for a long time, and one day, while investigating a report from a swordsman, she came to this conclusion. Furia asks her to continue when suddenly time stops. The hero decides to touch her breasts, thinking that she is their last hope. Then he thinks that it is very good that she is with them and suggests that her breasts have healing properties. Then the hero puts her on and starts time again. However, when Furia understands everything, he notices a painfully familiar look on himself. At this time, Marina reveals that her mother, Marina Kahuna, was a shaman who joined the research group. The girl suggests that she already understood that the queen had lost her rightful right to rule. The hero doesn't understand anything and lets it be known. Then Marina explains that a copy was made for the national treasure. Then she adds that any information about it was destroyed, and now only the king knows about it. The girl remembers her mother's song about how if you look into two eyes, the truth will only be found in one. She concludes from this that Marina knew everything and saw through the ruler's plans. Only Furia understands what happened. She says that the ruler was afraid that the copy of the mirror would not be able to do anything if it was affected by magic, and so once a year he replaced the original with a fake. However, when the time came to pass the throne to his son, a real mirror was needed for the ceremony. But since it was missing, the ruler was tormented by fear. Sekai then suggests that the mirror could have somehow destroyed her, but Furia replies that since she was planning to destroy the treasure, it began to pose a danger to her. But the shaman Marina saw through the ruler's plans and decided to take a risk by protecting the mirror. In addition, she foresaw the destruction of all information about it, and so she passed the secret on to her children through song so that it would be preserved in their heads. Suddenly, Ninja comes into the house and says that what Marina did is a huge risk, and the girls notice her. She admits that she has not been standing there for long, since the moment Furia disappeared before her eyes. Then Ninja wondered what they could possibly be doing here together, and the hero began to get indignant, asking who she thought he was. Suddenly, Furia stood up and announced that she was a victim, as Sekai had dragged her there himself. The hero begins to get angry at the girl and a little nervous, noticing a strange tone. Furia decides to let Ito down by saying that everyone worships a fake mirror while Miria and Melia's mother has gone missing. The girl then admits that she used to think that her mother died along with the original in the lava. But then she adds that there is another world underground, which Lifa told her about. The hero, with a satisfied face, says that it was Gankiti who found that world. Then the girl suddenly suggests that her mother could have run away with the mirror. Sekai concludes that her mother could then have overcome that irreversible descent and remain living in the dungeon. Marina explains that due to their position, she was able to search the castle and even the king's room, but found nothing. Fury then suggests that if the mirror survived, it is in the underworld. The hero asks if the king knows about this, but Miria replies that she does not know. He then announces their next mission, to re-explore the underworld. But a pleased Lifa reports that he is not there, having already searched everything there while the others were idle. Then she adds that there was definitely no mirror anywhere, after which she glances at the hero. He begins to get angry, and Furia reminds him that much of this story is just their guess. Suddenly, one thought comes to his head. He thinks that if the treasure is still underground, the thought itself comes to the surface. The hero asks himself, who could know about this? Then he answers it himself, thinking that those who survived there could know. The first person Sekai thinks of is Princess Tajikawa and decides that it's time to get information. Then his face becomes more confident and he suggests taking on the task.